Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
fires, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it We are We are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. My world monster kill.
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse their eyes. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We
You're watching MSC 2022 Smart Omega, defending champions of MSC, making their way into the venue.
Can they keep their crown this time around, as all of the players here are really stepping up their game? But of course, it is going to be Omega on screen, as well as EVOS from Singapore.
EVOS SG currently fighting to keep their tournament lives alive here on day 3 of the playoffs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2022. You are here at Playoffs Day number 3. My name is Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me at the desk is Eterna as well as Dafa. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be one exciting day. Of course, before that, we have to thank our sponsors, TikTok Live official content partner, Secret Lab, official gaming chair, esports chart, our esports analytical partner, and official media partner, EGG Network and MeWatch. And MSC 2022 is powered by Moontan and supported by all of these people that made it happen.
Wow, I'm just so excited to get into today, because after all the matches that we watched yesterday, we got so many surprises on the board, so many new metas, so many different strategies, and it is the lower bracket now, so really just so many stakes are on the table, because they are going to be competing for, like Sadafa mentioned, their tournament lives.
Yep, we've already had to witness a team go home on playoffs yesterday, and we are going to be seeing yet another team, unfortunately, have their tournament lives cut short here. Unfortunately, that's the reality of it. If you don't have what it takes, then all of these teams are here vying for that champion title. You certainly cannot let down your guard anytime.
I mean, this is pretty much a battle in the cage, you know? The fangs out, claws out, and everything. And right now, for those of you who have missed the action, we have a highlight video for you. MSC 2022 wrapped its second day of the playoffs with a great mix of emotions and action. RSG-SG. They started the series in the backseat as Falcon never stopped pushing the pedal.
Oh my god, Naomi gets another hook, but real world manipulation here from the side of RSG. No, not glass, cancel, no, he gets it. He goes for the flicker onto Naomi, but the damage is not there. Baby Cakes gets taken down. Falcon have just taken a sweep against the Singaporean champions.
In the end, Falcon Esports snagged the playoff first blood by sending RSG-SG packing. Next, we have the MPL champions of Indonesia and Malaysia going head-to-head.
Oh, what?
Oh, the two-man Fatal Links lands on the Chico as well as Momo, and they are obliterated from this fight. But the hometown heroes Todak were slain mercilessly by RRQ Hoshi. Todak will now have to fight for their lives in the lower brackets. Expect more drama, intensity, and stellar gameplay today, where we see Omega Esports taking on EVOS SG, while the other hometown team, Orange Esports, will house the almighty RSG-PH. Wow, lower brackets match, and we're already seeing these intense matches come out. I don't know, Eterna, how are you feeling today?
I'm getting a little bit nervous, right? Because Omega, they were one of the teams that were vying for that championship title. They were the ones on top, one of the tournament favorites as well, understanding that they did win MSC last year. So this is the crown for them to defend, and I hope that switch finally turns on, right? We always see Omega, you know, they need to find their groove, find their footing, find their rhythm, and hopefully that happens here in this next upcoming match against EVO Singapore.
Yep. What is interesting, of course, is that usually any team doesn't really want to find themselves in the lower bracket. But when we're talking about Omega, they can play that lower bracket meta to perfection. One could even say that this is exactly where their peak strength is going to emerge. And I am just very excited to see whether or not that is going to be the case today.
Yeah, and you can see right now on the bottom of the screen as well, all the comments from you guys out there supporting your teams. And do remember to just keep commenting, because these players, they need your support. This is a super, super important match where they're fighting to stay in this tournament, fighting for tournament lives here.
I love the support. Look at this. EVOS, PH, Omega defend the crown of the sea, go for the win, lower bracket. Okay, it's just so long. Like, you can feel the spirit, you can feel the passion, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing, especially on a huge international scale like this.
Yep, we can see the support of the fans from the online viewership, but obviously we can hear a lot of support from the fans here at the live venue as well. Those of you who were watching yesterday certainly got to hear a little bit of a taste of that. The support from these local fans is very, very strong, and they're going to make sure that it is known. But as we've mentioned, this is going to be our first match of the day, day 3 of the playoffs. We're starting off with a best of 5 lower bracket match.
Yeah, and right now at the desk, let's see what we ourselves has predicted the matches to be like. Oh, it is a sweep across for Omega here. Wow, I didn't really expect. I mean, okay, maybe I should be the one to put down EVOS SG. And honestly, I fully support EVOS SG, and I do, right? I love them. I love the team, but I'm hoping to see them put up as great a fight here as they did with RRQ Hoshi. And honestly, I think that would be already a great match to watch.
I agree, and I'm surprised. I mean, come on, guys. For those of you who don't know, Scrubby is from Singapore, but she opted for Omega, and And I understand it makes sense, right? We have to be very objective on the table, and on paper it does seem like Omega is the stronger team, especially. But we'll see, because there are just so many kinks that we've seen from both the gameplay of Omega as well as EVO Singapore that we are going to be witnessing as well, that needs to be kind of ironed out. And when that happens, we will see a really good and dominating game coming into this. And there's so many different play styles from this team. Is this right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be exciting to watch out for. But the match is about to begin, and it does look like the players are going to be making their way up on stage. Starting things off, it is going to be none other than
From
Omega.
the Philippines, Omega Esports.
The defending champions here, walking on stage, finding their groove, and so many differences have happened. And I want to say and highlight the most important difference that I see on the screen right now. Chaknu's hair. That is a statement piece, because Chaknu is one of the most influential players on that team. When he is able to find that moment, when he's able to create momentum for his team, that is when they start rolling.
You can see he's made himself stand out, not just the hair as well, but the shirts just looking so bright, and they look absolutely ready to take this competition. On the other hand, here is EVOS SG as well. I think looking a bit, maybe nervous, and I understand that, but here we go. They are going to start making their way up on stage. The team, the two-time MPL champions from Singapore.
From Singapore, EVOS Singapore.
Yep, definitely cannot count them out. We've already seen many teams pull off unexpected upsets here at MSC 2022. And EVO Singapore are ready to make their place known here on the stage as well. Just recently winning out the bronze match at the SEA Games. They've got something to prove here at MSC 2022.
Definitely, and I think looking at their performance so far, they have been very, very synergized and very playing together, very disciplined. So I'm hoping now, as they face off and shake the hands or fist bump the opponents here or Smart Omega and take their seats, they're gonna start getting ready for this exciting tournament. So Eterna, EVOS SG, so far very disciplined, but here we go, the coaches behind it all.
I think I keep saying this time and time again, that all good games start with amazing drafts. So we have the coach coming in from Omega as well as a coach coming in from EVO Singapore here, going on stage. And I want to know what they're going to bring to the table, right? Because so far, it does seem like Omega have been drafting to their strengths. But what can we say from the side of EVO Singapore, understanding that they are playing, they always keep on switching their rosters here?
What's going to be very important for both these coaches up on stage is understanding what the enemy team is going to be bringing onto the field here, because understanding of the enemy will allow you to have a more smooth game. But starting off, we're going to have the team lineup starting with Smart Omega.
Yeah, we're gonna see Kelra, Chaknu, E2 Max, Ryzen, as well as Renzio here on the Smart Omega lineup. And for EVOS SG,
yes, for EVOS SG, we still have Adamir, JPL, Sayla, Gear, as well as Nick. The strong five here, still representing EVO Singapore, representing their home style. And there are so many different clashes in their playstyle that we should actually start discussing that real soon. But before we get into that, of course, we are going to see a little hint into the team head-to-head between both teams.
We can see here we got Smart Omega on the left, EVOS SG on the right. In terms of their statistics, we are looking to see that both these teams are actually fairly even. Omega obviously having a slightly lower KDA as compared to EVOS, likely due to the fact that EVOS SG has the tendency to drag their game a lot longer, resulting in more skirmishes and more kills.
yeah, I think that was also characteristic of that one game that they played against RRQ Hoshi, which actually made it to become the longest game so far in the MSC. I think that was 37 minutes. But let's look at what exactly EVOS needs to do here in this game in order to secure that victory. Number one, all in on creating space. Oh, for Omega, all in on creating space for Calibra. Renzio must dominate his lane. They have to ban or contest the Akai and prioritize control and vision of the map.
Yeah, this is going to be very important. I think there is a lot of I'd say, emphasis that Renzio is able to dominate that lane. Because when he does, he's able to put a lot of pressure on other sides of the map, create momentums, try and look for these objective wins on the board. As now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory here for the side of EVOS Singapore.
Now for EVOS Singapore, they need to match the early aggression coming out of Smart Omega to make sure that they are not left too far behind in the mid game. Gear, it's time to change some gears here to really upgrade their potential. They gotta contest Kelra's comfort picks and use these early objectives as baits, because as we know, EVOS SG are a late game scaling team, whereas Omega wants to gain momentum from the very early minutes of the game. If they can use these objectives as bait to put their opponents out of position, it should set them up for a much easier victory.
I love the puns there, you know, changing the gear on gear.
Yep.
Totally saw what they're trying to set up for. I guess it's going into neutral, into like the super drive stage. But right now, on screen, we can see the audience predictions from all of you out there in terms of who you think is going to win. Etherna, any thoughts?
This is interesting because EVOS Singapore is playing, but we don't see the prediction from Singapore.
That's true.
Right?
They
So
have left them out.
on paper, it does seem like audience prediction, they favor Omega better. But of course, that makes sense because like we keep mentioning time and time again, this is our defending champions here for MSC. But for the side of EVOS Singapore, see, they have a little bit of, you know, catching up to do in terms of that. But we don't see the Singapore
But
predictions,
what I'm
right?
surprised by is also that some of the countries are split half to
Yeah.
half. So it's not, yes, Philippines, I mean, very supportive of their own country, naturally speaking, but the rest are also pretty split. So EVOS SG, people do believe in them.
I think it's always very interesting to see how viewers from different countries have to view the game. Some of them obviously will vote for the favorites to win because there's already a proven track record that they will be able to achieve success. But we've already seen dark horses sprout out all over MSC, showing that no team can be underestimated, and with lots of different strategies, different styles clashing from different nations, you never know what kind of chemistry you're going to expect in the clashes between these teams. But when we are speaking of the clashes between these teams, it does look like our first match of the day is about to begin.
Yeah, we are going to head into the drafting phase pretty soon as the players are ready to go in that. But any thoughts so far? I mean, Omega, we've seen pretty scrappy team fights. If they can fix that, perhaps they'll have a better chance. And right now, picks and bans are ready for us on the screen. Omega Esports gonna go to ahead to take out the Franco as their first ban. Wow, I guess I wasn't expecting them. They could have picked it up for themselves, but I guess taking that away from JPL
is huge. It's definitely something they want to be taking. And I think this is a very wise decision, understanding what a monster the Franco can do. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Yesterday was even, Franco International Day, because we've just seen so much of the wins happening because of the momentum that can be created when the Franco can land those hooks. But on the flip side here, for the side of EVOS Singapore, they have actually opted to ban away the Fanny. So they have started to really recognize the potential that, of course, Ryzen can do in that jungle position and take away his beautiful heroes.
Following things up, Omega gonna be banning out the Eve, so that is gonna be respect over the Sayla on the side of EVOS SG. As we mentioned earlier, Omega tends to take slightly scrappier fights, and they want to be the ones that be in control of the momentum starting from very early on in the game. For that reason, you don't want to have to deal with the real world manipulation, because that just gives a lot of battlefield control over to your opponent, something that Smart Omega want to maintain control of right now. Evo is gonna be continuing to ban out comfort picks, getting rid of Kelra's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, not just Kelra's 1-1, right? Overall, 1-1 has been abusive, like throughout all these games in MSC. So choosing to take that out will definitely give that give them a better chance in the later part of the game. That being said, though, Kelra's Claude has been also an absolute monster. Do you think this will come out in the bans here, Eterna?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit too expensive, right? We still have a lot of heroes that need to be contested, like we saw in the key ways to victory, as the Akai, sorry, is still left open. I do think that this is a good move to be banning that out, and also understanding that the Valentina is an option to take away as well. But it turns out Omega is going to respect the potential that this Julian can have. Such a huge flex pick can be put into several different lanes, and we'll see. EVOS, naturally, we always see that Valentina being banned by red side. Are they going to go for that, or are they going to leave it open for Omega to take?
It's a tough question for EVOS SG because if they do ban out the Valentina, it opens up Omega to be able to snatch up the Akai pretty much for free. This is why the Julian was banned out by Omega instead of going for the Akai themselves, because they know that they are putting EVOS SG in this difficult situation, and even if EVOS SG were to open up the draft, let it through, Omega still have the choice of either Akai or Valentina. EVOS, they're gonna go for the Ling ban instead.
Wow, banning out the Ling, that's leaving both Akai as well as this Valentina open. So Omega opting to take the Valentina would mean that EVOS has the priority now on picking up the Akai.
He can pick up the Akai. I do think that is wise, as well as a Beatrix that has been left open. That could be definitely something that they can consider. Or it turns out, oh, okay, it is. It's going to be the Beatrix as well as the Akai. And the Ling ban comes through completely, of course, respecting Ryzen, who can utilize that hero to any and all degrees.
Yep, the draft right now certainly developing to expectations. Locking in the Akai and the Beatrix very early on is going to be quite important for EVOS SG because, again, the heavy spin is a very important tool to be able to control battlefields. And contesting this Beatrix is going to be incredibly important for both these teams because we do have to talk a little bit about the matchup in the gold lane. Adamir and Kelra, these are both players that these two teams like to play very heavily around.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, Kara also has yet to pick that up. So Beatrix, yes, does have a dominant lane matchup, but there's always a chance for Kara to come back. On this Valentina though, it could also be a flex pick, so technically you don't really know which lane it will go into, but right now Masha and Baxia are going to be the next two picks on the side of Omega.
This is starting to hint that the Valentina may be placed in that mid lane. We'll see what happens in the next two picks coming in from Omega, looking at the drafts. But from the side of EVOS, what I wanted to add on that Beatrix pick is that it also is a good and priority pick for Adamir for sure in that gold lane, but it is also denying the potential away from Kelra that we know to be the Filipino savage in the Philippines. So now EVOS with their current lineup is looking quite great. What are they going to follow up here with and to seal that first phase?
Typically in the first phase, EVOS SG likes to lock in the EXP lane or the mage. Typically they like to go for both, but since they locked in the Beatrix and the Akai early, they're only going to have one choice. In this case, they're going to be locking in the Dirov. Ordinarily, you would expect them to see a mage lock-in at this point for Sayla, typically something like the Xavier or the Kagura, but Omega locking in the Valentina early actually makes this quite difficult because you don't want to give Omega the chance to steal away big ultimates like the Dawning Light.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that's probably also what EVOS SG has to be careful going into this next band phase over here. But looking across the team compositions, on the side of Omega, they have the aggression coming out from the Masha, from the Baxia, and Valentina's obvious ability to steal out any ultimates. What options do you think they're left with now?
You know, honestly, if I looked at the composition that Omega's bringing right now for the side of EVOS, I'd pick up someone like an Atlas. I think the CC is necessary at this stage. I'd put Akai in that jungle position, or yeah, the Akai in the jungle position for sure. But we'll see what happens. I mean, right now, the Direth pick is quite surprising for me, but maybe I understand because there is a potential that this Baxia could be placed into the lanes, and it is a counter, quote-unquote, for the Esmeralda. But Omega, they're not taking any chances, and they will actually be banning that Esmeralda away, as well as a Claude ban, like you mentioned before here, Scrubby, for the side of EVOS.
Lots of respect coming out of Smart Omega here. They recognize that even though they have drafted counter heroes, they don't want to have to deal with some of these more meta picks nowadays. The Esmeralda is really tearing up the Land of Dawn here at MSC 2022. So lots of respect there. And even more respect from EVOS SG onto Kelra again, banning out the Clint at this point. You mentioned earlier, Atlas could be an option for EVOS SG, but very dangerous because, again, Fatal Links are not an ultimate you want to give the Valentina.
That's true. I mean, you definitely don't. And we've seen so many devastating Fatal Links. EVOS SG themselves have also fallen. I think it was the game with Orange Esports to one very fatal links, very gently.
Fatal links. You need to emphasize that a little.
Yep.
Like split apart the words. But yes, that one ultimate I think ended the game for them, unfortunately. So definitely have to be careful of that. Now Sayla, given that there is a Valentina on the other team, his options are pretty limited. I mean, he has the Kagura, the Lilia as well. What do you think he's going to go into?
If he wants to go for his power pick, definitely Kagura. I mean, last time around he picked up that Kagura, it was insane. But maybe they don't want to take that route. Maybe it's a little too risky for them. They prefer just consistent AoE burst damage that of course can be taken from someone like the Lilia.
I definitely agree with the Lilia pick over the Kagura, but Smart Omega gonna be bringing in some pretty interesting picks here onto the Land of Dawn, as now the Irritel and the Natalia going to be locked in. Natalia, so far, being a hero that a lot of teams have difficulty dealing with. We're gonna be seeing most likely Chaknu on this hero just creating havoc on the side of EVOS SG.
Yeah, I think Irritel, well, I believe Kalra played one game on Irritel so far. I don't think that was a win for him, but he is, after all, the Filipino savage. You know that he can carry any of these marksmen into the role. With the pickup on Natalia, though, how is that looking for EVOS?
That's the question. That's the question. I mean, they're going to have a lot of potential, very early aggressive potential that is going to spout from Natalia, being able to get that kill pressure on the board in that early stage. But EVOS Legends are going to be responding with a Matilda last pick here, so giving them a little bit of more mobility, and that might just be what they need.
I love the Matilda pick here coming out of EVOS SG. There's a lot of sticky heroes on the side of Smart Omega. Guiding Wind's gonna be a very easy escape plan. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready, and make sure you guys have your snacks in your seats because you're not gonna wanna go anywhere. We're about to enter match number 1 of the day. It's going to be Smart Omega going up against EVOS SG.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final look at the drafts here as we go into game number 1. For those of you watching at home, grab your popcorn. For those of you here at MyTech with us, cheer for your respective teams and give them the support they need. Here we go in the Land of Dawn.
Here we go into the Land of Dawn, and need we remind you, this is going to be a best of 5, and whoever can carry it on in this series is going to keep prevailing in the tournament, but whoever doesn't will fall. And now we can see here on screen, it is going to be the Akai in that jungle position onto Gear.
Certainly a little bit unusual for EVOS SG, but a very solid pick overall. Going to be able to scale up very quickly, hit that level 4, which is what EVOS SG desperately needs in order to make sure they keep Omega at bay. In the early game, all of these tankier heroes on the side of Omega are definitely going to have the advantage, not to mention the Natalia being played by Chaknu.
Yeah, and if we know the Natalia used on their side, they're definitely going for the backline. They know that Adamir and Sayla are their key conditions to win this game, and definitely going to look to shut that down. You can already see rotating downwards, potentially to help out Nick.
There has to be a little bit more emphasis, but wait a minute, E2 Max here gets a little chunked. They're still trading blows here in that mid side, but yes, as I was saying, there needs to be a little bit more emphasis onto Kellera. I think if you let him just scale into that late game, we've seen how much destruction that it can entail. I mean, already a Maniac coming in from Lemon from the side of RQ on this hero, and that is where Chaknu needs to help out, especially like prevent that damage from happening, but
that's what he's trying to do, pulling out the aggression onto Sailor here, but he retreats just in time to prevent any further aggression. Although the turtle is spawning in about 10 seconds, so EVOS SG does need to start looking at this objective.
Omega already in position down there. It's going to be the turtle pit next to the EXP lane, and since Renzio is obviously ahead of Nick right now, already hitting level 4 on that Masha, it's gonna be much easier for Omega here, not to mention Chaknu continuing to be annoying in the mid lane to just zone them out.
Yeah, and some aggression here onto Renzio, putting out the damage, but it's not enough. Ryzen's still going to take the first turtle off the game, going the way of Omega. I think EVOS actually tried to maybe make a play here in the mid side, but still had to give away that objective.
Really disciplined plays coming in from Omega, a little different to what we're accustomed to. We see them make small mistakes in that early game that eventually cost them the game, but here we go, another pickoff.
Oh, stunned out. Nick has to burn the flicker to be able to get away from this. Gear is here with the heavy spins, hitting Ryzen to the wall. He takes a lot of damage from the turret as well. And will they be able to secure it? It is JPL that ends up with the first blood.
Caster Curse.
not exactly ideal for first blood to go to JPL. Under those circumstances, I think EVOS could have held on just a little bit longer to give the kill over to a core, but still, first blood is first blood, and that's a good catch from the heavy spin. Gear instantly using that momentum to actually go into Omega's jungle.
Yeah, Adamir actually trying to take this, still does. Chaknu just, puts out some disruption here, but here, I think he managed to steal that buff there.
Yeah, it does seem like he does. He did lose that retribution battle in that turtle pit, but he is trying to look for some compensation on the board, and that is going to be the case. As we're going to take a little look into the emblems here, I don't think there's anything quite unusual. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is pretty default emblem sets coming out from all the players here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. JPL though going specifically for the pull yourself together here to make sure that he can stay alive. But now the heavy spin from Gear onto Kelra gonna be pushing him out of position, and now he's the one in danger from the heavy crossbow as the Aerotail picks up the kill.
That was so...
a little bit aggressive
Yeah,
there, I guess, and didn't manage to secure the
God.
field, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was really hard to see. I mean, okay, I guess they were trying to look for a pick on the board, but what happened to Chakra there? He gets picked off as well. So trades are happening all across the board. It does seem like Omega is slightly leading in economy, but it's not too comfortable. And EVOS, they are going to have to wait on this next objective because it is going to be Omega picking up that second turtle.
Yep, really good objective prioritization by Omega here. They know the turtle is coming up. Because of that, they did end up putting Chaknu up in the top lane. I don't think he was expecting to get sniped in the bush by Adamir, but not too much harm done here. In terms of the items, obviously still quite early in the game. Nothing completed just yet, but Adamir going to actually skip his boots upgrade to go straight for that BOD.
More damage.
Yeah, more damage, and I think it's also because, Kelra has already secured the Windtalker and probably trying to play catch up a little here. Gear, though, deep in the jungle, getting aggressed on by Renzio. Nothing much will happen. He is still Akai, so pretty tanky.
Okay, and we're going to see what happens here. How are they going to be picking off from this? Because for the moment, Omega is able to just secure all the objectives on the board. They do have, from the side of EVO Singapore, a little bit of more pickoffs, 2-1, but they haven't been able to translate that. So that's something that they really need to consider. And it's quite difficult as Omega is going to be able to scale into that really late game, especially with that Aerotail still just vying for more gold.
But the same can be said for Omega and EVOS SG. They both do actually want to scale for that late game. Even though Omega so far has both turtles, EVOS is actually even in terms of net worth, so it's not too big of a deal. But Sayla nearly getting taken out before the Black Shoes gets popped will be able to run away from Ryzen and E2 Max, as now the rest of the team is coming in for backup gear. Gonna find Chaknu, not able to push into the tower, but is good enough. Natalia gonna get picked off. JPL using the flicker to escape from Omega.
Ooh, that was so good. I mean, Gear recognized that opportunity and went in on it. Sailor, though, in some trouble, gets bursted down by Kelra here in the mid lane, and now they get this turret completely for free.
Now there it is. There is the Omega that we've been looking for. The pickoffs on the board, the objective. They're so good at being so disciplined. They want to focus on these objectives, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But here, Renzio,
some trouble here, trying to make his way out to escape. E2 Max fronting some of the damage. Nick has to flicker out, taking too much on his life, and JPL now the next target. Ryzen, he uses this opportunity to secure the turtle for themselves. Now that's 3-0 objectives in favor of Omega.
Omega continuing to maintain their map control here, recognizing the timers on the objectives. You can see that just the way they played and rotate around the map, they're paying a lot of attention to when these turtles will respawn so that they are in better position to take it. Gear now in trouble though. Heavy spin has to be used to escape. They still get it. Killing spree going over to Kelra.
yeah, it is going to be Gear here getting caught off here for the second time. And it actually is going to be JPL being very pressured there in that bottom side. But now Omega, with all that said and done, they are going to be pushing those waves in the top side. They are leading with a 1,300 gold lead. And EVO Singapore still struggling to look for something across the board.
And I think Changnu has just picked out the Blade of MSC as well. So he's going to be able to output so much damage if he catches Sayla or Adamir in either of their lanes. So far, Omega has been super disciplined, like you mentioned, Eterna, converting these kills into objectives. even though they're even across the board, Omega has a lot more control. And right now, Nick in some trouble getting ganked on the top side, but they respond. Gear is here to help, so they don't aggress any much further.
We can see that Omega definitely upping the momentum. They know right now that Kelra is in a very comfortable spot. The Aeriatel 3-0 KDA, and we already know that Kelra can farm very, very quickly. So this is going to be a problem for EVOS SG very soon, which is why Omega is just distracting them for as long as possible. As long as their attention is on them, it's not going to be on their marksman.
Yeah, they're rotating once again to the bottom side, so they are the ones siding the tempo for the side of EVOS, and EVOS are only left to respond. But now Sayla here might be a little bit in trouble, but luckily there is backup and they don't want to commit onto this just yet. But you can see the pressure once again happening in that top side. Masha is just getting all those chunky turrets and health here as Adamir is going to be taking his dear time with 100 KDA here in the 8th, 9th minute. We need to see him scale a little bit into his next extra items to definitely see the potential that he can have when it comes down to that mid game.
Yeah, and compared to, I mean, 1-0-0 you mentioned, but on the other hand, Kelra is 3-0-0 as well. So in the late game, this is looking pretty bad for them.
Yeah, definitely. This is not where EVOS wants to be right now, but a 2k gold difference at this stage of the game is not actually too bad. They just need to be able to regain momentum. Adamir gonna take the tier 1 tower down bottom. Gear, he's thinking about it. He wants to go for that heavy spin, but it's a bit difficult on Renzio. Both teams are squaring up to take this Lord around the Lord pit.
Yeah, just baiting it out at this moment. EVOS SG taking the position, but Chaknu though in the back line looking to see if he can make a play. Gear goes ahead to start out the fight here. Heavy spin to zone them out, but has to back away. They don't know where Chaknu is. They have to be careful, but Nyx takes too much damage, and in the back line they find Adamir. Chaknu gets a kill onto him. Sayla running for his life, but Kelra manages to secure that as well. 2 down on the side of EVOS SG, split up completely by Omega.
That was just so well played, so well executed by the side of Omega. They were able to bait Gear to be able to, look for some initiative. He gets caught out, they retreat, but unfortunately their positioning was not on point, and Adamir was able to be taken down in the process. And the whole time that EVO Singapore was trying to set up for that Lord, unfortunately Natalia Chaknu was able to go up into that and manipulate the waves and actually take a turret in the top side.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that observation there. Omega was definitely controlling that fight to make sure that the important cooldowns on the side of EVOS were expended before they tried to go on the Lord. E2 Max now already doing a fair amount of damage, stole the black shoes, so able to escape. Heavy spin wasted again from the side of EVOS SG.
This is tough, right? I mean, heavy spin is a huge ultimate, and it's one of their only, except for Circling Eagle, kind of engages that EVOS SG can use to make a play here. But it's looking difficult as the top side, the Lord is marching down now. They're looking to crash down on the inhibitors. Not going to be able to take one down just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Still with a 6,000, almost 7,000 gold lead, Omega, they are sitting quite comfortably, almost at 10,000 as well. It is going to be still them being shut down into their own base, but Omega, it doesn't seem they want to go for something crazy. They don't want to make a mistake at this time, understanding that it can be taken back from them, as Adamir here is already, let's see his items here, 2 items in the game, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, if you compare Adamir over to the side of Kelra there, he just completed his Haas Claws, already 4 items. Gear using the heavy spin here for basically no reason. Chaknu able to escape, so Omega gonna have a lot of window of opportunity once again.
Yeah, definitely looks, Adamir doesn't really have as much items here as Kelra, so it's gonna be a tough one. And the thing is, Chaknu has been so annoying. EVOS SG, they have to look out for him in these team fights, even if they want to engage as well. How are they looking to take these ones?
Yeah, that's going to be the huge question here. It does seem they are still trying to manipulate the waves here on all 3 lanes, trying to, just asphyxiate, prevent anything from scaling from the side of EVO Singapore. But at this stage, what are the winning conditions from EVO Singapore?
right now they definitely need to play around Adamir. Yes, he's 2 items behind Kelra, but Wesker does still do a lot of damage at this point. The problem is, it's very difficult to catch any of the members of Omega right now, even if they do happen to be able to protect the Beatrix well enough. Renzio, Ryzen, they're not gonna die very easily, and E2 Max and Kelra are not going to put themselves in a very vulnerable position.
Oh, they find Gear in the jungle here, and he tries to make his way out. Is he going to survive? I think he does live to see another day for now. So EVOS SG survived this, but this is untimely. 7 seconds, the next floor is going to be up.
I mean, at this stage, EVO Singapore, they're scared, right? Even if they want to go for individual plays, try and split up the map, it's difficult because they don't know where Chaknu is. But that fact can be taken into the hands of Omega, and you can see the way that they're just manipulating the waves from all 3 lanes. Oh my god, but wait a minute.
Renzio finds Sayla as well as Adamir in the backline. They heal up just fine now, but this is the pressures, Dafa, that you talked about. Yes, Chaknu isn't there, but here is Renzio also able to make it all the way into the backline.
Yep, if we look at the overall team composition as well from Omega, as compared to EVOS SG, they really do need to be fighting as a 4 or 5 man death ball, whereas on the side of Omega, pretty much all of their heroes are capable of holding their own. Even Kelra on the Iritel, thanks to that sprint, should be able to 1v1, 1v2 basically anyone on EVOS SG, putting them in a very difficult situation because it is so easy for Omega to just split push all the waves due to their increased mobility and overall lineup durability as well.
Man, Chaknu goes in for that BOD, Scrubby. What is that? Like, you already have so much pressure, so much pickup potential, and you have to give more damage to that?
Yeah, looking at the damage charts, the gold right now, he is, well, somewhere in the middle, but that's gonna even, that's so hard for EVOS SG. BOD on a Natalia, if he catches any of them in the backline, that's basically a dead Sayla or Adamir.
The Lord already taking down the top inhibitor as Renzio jumps onto Adamir in the backline just to zone him out. Nick is forced to defend the bottom side as Gear taking a lot of damage. Black Shoe is already expended as well. The minion wave will be taken out, but Nick doesn't have enough wave clear speed. He will just barely preserve the bottom inhibitor. And now EVOS SG want to look for the re-engage, but Kelra, he's got a lot of damage. Heavy crossbow already popped down. Gear looking for the heavy spin, but not finding any chances to use it.
That's also the thing about the side of Omega, right? With Kelra on that sprint, it's so difficult to catch him out. The only thing you have is a Circling Eagle and a heavy spin, but so far they've also been using some of that defensively, and it's been tough to engage in or disengage from these team fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's no one from the side of EVO Singapore who could actually catch them at face value, but actually Gear
gets E2 Max here. He is stunned out and pinned to the wall. Gets that first kill secured now, and now they are looking to re-engage Omega though on the aggression. Adamir in some trouble. Man, it has to be taken down by Chaknu here. They trade out 2 for 1 now, and EVOS SG actually coming on top of this, aggressing onto Ryzen. Is he going to be able to get out? Pops the shoot Unity and will be able to retreat.
Oh, and what initially was, 8,000 gold lead, almost a 10,000 gold lead, has actually shrunken to 6,000 here in the 16th minute. And it does seem like EVO Singapore, with that win, they want to push the tempo once again.
Yep.
Oh, Renzio dives in with the backline onto Sayla, though. Gear with the heavy spin pins him down, manages to peel off for him now, and they safely, I think, no, actually don't disengage. Chaknu with the burst damage onto Sayla, secures that kill.
A little bit of over-aggression by EVOS SG after their previous victory. We do actually have to be very careful in this team. We already know that they were able to drag out the game to an insane length previously against RRQ and claim victory after that. Omega still needs to be careful, but Ryzen now going to be engaged on by 4 members of EVOS SG. They managed to pick him up. Renzio jumping onto Adamir, and E2 Max picks up the kill on the Beatrix. Here comes Kelra though with heavy crossbow, heavy spin, not going to matter as instantly the remaining members of EVOS SG are decimated by the Iritel.
Oh no, this is not good. Nearly a wiped out here for the side of Omega. And now with the space with only 1 member remaining, they will be able to get this Lord uncontested. 2, 3 members down. Will they be able to defend?
I mean, at this rate, it doesn't seem like it. And now look at the damage output onto Gear here. He's just melted completely by Kelra with nowhere to go. Chaknu comes in, and the burst is enough to take down Stela once again. It's a complete wipeout on the side of EVOS SG. JPL is back, the only one standing together with Adamir, but the Lord is coming up the top side.
That's just rough for EVOS there. For a moment, it did look like they had the opportunity, and it was a good engage, but Kelra just has way too much damage. And now, Luminous Lord gonna be pushing up the top lane.
Oh, I don't know if they can defend this. Kelra, the Filipino savage, he's going right for it and dishing out all the damage. Nick sacrifices his life to be able to protect it, but at what cost? It's gonna be the core taken down by Omega, securing their first victory of this series.
A clean game here by the defending champions of game number 1 in our best of 5. And I gotta say, it was Omega being able to get all the initiatives off the board. They set the tempo from the get-go, and it was only EVOS being able to kind of, react to it.
Yep, tempo, tempo, tempo. That is going to be the key word between these two teams here. The style of play that you expect from Omega and EVOS. Whoever controls that early game momentum is going to have a much bigger advantage going into that mid game. And once that late game comes around, Kelra is going to have a very fun time.
This is what we were talking about, right? Omega is a momentum-based team. They also are super comfortable being in the lower brackets. This is where they thrive. And now let's hand it over to the analysts to break it down for us.
Your analyst reporting in with Getting Q and as well as Leo here at our stage. This is going to be an interesting game here, as we mentioned before, but time and time again, Omega seeming to be a cut above the rest.
Yep, this is the first time in a while that I've seen Omega so methodical. That is the way I can describe in one word this matchup. Very low kill score. Only up until the very last moments of the game did they really pop off the back of Kelra's Iritel.
Yeah, they were popping off quite a bit. And I mean, again, this is a little strange because even before this, I was having a chat with all the Filipino casters and we were talking about the similarities of Omega and as well as Torak. Sometimes they can be a little flippy-floppy, but there's so much similarity. This time, it was different. Against a Singaporean team, they took it nice and slow. They were taking their time and waiting for the right conditions to make things work.
There was but 1 or 2 team fights wherein it was really, really close.
Slim.
And it was awesome to see that EVOS SG could find these punishes. And I'm saying this in the most objective manner, but in the whole time, we will see it on the highlights as well and in the numbers, how it was just all about Kelra waiting in the shadows. He was just waiting, and as soon as they penetrated that top lane inhibitor, the rest just followed.
It's condition and timing. I think those are the 2 main points that are coming across my mind when we're thinking about the compositions that we saw here today, and I can't wait to see the item build list because I'm curious to see what this Iritel build is generally going to be. Quick question to you guys, did you get your MSC guesses correct? Did you get those sweet guess coins? I'm not sure about you, but you can let us know here at the analyst segment with at Leo, Cass, and as well as at Fatal 5-Way or at Getting Q. Up to you guys. Let us know how much you've got so far. But let's check out the items and break down the compositions.
Quick, there is a Haas clause built here by Kelra, and it's been starting since day 1. Group stage of MSC, we've been seeing a lot of that item come out, and on the other side, it's just the dominance ice still answering back. Someone's got to start building more Sea Halberd, man.
Yeah, it's tough, especially since it's really hard to kind of close that distance. But let's talk about the compositions now, right? If we're looking at EVOS SG, they have some good initiation with only gear and even JPL, but again, it's that push and a pull. Who's going to make that first move? Can they dedicate the resources when Omega is all about jumping right into the fight?
And the only real thing that EVOS SG was waiting for was a punish because the whole game was set by Omega. Looking at the objectives, 100%, almost, literally, actually, no lords, no turtles, going over to EVOS SG. And I think one key player that played that role to hold it down was, of course, Ryzen's Baksha and the Etomax. So it's a very mid-lane heavy attack that Omega brought to the table, as well as Chaknu's uncharacteristic Natalia. He was great here in this game, but when you say Mamba, you don't think Natalia.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking about the nicknames that you guys were coming about for the man himself, but let's crunch the numbers here and see how effective he really was. And looking at the stats so far, when you feel like Valentina is getting punished a lot of the time, you don't realize how much damage that she actually gets out as the game goes on. 65,000, not topping Iritel, of course, but even Kelra, those right conditions, right? Oh boy.
Very close, very close. He is just but second to Kelra, who was again the true carry here in this 18-minute bout. As well, something to note here, Gear took so much damage. Akai is so great. I love him in the XP lane. I love him as a roamer. We've seen great roaming Akais from EVOS SG in the past days here at MSC. But here, Gear, especially in the early game, the first 5 minutes, we saw great angles. I think First Blood was drawn off of an amazing heavy spin.
Exactly, and that's where Omega looked to kind of change and adapt, right? Especially for someone like Chaknu. He was waiting for the right conditions to jump on towards Sayla specifically, and as well as Adamir, something that even JPL was struggling to save his teammates from. So again, very smart play and adaptation coming in from Omega in a game, and the compositions were very, very telling. But with that being said, let's see who is the MVP of our game here today. For game number 1 between these two teams, our MVP coming in from Smart Omega, the one, the only, Kelra.
Is the Filipino Savage. Again, nothing new when it comes to his items. It's been a while since we've seen anybody really building Scarlet Phantom and Berserker's Fury. I believe the last time we heard the latter was when Aldous was hot. You put that Berserker's Fury on him. But again, the cream of the crop, the icing of the cake is that Haas clause. It demands your attention.
Exactly, and you can see time and time again, whenever you're looking for a punish onto Kelra, you gotta make sure the timing is just right when you have that sprint and that extra bit of movement speed to charge back up. And with the Haas's claw with some explosive arrow shots, you can just see your life just bump up into the green zone. You never feel like you're in the red.
Yep, really, when it comes to Irritel in this current metagame, watching the best of the best play it. I'm talking Skylar, I'm talking Lemon, I'm talking Kelra. It's kind of the Irritel's fault when she dies. So it's really in your hands. It's all about release control. It's your choice when to go in hard.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the highlights here one more time as EVOS SG were able to score that first blood. But again, these conditions time after time, splitting up this peel composition from EVOS SG, all very conditional.
Yep, and watching this earlier, I had an epiphany. It's interesting that as Irritel is making it now in MSC, that plays all the more a huge role on Akai. You have to watch how Akai is, because with heavy spin, there's like this push and pull, this yin and yang, of a hero that can move while attacking, and a hero that displaces.
That's true.
They answer each other.
They
here.
answer each other. That's a great analysis and a great observation here, Leo. And looking more deeply into it, when we're looking at EVOS SG, it becomes a little bit more evident that Gear, he felt that he needed to take the initiative for his team when they could have played a little bit more patiently. Again, you don't want to see from Smart Omega looking for those engages, because in the early game, you saw what happened.
And now going into game number 2, this may be a key for them to improve. EVOS SG, looking at their draft here, last pick Matilda, onto JPL.
That was good.
I'm kind of sad I'm not at the desk, because I love seeing me some Matilda against some kakas in there, but I feel like this may not have been the best answer, especially when you're looking at that last pick. That's one of the strengths of Red Side. I mean, besides you know, waiting for a Valentina trade, you have that last pick to counter everything else. I'm not sure if it was the Matilda.
I don't know. For me personally, I do think that Matilda fulfills that role, especially with the composition when it comes down to peeling, right? JPL got some really good pickups for his Gear. But hey, game 2 is about to go on its way. With that being said, let's go and throw it over to Mara first before we jump into game number 2.
Thank you, Leo and Gideon. We learned a lot from our analyst stand. But now, I'm curious as to how EVOS SG is feeling right now. So we're gonna go in their players' room. They looked really calm earlier, very serious. Let's take a peek. There they are. Hi, guys. Hello. Okay. Sulk, is it okay if I talk to you for a bit? Okay. We just surprised them right there. They're like, what is she doing here? Soul. Okay, there you go. Let's close it so they don't hear us. How was that game 1? You guys are doing the huddle right now. And what's being discussed at this moment?
I think it's evident from game 1 that we were quite even all the way to the mid game. I think it's just the fights. It's always been the fight. So fights didn't go as planned, and yeah, we try and work on the fights, take better fights.
You did mention it was pretty even in the middle, and then it was your opponent was able to turn it around. Now, did anything surprise you? Anything catch you by surprise there?
I think maybe Chaknu or Natalia, because I think Everyone knows that he's a very good engaging tank, but he's now playing the assassin. So yeah, I would think that they would prioritize more Atlas and Kufra for him, but he plays well on Atala as well.
And I know you also have somebody there, Matthew. He does motivate the team a lot. What did he say to the team coming into game number 2?
Yeah, I think he made the team realize that it's really it's definitely not one-sided, and it's gonna be a fresh game 2. Anything happen. Yeah, we just have to bring out A game.
Now, so a lot of the viewers are wondering, you played for SEA Games and you did really well. A lot of people are actually hoping that you get to play for MSC. How come you're not playing this time around?
Yeah, I think it's time to let the younger players shine. Yeah, we have Nick that's on XP now and he's only 17. Yeah, he's been doing really well this entire MSC, and I would like to see him go from here.
Thank you so much, Sol. Good luck on game number 2. Sol, the team manager for EVOS SG. And now, let's head on over to our casters.
Welcome back to the desk, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me is Eterna as well as Dafa. Now, we've just seen well, disappointing for me match for EVOS SG because they lost, but I think it was very well played by Omega, of course. And like Sol said, they actually didn't really expect that Natalia pick to come out, so it took them by surprise a little bit.
Come on, Scrubby, don't be too sad. It's the best of 5. They still have a lot more chances. Come on, keep the spirits up, guys. I think we need to cheer for Scrubby in the comments. Save Scrubby or something like that.
Not Scrubby. I mean,
Hashtag
I'm not the
save
one
Scrubby.
playing. Save
She
EVOS.
needs your support. Okay,
EVOS
save
definitely
EVOS.
need- Yes, EVOS. EVOS definitely.
Yeah,
needs
but I
the
agree
support.
with you. I think that was quite surprising as well, because when we think back, like, okay, Chak Mamba with the red hair, how does he like to play? He always goes in for those really like Kufra, Atlas type of heroes, and I guess that's how far they've been saving those really safe picks, as well as the hidden strategies coming from them.
Yeah, but you know, these are exciting things, like hidden things coming out, and you definitely want to stay tuned to all of this action. So you will be able to catch that on EGG Network. Shout out to our official media partner. They are Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group, and you can catch this entire tournament, MSC 2022, on the EGG Network channel 800 in the comfort of your own home. Also check out their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter.
Yep, but don't forget that you can check out this as well, guys. That is going to be MLBB X Transformer skins that are now available, like the Starscream skin. And you guys can perform these draws from July 7th and until July 7th for chances to win awesome rewards, including the Rogers Grimlock. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Have you guys seen that?
It is very cool. I do like it a lot. Obviously, being able to turn into a dinosaur and start eating people is obviously...
I wish I could do that.
I think that's every man's dream
Every
right
man's
there.
dream
That's
to
like
turn
every
into a dinosaur.
boy's dream on the land of Dawn to turn into a
Sorry,
dinosaur.
wait, what?
Every man's
Every
dream to turn
boy's
into a
dream
dinosaur.
is to turn into a dinosaur.
And eat people.
And
Yes.
eat people,
I think
quoted
if you
by
go into the
Staffa.
crowd and find any like small boy and ask him, do you want to be a dinosaur? 80% they will say yes.
They should make a movie out of that. You know, Frozen's be like, do you want to be a snowman? And they make a another version of Jurassic Park. Do you want to be a dinosaur?
But yes, so now we are just about to enter game number 2 here between Omega from the Philippines as well as EVOS representing Singapore. Now, if you guys think about it, right? What can EVOS improve? Staffa.
That's an interesting question here. Definitely gotta improve on the draft a little bit, as we already highlighted. Omega caught them off a little bit here. So now that we are entering the draft phase for game number 2, I'm expecting them to shift things up. They gotta be able to draft heroes that are able to control that early momentum a little bit more effectively.
But at the same time, they also have to be careful of, you know, the normal heroes that Omega has potential to exert a lot of plays on, and that's Franco, Julian. So they're running the same bans as before. Don't really have space to navigate that much. What do you think, Eterna?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. And what surprises me as well is that Omega's actually opted to stay in that first pick position. So now we're going to see that the 1-1 has been banned away once again, so still exactly the same bans, and if patterns speak volumes, it is going to be the Eve as well as that Ling ban, unless they want to switch things up. Do you think a Natalia ban is too expensive in that first phase?
That's a good question here. Under normal circumstances, yes, a Natalia ban would be more expensive. It's not usually a hero you want to prioritize for banning out in the first phase, but when you are up against players that can really make a lot happen with that hero, and you don't have a player that can do the same on your side, then you do have to make a bit of a choice. Omega, though, gonna be shifting things up a bit. This time, they ban out the Valentina themselves.
That's interesting. I mean, they actually first picked the Valentina in the previous game, but this time they're opting to take that out. Does that kind of hint at something that they're going for here?
I mean, maybe they want to leave more options on the board, like the Ling is going to be left open because most probably this is going to be perhaps an Akai ban, maybe. I don't know. Does EVOS want to respect it once again from the side of Ling? Is that too expensive? As you know, we haven't even seen the Xavier in the first game, and it's quite surprising because usually people like to use these, teams likes to use these for several different type of reasons, the burst, the visibility. But yes, like we mentioned, it's going to be the Akai being banned away here for the second game, and that leaves open. I was gonna say the Beatrix, but it's going to actually be the Masha first pick here for the side of Omega.
So Omega here instantly trying to make this second draft as confusing as possible. They are not falling back into the same habits they had in game number 1. Ordinarily, yes, you would think that they'd prioritize the Beatrix, they would prioritize the Ling since that was led through the ban this time, but going for the Masha is actually quite smart here because it doesn't allow EVOS SG the opportunity to counter draft because this hero is just always going to be good, very durable, very good at split pushing. It does not reveal what Omega is trying to go for yet.
And I think especially against EVOS SG, that's pretty dangerous because Masha, the ability to split push in a later game shuts down EVOS. If they have a backup plan B, they like to play the macro game and zoom out and look at what they can do across the map. And having that Masha just disrupting that approach will be pretty difficult for them. Right now, EVOS though is opting to pick up again priority on Beatrix for Adamir, but this time Nick on the Grok.
Yeah, I mean, last time they picked up that Beatrix, it was so unfortunate because you couldn't see her scale whatsoever. The damage output was definitely not there. The way that Omega was playing to be able to really inhibit any kind of aggression that could potentially sprout from her. But now Omega with the second pick, it is going to be the Yves. So they do have a good amount of utility with that crowd control. It is a slow, not a stun, but it does give them a bit of an opportunity in case they want to go for a 5v5 team fight composition.
This is very smart coming out of Smart Omega here, and they're going to be following it up instantly with the Irritel, not giving EVOS any chance to ban that out in the second phase. We're instantly seeing why Omega didn't go for the Eve ban this time, as they're able to lock it in themselves. But I do think this is actually a little bit of a pivot from their mindset. I think they were expecting EVOS to be the ones to lock in the Eve early, and that way they could use it to counter attack and pick up heroes that would play against that Eve. Since they noticed EVOS, they didn't lock it in for themselves. Not only can they lock it in for themselves, they've already seen the Grok. This will possibly go into the roam or the EXP lane position, but if it is put in the roam position, this is a hero that has to use the ultimate to cancel the real-world manipulation, and that allows them to play more carefully around EVOS' cooldowns.
Oh, it's going to be the Benedetta gear right now. Most likely it's going to be that. And Nick probably on the Grok. I think this is kind of the draft that they ran against RRQ Hoshi in the game that lasted, I don't know, the longest game so far in MSC. So this is really interesting. Eterna, any thought?
Wait, didn't they win that one?
They did.
Oh my, okay, so EVOS, they're like, okay, Omega 1 point, but now we're going all out. So the pocket strats are starting to show here with Benedetta being chosen here for the side of EVOS. But now we are going to the second phase, and they are starting to, you know, limit that jungle position, understanding that Omega has not picked it up for themselves. The Karina ban comes through, as well as that Esmeralda, so denying any force that, of course, could be a good level against that Masha. But of course they do still have an option to pick up the Uranus as well. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight about EVOS' last draft is that they relied heavily onto one person to make those initiating plays, which was the Akai. But time and time again, Akai Gear, he goes in for the kill, he gets bursted down from the damage coming from Omega, and then they are left with no other choice. Like, the circling eagle was not a really good option that they could actually take. So coming to this next draft, I do wish for a little bit more variance in that. Sure, you do have Grok to be able to make those plays, but it can be a hit or miss. Maybe look for something that could also help in that regard.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. EVOS definitely need more playmakers right now. And while the Benedetta worked out for them previously, I am a little bit worried because this is a hero that does lack crowd control against some of the heroes Omega is playing. But it is able to match up in terms of split pushing with the Masha, so not a bad choice by EVOS. The fact that they have banned out the Natalia here indicates that they are more worried about this pick as compared to something like the Ling for Omega, which actually is still open.
Yeah, I really love the Natalia ban. When you were talking earlier about, how Omega managed to pick up the Eve and not EVOS SG, I feel like it's because, EVOS SG, they're kind of afraid to pick up Sayla's hero because the Natalia was still open. I mean, we've seen them run the Cyclops before as well, so potentially they might have wanted to wait out that Natalia. Instead, they were going to ban it out, and right now, they are picking up the Lolita to add to that. So, Eterna, to your point on initiation, this definitely adds a lot.
Are they listening to us? Are they eavesdropping? Coach, come on, stop eavesdropping. We were just... I like this though, right? It gives them more opportunity to look for plays on the board. Because let's say Grok misses it, like the wild charge.
Yep.
And then you can come in with the Numnon Blast to seal the deal, or maybe both works, and then it goes to a Wombo combo. So many options on the board, but as I speak about so many options from the side of Omega, they have opted to go 1v1 in that assassin role. It is going to be the Lancelot pickup here for the side of Ryzen, as well as that Cho for Kufra. And guys, this is Chuck Mama's Kufra.
It's gonna be very interesting to watch out for. Yeah, as you mentioned, the Cho going to be a very strong initiating force for the side of Omega. Obviously, the Shunpo also allows him to be able to play against some of the disables coming out of EVOS SG. And as for the jungler, quite unusual, actually going for the Lancelot here. We have seen this here and there, but definitely not a common pickup. It's gonna come down to mechanics to dodge out these big ultimates coming out of EVOS SG.
Yeah, but it's actually a Kagura pick now to seal this draft for EVOS SG to round that up. Eterna, you look really excited about this one.
Do you remember the last time we saw Sayla on the Kagura and instantly we saw so many respect band towards it? He's so good at his positioning. He can find those momentums, find a way to group them up into one and just go in for that yin-yang overturn that eventually is able to burst and deal so much damage to take maybe 2 or 3 members from the side of the opponent.
I think undoubtedly this is going to be a very exciting game number 2, as now we're going to be looking once again at the hero lineups from both teams. Currently, EVOS SG 1 game down here in the lower brackets, best of 5. Will they be able to even things up? We will find out as we now return to the Land of Dawn.
If you know EVOS SG, you know they're not gonna give up, but at the same time, Omega gonna put on a fight for us. So here it is, the Land of Dawn, game number 2 between Omega and EVOS SG. Omega on the blue side and EVOS on the red.
Before we begin, I want to ask you a question, right? When we take a look at both compositions, who has the better early game? Because they both have assassins. We do have Sayla on the Kagura as well as that Eve from the side of Omega, but now it's a little bit different, right? Because both Cho as well as Lolita are going to rely on that level 4.
I think personally, Omega is going to have the slightly better early game, simply because Iriatel comes online faster than Beatrix, and they have more damage overall in their team composition with the Lancelot as well as the durability of the Masha. But it is not by much though. EVOS SG can definitely take control of the map with this Grok and Lolita combo.
Trying to invade here onto Ryzen's jungle. Doesn't seem like they got it. Sayla in the mid lane though, stunning out Chaknu, putting up some damage. And we talked about this Ryzen pick on the Lancelot. How do you think about it? I mean, whoa, in the meantime though, Adamir, just one flicker away, almost fell down there as first blood.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting question here with the Lancelot, whether or not it's going to be effective, because yes, after all, nowadays Assassin's not quite as effective as before, with certain exceptions like the Ling due to how well he can scale into the late game, but Lancelot doesn't quite have that same advantage, which means that Ryzen definitely needs to make something happen early on, or the hero falls off quite quickly.
I mean, the same can be said for the Benedetta, no? But of course, we'll see how it goes back down to the execution, because now we can see that the turtle has and already is starting to show in the Land of Dawn, and it seems like both teams want to be contesting for this.
Yeah, putting out some damage here onto Omega just to, you know, put them back a little bit. Ryzen is at half health, so not in a great spot to contest this turtle here, but he does have those iframes. Renzio causing some trouble here in the backline, taking the damage. Nick, though, is in some trouble, has to flicker out, but the real manipulation gets cancelled back in there by JPL, and they manage to secure this objective for themselves. They go on and get one kill onto E2 Max. The wild card comes in, so does the Way of Dragon though, and they manage to get gear in that process. Sayla extremely low. Changnu looking for the kill. The flicker will get him that one.
Wow, what just happened? What just happened in that particular team fight? It just seemed like trades going after trades. People, they understood their winning conditions, and Chaknu just goes into the backline understanding the damage output that Sayla can have, and he got eventually traded out.
Yeah, just a good identification by EVOS SG early on to be able to take out Omega in that fight, but they definitely overextended a little bit too far, and it ended up costing them a little bit more than they would like to. Looking at the items here, obviously still quite early in the game, but Adamir going to be going for that same build, skipping the boots upgrade for that BOD. It does look like Nick is going to be going for the same item as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now, how you said that they had the better early game advantage, and looks like they're pressing it around. Real world manipulation coming out, put out to Sayla. JPL knocked up as well, taking the damage. Way of the Dragon will be able to take completely good care of him to put him down.
Man, a really good engage there from the side of Omega, being able to get more pickoffs on the board. And this is so different to game number 1, right? We saw them kind of go head to head, but this is Omega leading once again, but now this time in terms of kills. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to trade it for objectives, so we'll see what happens as it is still under 5 minutes.
Yeah, even though they don't really get a lot of objectives from this though, Omega are definitely very happy with this, because again, their main win condition is going to be on Kelra. As long as they continue to give space to this Irritail, it will scale up to the point where it becomes an absolute monster in the late game. Watch out though, Chaknu.
Yeah, right now they are aggressing in the jungle as well. E2 Max is the first to go. EVOS SG getting those pickoffs as they need. And right now they have the advantage to take this turtle. It is finally, well, one objective again, adding to their name. Changnu hanging out in the vicinity here. Ryzen using that iframe to escape the damage, but it's not enough to be able to contest this one.
One thing that I noticed about the emblem is that E2 Max has opted to go for that magic shock, whereas Sayla doesn't go for that, right? He goes in for additional damage, and that kind of means that E2 Max will have a better time at scaling faster as compared to Sayla, who is now focusing way more onto damage.
Yeah, I think we could see the focus on damage from Sayla though, especially considering that he did go execute on the Kagura as well. We've seen before that Sayla is able to bring back these games on the brink due to these big burst catches. But speaking of catching, Gear now going to be the target of the real world manipulation. Really nice juking to get out of that.
This is why Gear plays the Benedetta. He is so slippery, and it's so difficult to catch him out. But yeah, when you were speaking about Sayla, he basically plays Kagura like an assassin. He just builds the damage, goes in the backline, bursts you down when he comes out of the bushes.
Yeah, so it only needs one great engage either from Nick or even JPL to be able to make that happen. Omega really needs to be aware of this, and that makes sense as considering E2 Max has actually opted for that Purify spell.
He's definitely aware of the fact that there's a lot of options for EVOS SG to be able to jump onto him when he pops that real-world manipulation. That's why the Purify is very good for countering things like the Wild Charge. But I do think that in that late game, Sayla will be primarily prioritizing on this Eve instead of Kelra, because it is very difficult to catch the Irritail in the Yin-Yang overturn. And if they use the Kagura to burst down the marksman, they can save Grok for other players on the side of Omega.
And we've seen that sprint on Kelra as well was extremely devastating to the side of EVOS, especially when he scaled into the later parts of the game. It was so difficult to catch him out. Hopefully that Wild Charge will be able to help pull off that in this game, but now the teams, they are setting up for this next objective just coming up, but you can see both Ryzen and Gear wanting to take it.
Oh no, it seems like Chakno is going to look for engage. He actually goes back, but what is going to happen here as Ryzen gets caught?
Ryzen manages to secure the turtle here, and EVOS SG, the Numenon Blast connects, Gear goes in, but they counter-engage here. Kelra with the damage again, dodging and putting out those bullets together with E2. Max's railway manipulation, they take out 2 members of EVOS SG. Adamir trying to get a return kill here with the Debirus, but Kelra puts him down.
1-for-3 exchange there in that particular event, and it is going to be Omega winning that out. And once again, Kelra has successfully scaled into that mid game. I mean, 3-0-2 here on that Irithel as compared to Adamir, who was still sitting to a 0-1-0. I think coming into this matchup, there was so much emphasis on that gold lane between Omega as well as EVO Singapore. We see time and time again that it is going to be either Kelra or even Adamir being that main core focus for both teams. But once again, like in game number 2, a little deja vu moment that Kelra seems to be on top, and it seems like Adamir is going to be falling behind.
Yeah, very difficult for him here as Chaknu looking for Nick's gonna have a little bit of difficulty there while Renzi is actually dealing with the bottom side. Numenon Blast has to be used to save Adamir, but will it be enough to protect him from Ryzen, who comes in with the Phantom Execution for a solid kill?
Great rotation there by Ryzen, and JPL unfortunately just burning that ultimate in time. What was used wasn't able to protect Adamir anymore, and in the meantime, Way of the Dragon comes out onto Nick here, uses the Wild Charge defensively to disengage from that fight.
Man, we were just talking about Adamir, and another pickoff happened right after. I mean, 0-2-0 right now. He is not having a good time. And even if we took a little peek into the items, it did seem like Kelra already had 2 items above Adamir, who only had 1. Now Omega sitting at a 4,000 gold lead in the 8th minute. They are going to be circling around this next neutral objective in that first Lord.
I think based on the skirmishes we've seen, we have to talk a little bit about playstyle compatibility between these two teams, because EVOS SG is a team that really likes to play this death ball style. They feel safest engaging when they are nearby each other, whereas Omega has a very good time controlling the map by splitting up fights and finding pickoffs, which is very disruptive to the style of fighting that EVOS SG wants to target. Which is why so far, Omega is able to control the flow of these battles a lot better.
Yeah, Omega tried to go for the concealed play there, but they found Nick and decided to call it off. But EVOS SG, I think they recognize what you're saying, Staffa. They're trying to group up and get those huge team fights, because that's what their draft is also geared for. The huge Numenon Blast, the Wild Charge, that's what we were expecting. Instead, we're seeing the reverse. Changnu with one Way of the Dragon, comboed with that real-world manipulation to be able to pull off that team fight. EVOS SG looking to handshake this conceal play again, going on to Changnu, but likewise, they could not find the opportunity.
Yeah, both teams are still dancing practically at this stage, looking for engages. Both teams can't find the opportunity. But like we mentioned before, it is going to be Renzio here being able to get a lot of pressure in that top side, maybe even taking that turret for himself. Gear is trying to kind of duplicate that problem, but the issue is Gear can't do that all day long, right? If they want to be contesting for those objectives, that's going to be Omega in the upper hand, because Masha doesn't have the Retribution spell.
Yeah, especially when you consider as well that Gear is needed for EVOS SG's team fight and Renzio is not. So Omega are very comfortable just leaving him on the other side of the lane. But the fight already results in Sayla getting taken out. Way of the Dragon gonna find JPL as the Wild Charge connects onto Kelra. Adamir jumping forward with the shotgun, gonna be able to finally find this Irritel. But here comes the real world manipulation, already cancelled by JPL, but it is too late to save Nick from the clutches of Chaknu, as Renzio even wins his 1v1. They also pick off the double kill. Omega in full control.
Clean game.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. I mean, just so they found picks one by one, and I think at some point it just felt like EVOS was giving up. I mean, they just tried to distract them, and now Omega has the Lord in their hands. They're gonna be able to start pushing up on these lanes.
I mean, a 3-for-1 trade. 3 members for the side of Kelra. You know, if we don't talk about the specifics, maybe it was worth worth it, but it's not. But it is worth it. I mean, Kelra, he was sitting at a 3-0-4. What was his KD in the first game? I don't even remember. But he's always been able to be such a very reliable gold laner, dishing out the damage when his team needs it the most. And now we're going to take a look at the instant replay here by TikTok. When that team fight went down, the real world manipulation opened up. It did so much damage. It was able to get cancelled, but unfortunately, it was just too late. And now we can see that the Lord is going to be marching in that top side, and this might be, once again, the final stand coming in from EVOS Singapore.
It's gonna be quite difficult for them. Alto Gear has the highest damage. The rest of Omega are definitely in a much better position. They're now looking for the conceal play. Wild Charge gonna miss entirely, and here comes the real world manipulation.
Oh, the knockout onto Nick and JPL, and now they are in some serious trouble here. They managed to secure 2 kills already. Omega pressing their lead here. EVOS SG busy defending from the Lord here, and now they have the opportunity to counter engage. Tries to go onto Kelra, but Sayla gets put down instead, and Gear follows as well. They are dropping one by one, and Adamir is next. Ryzen tries to get the kill onto it, but it's going to be Renzio coming with the killing blow. Unfortunately, a complete wipeout on EVOS SG.
A wiped out here for the side of EVOS SG. Omega, they are going very heavily onto that bottom turret. It does seem like Nick is going to be spawning as well as JPL, but Omega, they don't want to close it. They want to play the discipline game. They are going to be retreating and looking and maybe buying time for that next Lord to spawn.
Part of me does wonder whether or not this is a little bit too safe from Omega, considering that, yes, while EVOS SG is respawning, it is only going to be JPL and Nick for quite a while. I feel like they could have pushed a little bit further, but I think they were just lacking the minion waves to do so. So very good discipline from the Filipino team right now. They want to make sure they could secure this game to victory and not give EVOS any chance to retaliate.
It really looks like they're suffocating out of this. I mean, they're being suffocated out of this. At this point, Omega is just pushing their lead again and again. 45k up against 36. That's a good 10k gold ahead of them.
That's comfortable lead, right, Scrubby? Comfortable lead. And as you can see there, Ryzen already securing that BOD for just a little bit of additional damage. Understanding that they are leading, it isn't too expensive of an item. But once again, both teams are going to start setting up for this next Lord. The question is, how will EVOS Singapore maneuver around the situation? How are they going to set up? Because every time they go for an engage, it just is able to get spun around to the hands of Omega with that real-world manipulation that always works like a charm.
Typically, when you find yourself behind at a 9k deficit, it becomes almost impossible to make the comeback unless your opponent makes a massive mistake. And I don't think Omega is going to be putting themselves in that sort of position right now. Already on the Lord, going down to half HP, EVOS are in position, but Chaknu and Renzi were just zoning them out in the backline.
Yeah, they can't contest this. Gear is not here, but Nick has kicked down way back in by the way of the dragon, and they go in deep for Sayla as well. Manages to get and finish him off. Adamir in some trouble. Can he get out? Numenor Blast is building to it. Manages to stun out Renzio, and they do get the counter kill onto him instead. Kelra comes in with the bullets, doesn't manage to save that kill. Gear coming from the back now, trying to make the best of the situation. And I think EVOS SG, they got a return kill here, consolation prize, but JPL is in some trouble. They trade out for Kelra, so EVOS SG is still trying to defend his Gear, buying as much time as he can in the backline. Ryzen chases him down. iframe's not going to be able to save him.
Can we take this moment to appreciate Adamir, the way that he was able to just outmaneuver everything that was thrown at him? The last snipe that came in onto Kelra that eventually sealed the deal. He was so behind from that early game up until this moment, but he is still able to stay relevant in the game. A 4-3-0 KDA does not reflect the amount of impact he has, as he was able to buy so much time for the side of EVOS Singapore.
Oh, the wild charge and the flicker by Nick. They are fighting right now, but Gear is the one to go down first. Adamir, Ryzen claims his life, and they are going to move on to the core and clean up this match 2-0.
Match point for the Singaporean representatives. This is the last chance that they have to be able to come back, understanding that Omega has already swept a 2-0 in this matchup.
A very handy victory, might I add. Full control over the flow of battle, full control over the land of Dawn. This is exactly the style of gameplay that Smart Omega wants to play around, and they are the ones making it so that EVOS SG has to adapt to their style or go home.
Smart Omega really looks like a different team today. I mean, we talked about how their team fights were scrappy, you know, and it was really, really messy, but right now they look so disciplined, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for EVOS to engage, and they counter-engage and get the better of these fights.
Pressure. It's the pressure, man. It's the pressure. We talk about Smart Omega time and time again, how they need to find that switch. But now we're going to take a look at the analysts. Take it away.
Thanks, Caster's Desk. Once again, the post-analysis with me, Gideon Kuhn, as well as Leo, to break it down to you for game number 2. And the Filipinos continue to rejoice.
Yep, it's cleaner and cleaner as it gets. Looking at game number 1, comparing it to how they performed here in this game, it looks like Omega may have put EVOS into a corner even before match point.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few games that people are going to clip a lot to show how to punish a team. These are some of the hardest punishes we've seen throughout the tournament. Simple moves and simple engagements have been turned around, and salvage situations turned into advantageous moments for Omega.
Looking at how EVOS SG drafted, it seemed like they were put in a mental state wherein they needed to draft half the meta, half comfort. Nothing wrong with that, but when you're looking at Omega, who again is so good at punishing, not just in game, but even in the draft, Coach Macbeth put on his coat today, and he felt like he wanted to stay in MSC 2022. Looking at the draft, first pick Masha, last pick Cho. These are two signature pickups from the Kings of C, and at that moment, after the Kagura pick, which you were wondering, what's Sayla thinking here? It was just evident in the gameplay that, yeah, it seemed like EVOS SG wanted to do something, but I think it was mentioned on the caster's desk, it was too much of a good thing that they wanted to do, and it needed to happen immediately and all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at just the compositions alone, Sayla could have easily gone for a Xavier or even a Lilia, both of which could have been hit really hard by Renzio's pick of the Masha. I think Omega had a really good idea and understand the limitations that EVOS SG were struggling in that matchup when EVOS was up against RRQ. Adamir picking up this Beatrix time and time again. The moment he's disarmed, Renzio has a clear way and opens up a huge path for the rest of the team to start engaging, especially for Ryzen.
And the space that Renzio bought for Omega was just all the more made evident by how well Chaknu played. 2-0 and 14. I think the one thing that the Mamba presented here and provided for his team, looking at his KDA and looking at the gameplay, was just clear vision. EVOS SG, specifically JPL, was walking in the bushes that he would not have known if there was someone there from Omega, 2 or 3 maybe different members. And I think they misplaced that. I think in gameplay, it was misplaced, the duty of vision, because looking at the game, it was more of Gear, who was just hiding in these bushes, making sure, and I think Kelra knew what was up. There was a moment in the early game wherein Kelra did not force a kill onto Adamir because he felt that Gear was somewhere nearby.
I mean, that's the beauty of Benedetta. Fast rotations, has an eye for an eye, which can get her out of some tight spots, and I think there's just a lot of importance that JPL must cover the entirety and the more squishier members of the team, like Adamir, and they wanted to make sure, hey, if we give Sayla something like Lilia, he has an easy way to escape, but his HP is too low against someone like Irithel. If we give him Xavier, then JPL must extend his coverage, and there's only so much a single Lolita could do.
And looking at the damage dealt, I'm surprised that Ryzen, again, there is this stat called gold per minute per damage dealt. You got to divide those two things. There's another stat for that. And he farmed the hell out of the map on the Lancelot. MPL Philippines Season 8, I'm looking back that far, where Omega finished 3rd place. In the debut season of this rookie Ryzen then, now he went back to an old love here, an old flame. It's that Lancelot. he did so well. But I'm wondering now, who could be MVP? Because Omega played so well.
It's true. Let's have a look of the MVP of this match. Coming in from Omega itself in game number 2, it is, of course, Chaknu, the one who salvages situations like no other and opens up a lot of pathways, making sure that Renzio's plays are going to be impactful.
Yep, far from salvaging. I think that's the last thing that he wants to do. And the last thing he did in this game, very few times Omega found themselves in a bad spot. He was actually setting up nice Way of the Dragons. He wouldn't mind kicking the Grok up. Usually, if you find the Grok and you hit him with the Way of the Dragon, you're like, could have been better. But now here against Nick, he would take it like 5 out of 7 times. I will take it, man.
It's tough. It's tough. The way Chaknu was playing, he presses these advantages in very interesting ways, and his mechanics alone has gotten him quite a lead for a support. When you compare his items in comparison to someone like JPL, yes, JPL's got the base stats, but Cho just had the items to back him up to survive some tighter situations.
Yep,
It's some
again,
great play.
2-0 and 14. The way that Chaknu played this game, he was so comfortable, he was so in the zone, he was in his skin, and no one can tell him otherwise. He was playing maybe, you know, the worth of 2 or 3 heroes.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And I think Omega are in prime position here now that they are game point. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of confidence that needs to be given to EVOS SG if they are looking to bounce back with that. With that being said, if in case you just watched, let's have a look at the highlights here to see it happen all over again.
Here we see early game, about 2 minutes. It was a great trade. Again, potential for what EVOS SG could be bringing to the table. But the scramble, it was under Omega's turret. So yeah, again, early game, the punish is coming through. And look at Chaknu, man. Look at Chaknu. You can feel, look, he's so cold. Look at him. He knows he could get him.
Yep, he's not even sweating in these situations, but just notice the linear play coming in from EVOS SG and the way that Omega is taking full advantage. They know for a fact they are going to be playing for Kelra's lane, and they are ready to pounce.
Yep, and later on, you'll see that even in these cross-map plays, it started with just about 2 versus 3s, skirmishes across the map, but now they're playing the whole map because, again, Renzio's Masha is all the way across. EVOS just has to make a decision. Is it worth it to go over there, send someone? Because we're going to lose this death ball potential, and that's what they were trying to go for.
Yep, I mean, just the combination of the Eve as well as the Irithel poses a lot of problems, right? Who do you really prioritize? Must you stop the real-world manipulation and give yourself up for a big flank from Irithel, or do you try and take out the Irithel, but still get caught in the kill zone of the real-world manipulation, especially once you're that late into the game with 3 items already complete, 4th on the way? I think it's just a very difficult situation for EVOS SG.
Yep, you brought up a very important point. The way that Etomax, the captain of Omega here, played that Eve was more than just worth the damage. It was actually zoning. He was actually saying, all right, EVOS SG, take the fight here, you lose. Send it elsewhere, I got my boy Kelra waiting. So it was a do or die. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It's dynamic, and I think that's the most important thing that we're seeing from a lot of teams here at MSC. The more dynamic you are, the more ways that you can actually force out resources from your opponent and maximize your own usually is going to turn up the victors. And even when we come down to the MVPs, compared to local scenes, significantly lower when it comes down to the goal per minute compared to, like, we've seen some crazy numbers, even in the Philippines, like going over to 1,000 and even consistently 875 at the very least.
Which also, I guess, speaks of how well even the losing teams respond. This right here was EVOS SG drafting partly for comfort, and you saw how Gear was actually getting away with most things.
Yeah, with that being said, let's throw it over to Mara for the post-interview.
Thank you, Leo and Gideon. Now I'm here with the audience, and I'm gonna pick the loud ones because earlier, these guys were really loud. Let me hear you again. So they're waving the Filipino flag right now. Hi! Hello! How old are you? How old? 4. How old? 4 years old! Oh my gosh! Mommy! Mommy! Can I sit beside you, Mommy? Can I sit beside both of you? What's her name? What's your name? What's the name? Jaden! Mommy! So you brought your daughter with you, Jaden? Oh, son! Son! You brought your son with you, Jaden? Just really beautiful long hair. So you're that big of a fan of Mobile Legends that you brought your son here with you?
Actually, my sister is the biggest fan of Mobile Legends. Since she came here, she's a tourist, so I brought her here.
Tourists from where?
Philippines.
Oh, you came from Philippines also. Wait, it just so happened coincidence that did you come here just for the tournament or you were already here?
Coincidence.
So how long have you been in Malaysia?
About 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. Cuento, tell us a story. How do you love Malaysia right now? What have you been doing here?
Actually, it's my second time in Malaysia, so I'm really excited. So, taas ano po, may MSC pa coincidence. Syempre, I'm delighted po.
You're delighted. Come sit beside me. Okay, so what have you visited here in Malaysia? So for the ones that don't know, what are the most beautiful places here?
KLCC so far.
I haven't been there. It's nice.
Yes po.
What's your favorite Malaysian food?
Nasi lemak.
I don't. That sounds pretty good. Do you hear the crowd? They love it. They love it. Okay, let's talk about the players of Smart Omega. Let's take a look. What do you have in here? Go baby Ryzen. Crush mo. That's your crush.
Crush ko po pero mas bata yun sa akin. Crush ko sa pagkokor.
Okay, she said, Ryzen is my crush, but he's much younger than me, so he's my crush doing the core role. What role do you play when you play Mobile Legends?
Multi-role po.
Multi-role, wow. Wow. Ryzen, I feel like Ryzen's still single, so yeah. Ryzen! Ayun, Ryzen! Multi-core daw siya, can play multi-role. Came here to see you, Ryzen. Say this to him.
Go baby Ryzen!
Wow. You're blushing. I can see you're blushing under the mask. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna sit beside you right here. So what are you guys doing in Malaysia?
OFW.
OFW, Overseas Filipino Workers. Wait a minute. What's the date today? Thursday? Aren't you guys supposed to be at work?
We take leave.
Oh, wow, absent. Okay, we're gonna hope that your boss is not watching this right now. Who's your favorite player?
Kufra.
Kufra? Okay, favorite player.
Chaknu, I love you.
Chaknu, he loves you. Okay, how about you? Favorite player?
Kelra.
Oh, I saw something here. Let's see.
Si Filipino Savage, syempre. Kelra. Young Ace yan, Young Ace.
Filipino Savage. Lots of fans right here. All right, I'm gonna get you guys to do a cheer, okay? Just to pump up Smart Omega some more. When I say one shot, what are you gonna say?
Omega.
Okay, Omega. Okay, we're gonna do this. One shot. Omega. One more time. One shot.
Omega.
Let's go over here. Let's take a look. Okay, you know what? You guys are both waving different flags. Are you Malaysian?
Yes.
Oh, Malaysian?
Yes.
EVOS SG, Smart Omega. You guys are friends.
Yes.
Okay, well, what's gonna happen here? You guys are voting for different teams.
What?
You're voting for different teams. So, are you guys fighting?
Yes.
Yes. La? Okay, Jer. Yeah. Okay, have fun, guys. Have fun. Oh, okay. Now I think the casters are ready. So let's go back to the game and let's head on over to the casters.
Thank you, Mara. That was awesome. The Omega fans in the house, man, and they are looking great and really happy that their team has been winning 2 of the games so far.
100%. You can feel the passion, you can feel the support as well. It's just a shame that you're not there, like cheering for EVOS as well. Because I know you would be like
I'll
screaming
take the
right
front
now.
seat, like front seat.
Who would you be screaming?
Who would I be screaming?
Who would just, everyone was screaming, Chaknu, Kelra, I love you, Chaknu, I love you. What about you, Scrubby?
I think I would go with Sayla. You know, he makes the plays all the time.
Okay, Sayla, I love you.
That's what you would say?
Dash Scrubby.
I'm like, damn.
But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, there was that one moment in that top side where he was able to take that yin-yang overturn onto 3 core members from the side of Omega. Now that was a huge play. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up to back that up. So I'm not sure what's going on. Is the synergy off? Is the spirit off? Or is the chemistry off? Because we need all of those three things to be in prime condition. Because once again, guys, to remind you, we are at match point.
Yes, of course. For those of you who may just be joining us now online, this is going to be the third game of our first match of the day. Currently, Smart Omega from the Philippines are 2 games up on EVOS SG. This is, of course, a lower bracket best of 5. So, if Smart Omega were to emerge victorious in the next game, we will be sending home yet another Singaporean representative.
You can see the look on the players' faces now. They know that a lot is on the line. And honestly speaking, I think EVOS is a little bit shaken. I mean, the way that they're playing and how they look right now, it must be pretty demoralizing. But of course, this is the third game. It is match point. They need to be on their A game here. And we're going into the draft here. It is going to still be Franco as well as Julian banned out on the side of Omega. EVOS is the one who needs to respond here. What's these two bans going to look like?
It could be the same thing. I mean, they could still go for that 1-1 Akai or maybe the 1-1 Ling. But even if they let that Ling go in that first game, they didn't pick it up in the second game. Or it could be like a hidden strat coming in from Omega, right? They want to leave these things later into the game when it matters the most. So we'll see what happens. It does seem like it is going to be the Akai ban here coming through for the side of the Singaporean representatives. Valentina is going to be the response. Now, this is the thing. Who is going to be that last ban?
This is going to be a very important ban for EVOS SG overall, because so far from the draft we can see that Smart Omega, they're completely cool and collected. They know that their hero pool is very deep and it doesn't really matter what EVOS is going to be banning up against them. I feel like at this point, what EVOS needs to do is that rather than going too hard on respecting specific players' heroes, is to ban out heroes that would affect their playstyle. Because now that it is do or die for them, I think it is just time to go all in, go for the most comfortable strategy that they can play, and ban heroes based on that instead of who they're playing against.
The thing is, I think that's what they did in the previous game as well. They went on comfort picks, you know, like the Grok, the Beatrix, the Benedetta, Kagura. All of these were comfort picks. And right now, by taking out the Eve, they have let the 1-1 through.
Is this a mistake? Is this a mistake? They have opted to ban the Eve. Sure, they are going to leave different picks for their side to pick up as well, but is 1-1 too much to let go? I mean, what is 1-1's win rate right now? It must be super high. It has a 100% pick and ban rate. And for the most part, the ones who are able to pick up this hero usually comes out on top with the way that she's able to create that momentum and scale.
Yeah, Gideon from the analyst panel has a very strong feeling about this hero overall. He states in his own words, 1-1 is a free win. So I guess we'll find out whether or not EVOS SG giving this over is indeed going to be the case, as they now are going to be the ones to lock in the Masha for themselves, going to be disabling this hero from the side of Omega and giving Sayla that signature Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, Sayla, we talked about it, not Sayla, Xavier. We talked about Xavier underperforming so far in the MSC, right? And a lot of, well, it's been very targeted. You pick up the Xavier, you potentially get a Natalia as well that goes up against this to shut him down. And I think that's one factor that leads to Xavier not having been very successful so far. Is this a bit early?
Yeah, the thing is, it's easy to counter, right? So now Omega, like you mentioned, has the option to pick that up. But it actually is going to be the Ling here coming through for the side of Omega onto Ryzen himself, as well as that Esmeralda. So already a very strong side lane in that Esme, but EVOS understand the potential of the Natalia pick. They don't want to ban it out here in the second phase, but they do opt to take it for themselves.
I really like this lineup from EVOS SG so far. If we are observant enough from the past 2 games, we can tell that Smart Omega, they have a style of play where they'll basically make the decision that if they don't think they're ready for a fight, they just won't take it at all. So in this case, EVOS SG, they're picking up heroes that avoid fights altogether while being able to just segregate members of Smart Omega with this Natalia to at least regain a little bit of that momentum and control over the battlefield.
Right now, Omega is taking out the Deroth as well, and EVOS SG banning out the Angela, so they don't want definitely, like you said, that composition to get even stronger with that Angela lane combo. What other options are they potentially looking at here?
I don't know. This is tough. I mean, so the gold lane has been secured, the EXP lane as well, and for sure that jungle position. So now what is lacking is definitely that roamer. They could start banning, or the mid lane that has also yet to be picked up. And so it is going to be the Lilia pick coming through for the side of EVOS. Now, as a response, they have opted to ban out the Karina. So, what can Gear use in that jungle position? Now, this is going to be very important. Who has the same amount of mobility to be able to counter someone like the Ling?
Maybe something like the Paquito might not be a bad choice here if they really wanted to. The Benedetta is still open, but it didn't really work out too well for them in the previous game. Instead, they're gonna start things off by locking in the Beatrix, and this does make a lot of sense considering that they've already seen the gold laner on the opposite side. It's not often you see Beatrix get this far in the draft. Better to go with that first, then reveal your jungle and allow Omega to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're shaping up to look like pretty similar strategies. They have very strong potential to dive the backline as well, but Omega's gonna go ahead and pick up that Rafaela for even more sustain on their end.
In addition to that, the Rafaela is known to be a quote-unquote counter of the Natalia because she will be able to gain that visibility on the map with her first skill and, you know, therefore be able to sniff out where potentially the Natalia is roaming. But what I don't like about this is that it doesn't synergize well with the Ling. So they're going for, like, the Rafael is good for, like, team fight, mobility, of course, some sustainability from the Holy Healing, but I don't know how it pans out, especially now we see that the Sicilian is going to be the last pick to secure that team fight, that composition coming in from Omega.
Well, now that we have seen both team compositions, we can see that Smart Omega is going for a very late game scaling lineup. They know that with the Xavier and Beatrix from EVOS SG, they can actually take their time and scale up because that is exactly what their opponents want to do as well. Now that we're preparing to enter the land of dawn, burn this sight into your eyes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we could very well be looking at the swan song of EVOS SG. Will they be able to prevent themselves being knocked out of the competition? Only time shall tell.
All stakes on the line here as we go into maybe the final match, EVOS' match to prove here, up against the defending champions, Smart Omega. Smart Omega once again on the blue side and EVOS taking the red.
That's a huge question that I want to ask as well. Like, why have they opted for that same position in the drafting as well?
It's a good question, and one that honestly we can't really provide a good answer to, because ordinarily you would think that, alright, they've lost on this side multiple times. EVOS SG especially should want to swap positions, but I do think that they're more comfortable here because they want to be in a position where they can counter Omega's draft instead of having to reveal heroes too early themselves.
Looking at these compositions so far, do you have any preferences? I mean, EVOS SG, they kind of have that Natalia, but my worry is that it doesn't scale as well into the lane. And I think JPL has probably picked up the Natalia, but not too much success so far.
I mean, that's going to be the question here as JPL goes in for a pickoff, but maybe that's exactly what they want to do, right? Maybe EVO Singapore, they want to play for that early game. They want to try and snowball, allow and give space for Adamir to potentially scale, because every time we see EVO Singapore in the back foot, we always see that Adamir is falling so far behind because of the pressure that Omega is creating. Now, with the presence of the Natalia, it sure is going to try and buy that time, but we'll see what happens here as it is 1 minute in, still nothing too fancy just yet on the board.
There's basically going to be a timer on the side of EVOS SG here. Yes, they have really strong late game with the Beatrix and the Xavier, but because they also have the Lancelot and the Natalia, they now have to be the ones to dictate the momentum. They need to enter the mid game at an advantage, or Omega with a complete scaling composition will just completely blow them out of the water.
Here though, with a Phantom Execution chasing down Max and manages to get his first blood, but they react, they try to respond though, and Sailor with that Dawning Light manages to help to disengage the fight. EVOS SG have the priority to start contesting objectives.
A really good trade here for the side of EVO Singapore. One, you're preventing E2 Max from scaling too fast in that early game, and two, you're creating space for your own team to be able to get this objective. But the way that we're seeing it on the map, it does seem like Omega is the one to set up first.
Yeah, right now, EVOS, they're nearby. Looks like it is Omega that's going to be the one securing that. Ryzen gonna be able to take it away from them, and that is just not really ideal for EVOS because, again, with this kind of lineup they have, they want to be the ones to secure that early game advantage. And as long as Omega enters the mid game even equal, then they will be at the advantageous position.
And it's tough, right? I mean, EVOS actually, they need to really step up and accelerate the process of engaging some of these fights. Yes, they got the first blood, but as we saw in the previous game, they have to convert these into objectives as well. Otherwise, they would not be able to get any sort of a meaningful lead.
Yeah, similar thing that we see from EVO Singapore. Sure, they have a little bit of aggression, and they are going to look for pickoffs, and that's quite different to what we saw in game number 1 and game number 2. We didn't see too much of initiation from EVOs, probably because of the draft that they brought in the game. So Omega now is a step behind in the sense they do have a scaling hero, E2 Max, who won't deal as much damage than EVO Singapore in that early stage. So they need to be able to babysit E2 Max, and EVO Singapore knows this.
Yep, they're trying to counter-engage onto JPL, though the Holy Baptism stuns him out, and it will be Kelra that gets the kill onto him. You do not want that 1-1 to scale up.
Yeah, we already mentioned beforehand that Raph, a good counter to the Natalia, and Omega just piling on the pressure here. Ryzen picking up the 1v1 fight against Gear in his own jungle. This is already turning out to be not so swell for EVOS SG. Yes, they're only 700 gold behind, but you can already tell the kind of impact that Omega is making across the map.
And like we said, right, the timing kind of, it's not equal. They're not on equal foot here. If they're equal, that means that EVOS is behind because it's a ticking timer at this point. The turtle is spawning at just under 5 seconds now. So EVOS SG, they should look to contest this, but once again, Omega is getting more of the map control.
We'll see what happens here. It does seem like both teams are going to be circling in towards that area. And early enough, already a Clock of Destiny has been secured for the side of E2 Max. They are creating such huge space. Will Gear actually try and contest this one?
Right now the turtle's being contested. Gear right on top of it. Dawning Light going to miss. Chakanu somehow the one securing the turtle for Omega. And the Sanguine Claw is gonna pull the Lancelot back into the clutches of the rest of the team. As now Nick going to try and run interference. Will disengage for the rest of EVOS.
Yeah, EVOS tried to, I guess, pull a play there. Chaknu pulling off that save onto the turtle. JPL in the mid lane, some trouble here. Gets hit so much by the bat's impact. Manages to get away for now.
EVO Singapore now, they are in the back foot. Omega has a 2,000 gold lead, and you can see that reflect onto the items already. You can see that Omega is already on its way to perhaps the second item, and EVO Singapore, I kind of stuck behind on that first.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely a bit rough for them right now, but we do have to note that Sayla on the Xavier has been a saving grace for EVOS SG many times in the past, and he was actually able to pick up that Clock of Destiny at the exact same time E2 Max did, so he specifically is not that far behind in gold, and as long as EVOS SG doesn't allow themselves to fall too far behind, they do still have a chance of extending this game long enough for them to come online.
That's what they're looking for here, coming on to Renzio, Sayla, as well as JPL, but he is so tanky, and together with those shields, they just don't have a number against him.
The issue is the composition that EVO Singapore brought to the table is really pick-off, right? You have the pressure from Natalia, and you can go in one by one with the either DPS or even burst damage coming in from perhaps the Xavier, even Adamir. But now, they don't have any sources of CC, so when it goes into that mid-game and it goes to the late game, EVO Singapore, they're going to fall far behind because they don't have the potential when it comes down to a 5v5 team fight. Whereas from the side of Omega, you have Chaknu with that Holy Baptism, as well as that Falling Star Moon coming in from Renzio. There's just so many things to play with. There's not one clear-cut winning condition, whereas EVO Singapore, it's just only one, and it doesn't seem to be working right now.
For that reason, you can definitely see the pressure on EVOS right now, but hold on a second. Chaknu has to use the flicker to get away, but he is in dangerous territory, right into the hands of Nick. He still stops him with the Holy Baptism. He dies, but that is a fair amount of time wasted.
Yeah, huge amount of time wasted. He created so much space for Omega to take the objective, and EVOS SG, they don't even get a single thing out of that. I mean, Chaknu, yes, one death, but how much does that really mean in the long run?
So disciplined coming in from Omega right now. They're just going in for those turrets. They managed to get one in that bottom side, and they're looking for more. But meanwhile here, I feel like JPL is scouting for something, perhaps.
But is it going to be enough? I feel like JPL is already way too behind in farm. And Natalia definitely needs items to actually take fights. And speaking of fighting, Gear gonna be picked off yet again. Omega just making use of their map presence and mobility. Right now, Ryzen is completely outmaneuvering JPL.
And Omega, look at Renzio just taking out the farm all by himself, trying to strip that off from Gear as well, taking advantage while he has a death timer put on him. So Omega, they have the late game scaling, they are getting the gold that they need. This is looking extremely dangerous for EVOS.
Dangerous and bleak, to be honest. I mean, on Gear 131, already 8 minutes in. What's going on with EVOS right now? They're not playing like a unit. They're not looking for initiatives on the board. And it's supposed to be Omega on the back foot because they have that Sicilian in the early game. But if we're looking, nothing of that is reflecting at all on the game. They are now with a 6,000 gold lead, pushing another turret in that top side, in that bottom side, and maybe even taking another one.
I think a lot of this has to come down now to mental fatigue. EVOS SG has been on the back foot the entire series, and now that they've drafted themselves a composition where they know they have to be ahead in order to come out on top, and that is not succeeding, you can definitely tell that they're having difficulty, but they're engaging onto Renzio.
Yeah, trying to fight back a little. Just as you said that stuff, I think they were trying to prove it to you that they still have something in them to come back from this game. But yes, fully agree. You know, you mentioned this is a scaling composition, and to top that off, Omega has so much ability to engage and disengage from the team fights. Right now, Renzio getting ganked on by 3 members of EVOS SG though, and JPL securing that kill for himself as well as a bottom turret. So some consolation prizes here for EVOS.
For sure. Compensation on the board, and that's going to be huge, being able to take these one by one. I think that's a plan B, but wait a minute.
Adamir getting caught out here, has to try to make his way out, but it's not going to be possible as Kelra secures the kill. Sailor comes in with the revenge, and now EVOS SG, they're looking for Chaknu. They get Chaknu and Gear as well in the back line, putting out so much EVOS. As we said, consolation prize, they get even more. So I guess this cast is really working out for them.
Yeah, 3 members taken down for the side of Omega, only traded for 1. It is going to be a Lord on the way though, because Omega were actually in that vicinity. But Ryzen here goes in for another pickoff on the board onto the member of EVO Singapore. I don't know. Now is it worth it? Now is it worth it?
I do think it's still very worth it for EVOS SG because up until now, they weren't able to take anything against Omega, so trading evenly is still going to be beneficial. But the Dawning Light instantly breaks down Renzio alongside Wesker. They take the tier 2 tower though. Here comes Chaknu from the side. He's looking for JPL, but the rest of the team not ready to follow up. They're going for the objectives instead.
Yeah, taking here the mid tier 2 turret already. Omega, the moment they pull the trigger, they just go all in for it. With the Lord, they've managed to shake down all these turrets, and EVO's almost down to their inhibitors.
This is tough. This is tough. I guess one of the things that EVO Singapore can do is try and utilize the Natalia in its Plan B form. Plan A, go for pickoffs. Plan A, go for those early games, aggressive type of 1v1 situations, or even just pickoffs across the board. Plan C, D, E, F, split push, split push, split push. But that even is very difficult because Omega has that Ling.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. The Ling is really messing up with EVOS SG's plan. And even though they did give it over, recognizing that they would have the mobility to deal with it, Ryzen is just exercising much better awareness over the map. And Omega is, again, just manipulating this game's tempo to their own style. They're the ones in control of the map. They're the ones to decide when to go for the fight. The only times when EVOS is able to gain an advantage is when they're able to catch Omega off guard, and they need to be able to fabricate those situations.
But even then though, Omega, even if they lose members, they get something else in return. Like they got the lot earlier off of the fight from EVOS SG. So no matter what, it seems like every single time Omega comes out on top. Ryzen, at the top side, trying to look for a pickoff. Doesn't quite find that, but manages to push his way in. And look at Omega, just so disciplined, rotating as an entire unit.
Okay, but that was good, right? That was good. They were able to get an objective on the board in the top side, and that's exactly what we were talking about. Okay, you can't go in for that 5v5 situations. You can't go in for those skirmishes. What else can you do? Focus on objectives. Focus on those split pushes. They were able to utilize the way that Omega was clumping up to look for a good siege, in the way that the Lancelot was actually able to go and rotate towards that top side and find a turret on the board from the side of Omega. And if Omega keeps doing this, this might actually be the saving grace that EVOS Singapore actually needs, as now Omega, though, are going to start opening that Lord.
The question is whether or not they're gonna show that vulnerability again. Omega is very good at adapting to these sort of situations, and now that they know that there is a weakness, a chink in their armor, you can be sure that they're going to try and adapt to it. That Dawning Light, though, definitely getting very close.
Almost getting it, unfortunately. Not being able to secure the kill, Omega, EVOS actually tried to pull the split push down, but Omega had an answer to that as well. And on top of that, they baited the Lord. So Omega has so much control over the map, and EVOS actually just being forced to respond to things time and again.
Ooh, look at that damage of that Dawning Light. Okay, you can say that Omega scales, sure, but that Dawning Light is going to be a problem for Omega. They need a way to be able to find him and take him out, because just chunking them to half health before a Lord, that's going to be a huge factor as well.
Yeah, definitely got to play around Sayla, but here comes the engagement. EVOS, they need to run away from Omega as Ryzen is now jumping in with Tempest Ablaze.
Gear almost falling as well. Will they be able to clean him up? Down bot side though, Nick is in some trouble. They get 2 kills, 3 kills onto them, a return kill onto Kelra as well, but Ryzen racks up a triple for himself through that Adamir. Aggressive plays here with the flicker in, trying to get Chaknu, gets the last hit to close it up, but he gets shut down by E2 Max and Chaknu, and it's going to be a wipeout on the side of EVOS SG.
Clean cut game coming in from the side of Omega. It was Adamir, the last one standing, but unfortunately, he came out a little too aggressive. Now Ryzen and Sayla in a 1v1 situation. Tempest of Blades happens, but the shutdown actually comes to EVOS Singapore.
Oh, it looked like that was going to be the end right there, but I think even Ryzen himself realized that with the Tempest of Blades, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Xavier, so just stood there prepared to meet his end. EVOS SG going to be preserving their chances in the competition for now, but you can already see the amount of damage coming out from Ryzen, getting a triple kill by himself in the back line. That's not ideal.
Yeah, and I mean, was that a mistake? Because now Ryzen isn't here to contest the Lord. EVOS, though, they're still tentative on pulling this trigger here, going to chunk down the damage slowly, and they will be able to secure it for themselves. But now Omega comes in. They want to be able to engage, and the crossbow of 10 procs all onto Gear and manages to put him in a body bag. Sayla is the next target here. 2 of them fall, traded out for 1 E2 Max. EVOS SG, they get the objective, but they pay the price for it. Adamir in some trouble. Renzio chasing him down. The stun comes through and the kill comes through as well.
That's not good. That's not good. 3 members now have fallen from the side of EVOS Singapore. Sure, there is a Lord on the way, and it does seem like JPL is looking for a play. Let's see what he can do.
Ooh, jumping onto the 1-1. They actually managed to pick off Kelra there. So EVOS SG, they're not ready to sit down and roll over just yet, but they're now in a 2v3 situation. Will Omega be able to break straight through? Looks like they're gonna make the wise choice to retreat.
They had the creeps, but you know, this is, as we said, an Omega V2 of sorts. They look super disciplined, going to make the decision to only push when they are 100% confident of doing that. So backing off for now. But EVOS SG, Eterna, you said like maybe 5-10 minutes ago that it was looking really bleak. How is this looking now?
To be honest, it's still looking bleak. Sure, you can find some contests on the board, but the way that Omega is playing, they're not making mistakes. And if they do make mistakes, they just find a way to be able to come back through it. I guess their only saving grace is going to be JPL to look for some pickoffs on the board. But the way that Ryzen is playing like a monster on this thing, it's going to be a very tough time for Adamir to pop off.
What is notable though is that since Omega are already so strong, they're actually confident taking individual fights, and they're definitely spreading themselves thinner than they normally would, which actually creates a lot of space for JPL as well as Adamir to be able to find the squishier targets in the backline, because Ryzen is too busy in their backline instead.
It's like you're being torn by two things, right? You want to engage, but at the same time, you need to be able to make sure that nobody dies, because as we know, Adamir and Sayla are always the winning conditions to EVOS SG. Nick and Renzio brawling it out here in the top side, taking some damage, but you can see both teams just waiting it out for any opportunity to start a team fight before the next objective comes up. Ryzen finds Gear at the bottom side. 3 members of Omega 4 rotate down to take him down. Gear dashes and tries to make his way out, but it's not going to be enough, and he has to bow out of this one. And Omega, they have the numbers advantage now.
1-7-1 is Gear's KDA. He has been taken down 7 times in this 18-minute game. Sure, he does have a way of try and splitting, putting the map, and that's exactly what you want to be trying to do. But unfortunately, that being said, it's the same thing as game number 2. Sorry, when I think about it, right? They want Gear to be able to contest the objectives, but every time it gets popped up, he gets taken down right before it because he's trying to split the map. So maybe next time, don't rely on Gear to be the ones to do that.
Well, the question is whether or not there will be a next time, because now the final evolution of the Lord might go to the hands of Omega. Dawning Light to try and steal it. Here comes JPL, but Omega in a much better position here.
Yeah, definitely, and they've already secured the Lord for themselves, Omega as well as JPL to boot, so they are having the upper hand here. Once the Lord comes out, this could be the final stand that EVOS SG has to make.
1 member down, a Lord on the way for the side of Omega. It does seem like EVO Singapore are looking for something, but is this going to be a mistake? Ryzen here already sniffing those bushes. They don't want to move a single finger right now, because that would just definitely really put the nail in the coffin.
That was actually quite dangerous there for Adamir and Gear. It just so happened that Omega didn't check that one single bush. If they were caught out of position there, that would have been the end. But EVOS SG still has the opportunity to defend right now. It's going to be a difficult one, as now the Luminous Lord pushes in the mid lane.
Yeah, even if they didn't get caught there, they might just right now. Sayla doesn't even have his ultimate to be able to help defend this, but there is enough damage from the side of EVOS to quickly clear that Lord out. Omega, unfortunately, somehow didn't have the rest of the waves to be able to make the push.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. JPL, they're looking in that bush, maybe trying to get a pick off onto E2 Max. But once again, Omega, with the very disciplined plays, they decide to disengage. And now, EVO Singapore, they're starting to reach their power spikes. I saw a Holy Crystal being taken in for Sayla as well, and you can see that he already has a Divine Glaive. So expect really huge damage penetration, and maybe the way that they're playing with the cooldown so high, they can use that Dawning Light to their advantage.
Now that we are in the 20th minute, you can see that most of the players on the map have already completed their items. EVO is trying to push out to contest the Lord, but Omega knows that they need to make sure the Singaporean team remains in their base. They cannot afford to take any more risk, because as you mentioned, we are actually reaching their power spike now.
Yeah, it does seem like that's going to be the case here, but JPL may be caught in a bad situation. The Tempest of Blades has been popped up, but look at what is going on.
Well, they actually secure 1 kill already in that engage, and Omega, they're just so quick. Now they're trying to go on Gear, but the Mystic Field will be able to hold them at bay for now.
They're playing so safe. Why? Tell me why, Snafa.
Well, you have to realize that EVOS SG is really good at prolonging these games here, and that's what they're doing. They're clearing up the wave. A fight is starting again, but Nick is taking the brunt of the damage. He's fine. Crossbow of Tang, not quite enough to finish off Sayla, but Kelra is on top of the crystal. They want to end this right now. Nick finally falls after ages. Killing spree going over to Omega, but they do still try to contest this. They don't have a minion wave though. EVOS SG with this Xavier is good enough to clear up, and he has a lot of damage.
Definitely does. They spent it all on Nick so far though, and he took so much damage before they finally went down. That's what gave EVOS SG the chance to defend this, but the Lord is here now. this one, maybe for real, they're actually going to take it and push. They've been waiting for an opportunity to use this and finally close out the game.
They're completely ignoring that minion push in that bottom side. They want to go big or go home, and this might be the final stance here once again for the side of EVOS Singapore. JPL already looking for a play, scouting vision, but Renzio, I think he knows, man, at this stage, the way that EVOS Singapore is playing, they're playing with a pattern, and Omega is so good at reading patterns.
Ooh, that was close. Sayla nearly timing it perfectly for the Lord, and that would have changed EVOS SG's fate entirely. So Ryzen was able to secure it just in time. But so far, we have seen EVOS put up an incredible defense, all thanks to this Xavier. Omega has to recognize now that Sayla is the big problem, preventing them from pushing straight into the base and ending things. If they're not able to find that opening, we could be seeing a repeat of EVOS' game against RRQ yesterday.
That kind of plays to what Eterna said, right? Omega is so good at reading patterns. It's almost like they picked up this disciplined approach from RQ as well as EVOS, and they've been so patient just waiting out this game. I think ordinarily in the previous team fights and the way we've seen them play, they would have already gone and pulled the trigger, but they have not so far. They just want to be 100% sure, and maybe this will be it now as they get so much onto Adamir and manage to put him into a body bag. This is the play that Omega wants right now. Gear in some trouble. Tempest of Blades lay down. Will they able to secure the kill? It is JPL that goes down next, and they run up to the top inhibitor turret just for good measure. They don't have enough minions to be able to push this down though. They are coming right up now as Omega. They wait this out. They want the close. Gear goes in, but he gets put down. Immortality pop, but not for long. They don't need it because Omega secures this entire series with a 3-0 against EVOS SG.
The defending champions once again showing what it is and what it takes to be crowned the champions of the sea. A 3-0, so clean, so textbook, so disciplined. This is what we were waiting for this whole time. We were waiting for Smart Omega to pop off. The switch has turned on, and I gotta say, everyone is in danger.
Unfortunately, that does mean that we're going to be seeing the final Singaporean representative going home today, and Smart Omega has truly made an impact. They have made a statement. Will we be witnessing the lower bracket meta once again here at MSC 2022?
It definitely looks like that's what we're seeing. I mean, the moment the pressure is on this team, they just shine, they power through, and it's suddenly like a 2.0 version of all of them.
Yeah, what we know about Smart Omega, the way that they're relying on Chaknul, I'd say all of that is out the window. They're able to just create their own playstyle in-game, adapt so well to what the enemy is going for, and that is definitely a trait of the champion.
But GG, well played to both Smart Omega and EVOS SG. It was an amazing game, one that will be remembered for a long time. Smart Omega, they're gonna be moving on into the next stage of the competition. Let's see what our host Mara has to say.
Congratulations to Smart Omega. I'm going to give you a little bit of an inside scoop. Before the game started, they were actually pretty nervous, and they said, we hope it's not our last day for today. But let's pull somebody in right here. Take a look at them. Hey, oh, hi. Kalra. Kalra, come on over. Come on over, Kalra. Come on over. Come on over. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm going to give you a mic. Right over here, I'm gonna give you a mic. Oh, Hito, translator. Okay, stand beside me right over here. Hito, Kalra, Filipino Savage, and the six-man translator, Hito. Okay, Kalra, I got an inside scoop that 4 in the morning, you were still awake and you could not sleep. Why? What was going through your mind? What were you feeling last night? You could use your mic, Hito.
Sige, Tagalog.
Filipino translator.
Tag dito.
Yeah? He's saying he's shy. He's saying he's shy.
Yung ginagawa ko nung nakaraan, ay kagabi. ginagawa ko nun, naglalaro ako para mas lumakas pa. Tapos, ayun lang.
Hito?
He said,
Yeah, it's on.
he said he's doing fine and he's just playing and he's listening to the horror like horror movie that he's watching.
Why were you watching horror movies? What do you mean?
Pampatulog ko po yun eh.
Oh,
He said he want to split his sleep he can sleep while listening in horror.
okay, horror movies help him sleep. Okay, so Calra, I want to know because we've seen this before. Every time Omega, formerly known as Execration, goes to the lower bracket, for some reason, you guys get stronger. What is it about the lower bracket that you guys like so much?
Bakit gusto mo lagi nasa lower bracket?
Kasi hindi ko alam, may tinadaan na sa amin yung lower bracket. Ayaw sa amin upper bracket eh. Same lang naman yun, kahit upper or lower. Parehas lang yun. Kung malakas, malakas.
He said the lower bracket is destiny. It's destiny. And he always on the lower bracket since last year, last MPL, this MPL, and now on MSC.
Okay, now, after your loss last game, how did the team handle it? And how did you guys become so upbeat for today? What was the secret for today?
Ano daw sikreto mo nung natalo kayo nung last laban nyo? Anong sikreto nyo nung natalo kayo nung last laban?
Wala, lang. Basta pag lower bracket, malakas na kami.
He said if he's in the lower bracket, he's so super strong. Super duper ultra mega strong in the lower bracket.
Okay, what is your message to all the Filipino fans outside and everybody watching online, Calra?
Salamat sa mga pumunta dyan, na mga fans namin na nanood pa, pumunta pa dito sa venue para manood. Thank you sa supportaan. Thank you sa walang sawang suporta sa lahat ng fans namin, and shoutout sa girlfriend ko and sa pamilya ko. Sa inyo lahat.
And he said that thank you to all the fans and happy birthday to all the fans. Yeah.
Okay, Hito has always wanted to host. He didn't get to play. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to host. Now, what are you gonna tell the fans right now? And we're gonna throw it to the casters. Go ahead, Hito.
Yeah. So yun guys, you gonna watch our battle to the next match for tomorrow, because yesterday we don't have match. Tomorrow we have a match against RRQ or Orange Esports. Yeah. Support us. RSG or Orange Esports. Wrong send. Thank you.
All right, now, congratulations. Good luck in the next round. And we're gonna head on over to our analyst.
Thanks, Mara, for the insight of victory as a lot of Omega Esports fans rejoice. And let's keep it on the wide angle here because, Leo, I have to tell you, Omega Esports fans are slipping through the cracks. They're coming out of everywhere. They continue to rejoice for some reason.
Yep.
It's a bright day.
Some of them have flown in from far land. Some of them just walk right through the front door. And some of them, actually, a lot of them are enjoying the show. Man, a sweep by the Kings of Sea right from underneath EVOS SG. The lower bracket is their home, and they are staying here at MyTech to defend that title.
Yep, they are. And I mean, continuously, it is looking better and better for Omega. Let's have a look at the items here on our LED screen to really break it down for you, because this game was a little different coming in from EVOS SG, but even then, Omega had some answers.
Going into the draft, we were already looking for problems and solutions. And one big question was, how's JPL's Natalia? Because that would have been a thorn on the side of Omega that drafted relatively expensively in the early game. They picked up the 1-1, and then they picked up the Ling, which are power picks for the two core heroes in Omega's camp. And I gotta say, Omega answered well. Omega put JPL in a position where, yeah, you can get some kills, but they're on the right people. And not just that, they picked up the Rafaela, which just almost instantly checkmated JPL as he was hiding in bushes, all the invisible things that a Natalia does, like, I can just see where you are, says Chaknu.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely correct about this. Omega, they're showing their experience here and the depth of their hero pool, stealing buffs after buffs and putting gear so far back. EVOS SG, I think they had the right idea. Unfortunately, it cost them too much, and especially one of their biggest weaknesses in this transitional phase for this very new-blooded, new generational team for EVOS SG is that their hero pool isn't complete just yet.
Yep. What makes it all the more evident is in the execution. If you watched very closely, EVOS SG had a plan, all right? Coach
Yes.
Youngin and the squad, they knew what they wanted to do. 1, 2, 3, one step at a time. But what made it so evident that Omega was just 2 steps ahead, they were evolving way too fast for EVOS SG to respond, was they were again playing across the map. There were moments where Nick would have stayed in the bush or stayed in the lane, and Renzio was already halfway through the map.
Yeah, no, there were moments of brilliance, and Omega consistently showing up every single time. But even for EVOS SG, they were looking for the right conditions to make it work. And when they found it, Omega adapted again, forcing new problem solving, and more problems, and forcing EVOS SG to solve them.
Yep, they were demanding answers, and EVOS SG was still in the process of translating, thinking, and responding. And it's in those moments that Omega just really punished. But mind you, there were times, I think we'll see it in the highlights, wherein EVOS SG had answers inside the base.
Well, I mean, we'll have to wait on that because now it's Omega's moment. Let's show the MVP, the man of this match. It is going over to Ryzen on his Ling.
Man, I love Dean. Dean, the new guy. Earlier I saw him walk in. I was wondering, why are you carrying the camera? I'm the new guy. But now here he proved that he's more than just that. He's the MVP for Game 3, 7-1 and 6. If I remember correctly, in Season 9 of MPL Philippines, yeah, he was one of the first to figure out that, you know what, Ling wasn't nerfed. He was just adjusted, and he has so much burst.
Absolutely, he has so much burst. He scales decently well on top of everything else. Even though you don't see that traditional combination of Ling and Angela this game because of smart banning coming in from EVOS SG, Ryzen will make it work. And more importantly so, his timings and understanding how to press his advantage when he has a level lead on the enemy jungler, superb.
And what allowed for that was his item pickup. Real quick, you saw the item builds, right? But the progression was Windtalker. I am so fast. I can move across the map very fast. And the next was Berserker's Fury. Did not get the boots first. Did not get the boots first. He was just so fast at farming, taking heroes, and just gave the map the rest to Omega.
Well, now let's jump into these highlights, right? Because as we see EVOS SG, a lot of this was riding on the support and mid laner to make a lot happen here. Nick will eventually scale, but Sayla doing a lot of good work to delay this game.
Yep, and Sayla was playing the map. Sayla was thinking about every single possibility. But then again, that's what tells me that maybe EVOS SG's mid laner got overloaded.
Yeah, there's just a lot to work with here. Nick was already trying his best to scale up, and when they did, Kelra was already online.
Yep, and Kelra on the 1-1. He's great on most marksmen, but now with this power pick, arguably one of the headlines here at MSC, it was just way too much. He's got CC. All he has to do is make the right call. Like, he went all in deep, and there was no punish.
That was the punish indeed, but let's give credit where credit is due. Despite the KDA of Gear specifically, he knew what his job had to be done. He has to delay, he has to cut waves. If he has to sacrifice his life, the main carries will do the rest of the work.
Yeah, but toe-to-toe, blade to blade in this case, the Lancelot versus the Ling, it was just not enough. Already Gear was very behind. What was that? The 5-6 minute mark?
He was 2 levels down. Yeah, that's terrible for a jungler. You just cannot, your retribution isn't as strong. Neutral objectives are impossible to contest. There's just so many factors here. And unfortunately for EVOS SG, they are going to be going home this time. It's unfortunate to see they played their hearts out. Our hearts and minds go out to all the SG fans. But a celebratory moment as Omega continues to move on.
There's still 2 Filipino teams left in MSC, and it's a 2-pronged attack. This reminds me a lot of M3.
Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, Leo. That was a while ago. Things might change, but MSD is still in anybody's hands.
Yep, and here at MyTech, the energy is palpable because, again, it's a sad day for Singaporeans. Their last bastion has left the tournament, but coming up next, it's a matchup between Orange Esports, the Malaysian Grand Finalist, and of course RSG-PH, who we saw here earlier. I love it. They were supporting Omega. They were watching, and they were breaking it down like, yeah, no, this is it, this is it.
Yeah, with that being said, it's sweaty. Today is sweaty. The Filipinos are looking amazing right now, but just in case you don't know what the next matchup is, it's right here on the screen. Get ready for RSG-PH to go against Orange Esports in a best-of-5 in the upper brackets. We'll be taking a short break, and we'll see you when it starts.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. My world monster kill.
In the
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa. dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in those eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky.
lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world. The sky. My world. Monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
fires. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world in the sky. The hot world monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. My world monster kill.
In the
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa. dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was OMG Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While OMG Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower.
The MSC 2022 playoffs are now in full swing. As we enter our second match of the day, it is going to be RSG Philippines versus Orange Esports.
It's gonna be crazy, man. Again, hometown buff for Orange Esports as RSG Philippines, they make their way as well into the arena.
Yeah, and Orange Esports, they defeated RSG-SG and now looking to maybe avenge their sister team.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSC 2022 playoffs. We just came off an exciting first series of the day, and I am looking forward to yet another one. My name is Staff. Alongside with me on the desk today, it is none other than Scrubby Cheeks and, of course, Mirko, here to inform all of you that, of course, MSC 2022 would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors. It is powered by Moonton, supported by other sponsors such as our official content partner TikTok Live, official gaming chair Secret Lab, our esports analytical partner Esports Charts, and official media partners EGG Network and Me Watch.
MSC has just been stellar, man. From the performances of the teams that we didn't expect, like Falcon and also Orange Esports. This time around, doing the same thing. They were able to take down RSG-SG, and now they face another RSG in this upper bracket semi-final. The big brothers, I guess you could call them.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, do you have any predictions on it? We know that RSG-SG, RSG-PH, they're pretty much the crowd favorites at this point, but Orange Esports, are they going to be a dark horse?
Well, before we proceed with that, we have to tell you guys about something else special that is happening. It is, of course, our MSC event pass. This is active right now, so if you guys are looking forward for some exclusive rewards, which include Farsa's new skin, MSC exclusive emotes and graffiti, and MSC skins such as Jawhead Space Explorer, you guys, all you gotta do, you just gotta do your daily tasks, collect MSC coins. All of these rewards will be yours to obtain for free in the MSC Pass shop.
I'm kind of disappointed though in MSC 2022. We haven't seen a Farsa, man. I want to see a Farsa here, and honestly, we're talking about Min and Man, plus also from the enemy team, we have a very good mage player, Farsa player, Aqua. It's going to be very interesting. Farsa, will it be picked up? Because now it's time to take a look at our predictions here on the desk.
Yeah, and I think,
Staffa.
Staffa, you have to explain
Staffa.
yourself here. You're the one like standing out amongst all of these other predictions.
Yep, a single orange supporter amongst a sea of blue. Just the easy answer is obviously I'm a Malaysian caster. Obviously I'm gonna support the boys from the hometown, but also I do feel like we have seen a lot of growth from Orange Esports overall here at the MSC. And yes, RSG Philippines, they're a tough team to go up against, but I have confidence that our boys have what it takes here in our second best of 5 series of the day.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at it very, very soon here, but I do have a question for you guys right now. RSG Philippines, we know, they're just dominant, right? They've only lost 1 game so far in MSC 2022. Orange, they've had a little rocky start in the group stage and even here in the playoff stage. So, based on these performances, what do you think?
I mean, based on results, it does seem like RSG-PH is still in the dominant position. So definitely primed to win this one here, because you just look at the faces of these teams. They are ready to fight. They're not even nervous at all.
RSG Philippines, they got a lot to prove. After all, we mentioned Orange took down RSG SG. They are here to avenge their sister team and bring glory to the RSG name and, of course, to the Philippines.
RSG Philippines.
It's just insane. Again, the confidence, the level of composure that they have in the international stage. Remember, this is their first international tournament for RSG Philippines, and they're already this confident. They're already this good, honestly, right? The fact of the matter is, these are very young players, but they're still so disciplined, just so well-rounded as well.
And that's a surprising thing. Like, you would think people who are so young, first time on such a big stage, would at least have some nerves. But man, these players made of steel. On the other hand, though, Orange Esports, this is their home ground. You would expect that they would be just as confident, and they are making their way up to the stage right now as we speak.
You mentioned
Malaysia, Orange Esports.
Yes, you mentioned the first international experience for RSG-PH. The same could be said here for Orange Esports, a team that has been around here in our local MPL for a very long time. But this is definitely their strongest showing so far.
I like that, man. Upin Ipin is back. Min and Man, Upin Ipin. All right, I like that. I like that from the crowd. And this is the buff that they have, right? The home crowd buff. Look at this. Everyone's here mostly supporting Orange Esports. And what do you think? Do you think that they get this advantage? Is it going to be a positive or a negative? Because we've seen this multiple times, right? When you are in front of a home crowd, it can be negative because there's a lot of pressure on you, but it also can be a positive thing.
The question is, it actually is a question in the end, because yes, first time on the international stage. Now, something that we do like to mention here in local MPL is that certain teams, yes, they do kind of have that on-stage buff. Some teams seem to perform better at home, some teams better on stage, and some teams definitely better with their coaches as well, who are now both walking up on stage.
Coach G of RSG-PH and Coach Paps of Orange Esports making their way up here onto the stages to join their teams.
It feels like it's just such a positive vibe when we're talking about RSG Philippines, right? I had a chat with Coach G as well, just so positive in terms of that mentality. They had some time actually before they walked up on stage, just focus on the game, chill out, and get into that mental state where they can prevail.
Well, having the superior mental state definitely gives you better chances at success here. But let's have a look at the lineup. Starting things off, we got RSG Philippines consisting of Eman, Light, Aqua, Demon Kite, and Nats.
Yeah, and we all know these are super individually strong players as well. They have big hero pools and able to pull off great synergy. On the other side though, it's going to be Orange Esports, Valence, Min, Man, Gary, Born. We have of course that 5G connection between these two twins.
Yeah, I like how you put it, the 5G connection. At this point, I think it's more than just 5G, right? It's telekinesis at this point. We can see that this duo has been the core of Orange Esports for some time now, and it's So consistent. Yes, with the addition of Valens into that gold lane as the shot caller, they've looked even more refined. And that's what I expect from Orange this time around against RSG Philippines, as we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head.
Yes, that's going to be a very interesting statistic to look at here. After all, these are two first-timers on the MSC stage. Right now, looking at the statistics, it is overwhelmingly going to be in favor of RSG Philippines. They have the better KDA, the better first tower rate, the better first turtle rate. But we definitely cannot count out Orange Esports. They've definitely been able to put up a very good showing here at their first international competition.
Yeah, actually, this is a fun fact, I don't know, about Malaysian teams. Total damage dealt off the roofs for both Orange and Toda. So even though sometimes their opposition gets the better early stage, maybe gets more objectives taken, but the Malaysian teams, they're just really good at just setting up fights, throwing bodies at objectives, and flipping those games.
But we're going to take a look at RSG-PH and see what exactly they need to do to combat those strategies. And the keys to victory for them are just follow the light, unleash the demon kite, ban or contest 1-1, and beware of cheeky ambushes from Orange Esports. I love all these puns going on.
Yeah, I'm really liking what the production team has going on there. Someone definitely feeling very proud of themselves with these descriptions. On the opposite end, we got Orange Esports. They gotta control the gold lane at all costs. They gotta set up and contest for Atlas for those juicy fatal links. Actively contest those early objectives to avoid RSG Philippines from getting that early game momentum and just go born to be wild.
Absolutely, man. I'm just expecting a lot of this is the thing, right? Orange, they're a safer team when we're talking about the strategy compared to Todak. Todak, they really like flipping those games, but Orange, they have very good fundamentals as well. They like going for the early game, connecting and taking that to use over to the mid game, converting it with a snowball to take the game. Now that's very similar to RSG Philippines. They like that death ball strategy as well. Get the lead in the early stage of the game, use it in the mid stage, and just follow it through up until the end. The dynamics are here. Who is going to win that early stage? I think that's going to be a huge point.
I mean, I do think RSG-PH has a stronger showing in the early game, but that being said, we know Orange Esports' ability to disrupt team fights as well. We've seen that huge Atlas plays as well, just going in, taking the entire fight and, costing even opponents their entire game.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you there. Orange Esports and just kind of the Malaysian meta as a whole is just go head to head. They're gonna fight with everything in store, and of course the fans are ready to watch. We have definitely been seeing some slower, more passive MSC games recently, and I think everyone is looking forward to a series where both teams are just looking to truly butt heads.
I feel like it's going to be guns blazing from the get-go here. Again, mostly because of the fans, right? You just get riled up when the fans are here, especially with the passion that they're just showing there. The support for Orange and RSG Philippines as well will definitely push them into higher heights here in the stage. But Orange, do you like it if they go with the safe route, usual strategy, or do you like it if they just go guns blazing?
That's a good question here. Obviously, going for a safer route always feels better.
Feels
but
more efficient.
We've also seen in the past where just going with the safe gameplay doesn't really work out for them. And of course, just for the sake of entertainment value, who doesn't want to see them go all out, go gung-ho? We'll find out which one it's going to be, because now the drafting phase will officially begin with Orange Esports drafting on the blue side and RSG Philippines on the red.
Yeah, we can see already banned out the side of Orange Esports. It's going to be the Ling as well as the Angela combo together and really targeted at RSG-PH, because so far I think Light has only played either on the Angela or the Franco.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of respect over to the side of Light. He is generally going to be the playmaker for RSG Philippines. And obviously, Orange Esports, they are a team that wants to play off of that early game momentum. They want to make sure that Light isn't going to be able to get control very easily. They want to make sure that Min and Man are the ones controlling that river side.
Absolutely. The mid stage or the mid lane is very, very important here in this matchup. We all know how Light plays that Franco, and also the same thing goes for the side of Orange Esports. When they get that Franco, there's just such a huge early game advantage for them just by controlling that mid lane, controlling the rotations in the early stage, and securing these neutral objectives. RSG Philippines, though, they look for the 1-1 ban. Again, respecting Valens in that gold lane, but Franco up for grabs here for the side of Orange, as well as Akai.
No, those are really two hotly contested picks so far. I mean, they've also taken out the 1-1. I think that's super respect, like you said, to Valens, because so far in this MSC, I think he has played this 3 times and not dropped a single game. So it's definitely something that they want to target ban out. But then again, he has a huge hero pool. He can go into other things like the Clint, the Beatrix, Brody as well. But looks like they're going to go ahead and prioritize the hero, taking that away from Nas, the Esmeralda.
Lots of respect over to Nats, and that's obviously understandable. I think this also does come down to the fact that so far we haven't actually seen Born display a very large hero pool. Esmeralda is going to be one of his best heroes, so since they know they're contesting that with RSG Philippines, it's understandable that they would want to prioritize that away, but is giving the Franco over to Light really a good idea?
No, it's not. It's not. Like, RSG Philippines currently, they're just going to pick up Franco and Beatrix is what I think they are going to do here, because this has worked for them the entire way through MSC. A lot of teams just don't respect this as a first pick, and RSG Philippines, they're probably going to take it away. There you go. But it's not the Franco that we predicted. It's actually the Akai here for RSG. They do secure that Beatrix onto the hands of Iman, and now it's time for Orange to respond.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Franco is a priority ban. You do want to take that away from Light, but at the same time, he does have other things that he can play. I guess the question also is whether or not the Akai is going to be a roamer or a jungle, even an EXP, you know. I mean, Akai could be pretty much flex in all these roles, so they're keeping it open.
That is the flexibility of the hero, and one of the big reasons why Akai nowadays is being prioritized heavily. And because RSG-PH are flexing it in this way, not allowing Orange Esports to find out where exactly this hero is going to go, it does put a big question mark on their head. If you ask me personally, I'm thinking more of a roamer, but you guys, you can hear the crowd, they see it, the Xavier and Atlas combo from Orange Esports.
The twin buff getting also their comfort heroes here is huge. Getting that Esmeralda to set up for these team fights as well is going to be really good. Again, there's just going to be a lot of pressure in that strong side. They can play, they have a lot of global presence as well with the Xavier. Sure, it hasn't really worked off a lot in this tournament. Success rate or the win rate of Xavier sitting at a very low percentage currently, but I feel like Orange Esports, they can definitely execute this game plan. The thing is though, RSG-PH, they can still pick up the Franco here.
Yeah, they definitely can, and it will be instead a Thamas first prioritized for the EXP lane, which makes sense. I mean, going up against Esmeralda, Thamas is pretty much a lane bully. You can get that early game advantage that we said RSG-PH was also looking to have. The thing is, Nas, we know he is an Esmeralda player, and I think, Miracle, we also talked about this in another game where you know your matchup so well that you can abuse it to your advantage.
Yeah, being able to know these heroes is always going to be important. Even when you're playing against them, you have the understanding of how you want to win that matchup. And I think when you have this sort of information in the hands of a player like Nats, who absolutely loves dominating that EXP lane, it is going to be a bit more difficult. But we also have to note that Born as a player tends to be not the type that really wants to win his lane. As long as he holds it in place, scales up, and helps his team when necessary, then that is all Orange Esports needs of him.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, right? When we're talking about Orange Esports, Valens has been that key player, like we mentioned before the draft. And that's a good ban, by the way. Diggy, straight up, after picking the Atlas. But RSG Philippines, knowing that this is why the Filipino teams are just different, right? They have done so much homework on every single team, and they know. They're just limiting those heroes. Gary, they respected the Fanny, and that's it. Yes, the Ling was banned from Orange as well. So currently, Gary, not a lot of heroes to pick from, and they're just limiting the heroes coming in from Balance as well. Up against a Beatrix, it's going to be really tough to find that proper matchup. If they go for an Irithel, it can work, but I feel like it might just be too reliant on getting to that late game stage.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the draft now, they already have that Xavier as well as Esmeralda. If you top that on top of that, it's going to be really dependent on that late game scaling. I personally would be afraid to see that. And we know that Gary likes to play a lot of assassin players, assassin heroes as well, but those have been kind of taken out. They're going to go ahead and ban out the Sicilian. They don't want that the late game matchup against the Xavier, so that also limits the options here for RSG-PH in the mid lane.
Banning out the Sicilian when you have a Xavier makes a lot of sense, but it has taken a while. I'm surprised the hero made it this far, but Light going to be picking up the Franco finally. So that early game, RNG Esports definitely has to pay a lot of attention. Now, the big question is, what is going to be the final two picks? Especially, one might be wondering what Valence is going to be playing here. Clint and Popol and Koopa have already been banned out. But personally, these are two heroes that I have not seen Valence playing. Even the Irritel, something he hasn't really shown before. In terms of comfort picks, there is a chance he might lean back to something like Kimmy here. This is a hero we haven't seen yet, but it's something that Valence is very comfortable on. And as for Gary, will he be forced to rely on an assassin?
Oh, well, there's your answer. Yes, Helkert picked up, but the hero for Valence, it is going to be a Lilia pickup for Orange. That's a lot of magic damage. That's why I wanted to say that I don't like the Kimmy here, because they already have that Esmeralda and Xavier. I guess they're just taking it away as well, right? Sure, it works out in the lane because you can kind of bully Beatrix if this Lilia does go to the gold lane, but you're also taking away something from Aqua, right? Forcing him to play that Kagura here might be a good choice, but frankly speaking, that Franco is pretty scary, man.
Frankly speaking.
Frankly speaking, bro.
See what you did there.
I was waiting for that moment, bro.
Definitely waiting for that, but now that we've finished up the lock-ins, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is my honor to bring to you Game 2 of the MSC 2022 Playoffs, day number 3. It is going to be Orange Esports going up against RSG Philippines. Have a good look at this final hero lineup, because the land of Dawn beckons, and we are going to be its willing audience.
I just can't wait, honestly. Looking at the drafts, both are solid, both a lot of winning conditions, very multi-dimensional, and let's just get straight into it. Land of Dawn, here we go. We're diving into the portal, and it's RSG up against the hometown Orange Esports.
Looking at the composition so far, Orange Esports, they're really going for something unorthodox. The Lilia looks like it will be in the mid lane after all.
Exactly. Xavier Gold? We've seen this in Indonesia. Onyx, I didn't want to say it because, you know, but Onyx, yeah, they were the ones to actually use the Xavier in the gold lane. It's pretty good, but you need to wait up until you get that ultimate for actual global presence, especially against Beatrix. Kind of tough.
Yeah, it is going to come down a lot to whether or not they actually get that farm, because usually when you play a mage in the gold lane, you want to be able to dominate against the enemy marksman, but by going with a Xavier instead, Orange Esports are matching it up, making use of that gold lane money to actually accelerate Valence's farm instead. And while this does mean that the Xavier might scale up more quickly, it also means that Eman will have a much more comfortable lane.
Oh, the hook there onto Min, but he manages to get away safely with a perfect match. Well, this is exactly why Light on the Franco is so dangerous.
That's a big resource, right? That's a huge resource, because look at that. 30 seconds onto the turtle. Min will not have that flicker. Usually, you just look for those Fatal Links plays when you do fight for the first objective. This time, though, I feel like, yeah, they're going to go for that bottom side, not really looking for the fight onto the neutral objective, trying to trade it out, but RSG Philippines, they're rotating really well. Light already down.
Yeah, I don't think they do mind losing out on that flicker too much, though, because I'm not sure if Min will actually hit that level in time for the turtle. Sometimes it is a bit of a 50-50 situation, so as long as he keeps himself alive, his presence is going to be a lot more valuable than a play he may or may not make.
Yeah, the two teams now looking to set up something at the turtle here. Unfortunately, Born, oh, the hook there onto Man, grabs him, but unfortunately they are not able to make a play here. Aqua goes in, has to back away here before Min doesn't have the ultimate now, so they're pretty safe, and looks like the RG will go ahead and secure the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, just an easy turtle take as they go for more though. Bloody Hunt pop Born just taken down there by Aqua. That's first blood over to RSG Philippines. Min also forced to back away. No flicker there. So I feel like they might be looking for, there you go. Yeah, I was about to say, Nats staying still for just a few seconds kind of worried me, but we have the pause coming through. RSG Philippines with the initial early game advantage already. 700 gold lead.
Yeah, definitely an ideal start for RSG Philippines straight away. Obviously, they recognize that they're going to have this slightly stronger early game composition, chiefly because of the fact that they have the Franco, they have Nats on the Tamas, so they already have lane priority, allowing them to gain more control over the Turtle Pit. Now, in this situation, it is actually okay for RNG Sports to make that engagement as well, because Gary does have a lot of damage. He has the Dark Knight Falls that'll allow them to escape if things get a little bit too dicey. But they definitely overstayed their welcome a little bit. The moment that Turtle went over to RSG, Orange Esports needed to back it off.
Yeah, and when you spoke about the team compositions, right? Yes, RSG-PH does have an early game, but on the side of Orange Esports, they also picked up the Hellcurt. So, I mean, Hellcurt, you have to kind of snowball him, get the early kills as well for him to be really viable in the later part of the game. Otherwise, he's pretty much a utility jungler, just popping the Dark Knight Falls to support the team fights. But looking at the composition of RSG-PH, he only really has Light and Iman that he needs to shut down. And so far, that granted, it's only been a minute or so into the game, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that's why I feel like that's the only pick that I don't like from Orange Esports is that Hellcurt pick, right? It really does feel like he was just forced to play that Hellcurt because no other heroes were left. RSG Philippines, they picked up the Akai and banned out the Fanny. It's actually Orange who banned out most of the junglers here in the draft, and because of that, they limited their own jungler to the Hellcurt. Now, let's talk about it. Why is Hellcurt, in my opinion, not so good in this matchup? The only one who can really burst is that Beatrix, right? If they go for that Beatrix, sure. But with the backline presence they have, the Akai, the Tamas, and also Kagura just being there, yes, she can engage, but I'm pretty sure that that Aqua is going to be playing this Kagura a little bit more defensively to peel for that Beatrix. So Hellcurt going to have a tough time. Even here in the jungle, Nats, just going for it. Under the turret, pops the Vengeance as well. Gary still getting out, but losing his purple buff there.
Yeah, quite scary for Orange Esports. They're already being put on the back foot. They don't have much of a discrepancy in terms of gold right now, but control over the map is going to firmly be in RSG-PH's side. You mentioned earlier, the Hellcurt obviously not too good here because, as you mentioned, not a lot of heroes to burst down. But even classically, Orange Esports actually like playing this Hellcurt purely for the utility of the Dark Knight Falls. They want to blind RSG-PH in the late game so that they can burst them down with magic damage and get good fatal links.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I guess I see it. With the huge burst coming from Man, and well, Gary still has some damage as well as Valence in the later part of the game, but Light again gets a hook onto Iman, the target exactly that he wants. And RSG-PH looking to press their advantage here a little, but Orange Esports quick to back away.
At this point, it's very instinctual, right? You look at RSG Philippines, you just think that they know your every move, but sometimes it comes down to that timing, and Man now caught, going to be pinned down, flickers out, RSG disengaged from the fight, but Min flickers forward, brings them back towards Orange Esports, and they collapse. Demonkai caught, the Dawning Light is there, and there you have it. Orange, they are here to play. That's a trade 2 for 1.
This has been the issue against Orange Esports. Purify, purify, purify. But they haven't gotten a single one on their side of the team yet. And I mean, this is, you have to take a lead from the previous games as well. EVOS SG, they made the exact same mistake by not having a single one, and it was this Atlas Fatal Links that caused them all these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly what Orange Esports is looking for in that situation, but they're engaging again.
Yeah, Born caught low. Still has that flicker to get out. Actually, the Purify, as that Dawning Light was used to try to spot him in the enemy jungle. Demon Kite, though, still on that turtle. Orange Esports only with 2 members here trying to contest. Gary will finally pop back in. Demon Kite and Gary battle of the Retributions, and it is going to be Demon Kite winning it out. He pins Min down as well. RSG Philippines gets another one on the board. Man just gets locked down there. He's trying to run away with the Yin Yang overturn, and Nat just diving in will be able to secure that kill. Born takes 1 trade, but he is going to lose his life. That's the Dawning Light actually zoning these members away. Born might actually be able to win this one. both teams just disengage. Again, RSG with a better trade.
Yeah, Born is doing a very good job of buying a lot of time there. RSG-PH making good use of that heavy spin to make sure that Gary isn't able to be in range for that retribution. As we look now, the emblems are up on the screen. Nothing too unusual for either side, but we can see that Aqua is going for Magic Worship for more of that late game burst, perhaps to match up and to take advantage of the fact that Orange Esports does have several squishier heroes in the late game.
Yeah, you really want that kill pressure, right? When you're on this Kagura up against a team like Orange Esports, the draft that they have, they just don't want Man to have that reaction time, or just the time in general, to pop that Black Shoes. If you can just initiate on him, lock him down, burst him, it's going to be really good. But here you go, Light going for the Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, and already Min has just been melted down to the ground. The hook comes through by Light, but doesn't connect onto Valence. And Miracle, you are absolutely right. They have so much CC on the side of RSG-PH to be able to buy that time as well and set up for all these burst damage in the team fights. Light, look at him just again and again throwing out these hooks. Even if they don't catch, it zones out so much space for the team.
What we do still have to be careful of, though, is that this Atlas, even if he is dying a lot here in the early game, all you need in the late game is that one big fatal Lynx. In terms of items right now, we can see that the cores on either side are already completing their first items. Nothing too unusual being built by either of these teams.
Yeah, the Thamas though as well. Nats he's going for that DHS, just cheeky damage in the early stage of the game, as they will just have full control of the turtle side here. They're going to just go for it, and again, Orange Esports is trying to respond with a trade onto that bottom side, but RSG, they're too aware. In the mid lane as well, Born taken low, Yin Yang overturn, bursts him down, and that's what the Magic Worship is for.
Yeah, on the bottom side, Orange Esports, they were trying so hard to get something, a consolation prize, but here the Fatal Lynx, they find it in the name of Iman, and Light is one hit away. Man secures the kill as well, knock that up to 2 on the side of RSG-PH, but they want some revenge. They're finding Man here on the bottom side. Will they have the damage? Demon Kite manages to seal the deal.
That's just unfortunate there for Orange Esports, but they are actually able to trade reasonably well despite being 3k behind in terms of net worth. Again, you do have to give a lot of respect to that Fatal Lynx, but now Nats is the one being targeted.
Yeah, Nats, he's in a 1v3 situation, but that's RSG coming in for the backup. Nats still surviving, and it is going to be another 2-for-0 trade. Orange, they traded for a turret up top, but RSG, they're controlling this mid side so well, and they're playing their weak side lanes also just incredibly well.
Even though you said that Aqua was forced into this Kagura, it doesn't seem like it at all. That burst damage coming from the Yin Yang overturn just basically turns around the team fight entirely. And now, RSG-PH, they've stripped so much control of the map, the top and the mid and the bottom side as well. All 3 lanes. It's starting to look really tough for Orange Esports.
Yeah, definitely, but we do have to recognize that in the early game, Orange Esports knows that they're probably not going to win out. And if they do, it is just really good for them. Right now, they're not exactly in a guaranteed loss. They are 5k behind, yes, but that is a deficit that can be made up, especially when you consider that they do scale pretty well into the late game with all 3 of these mages. What I am mainly worried about is with most of their damage being magical, it's very easy for RSG-PH to itemize against it.
Oh, at this point, right, 6,000 gold lead, and again, Light. This is the Franco that you need to be scared of, that you need to respect. The thing is, it's just really hard with the positioning and the instinctive plays that he makes on the map. It's so easy for him to land these hooks. Again, I can't even hit a minion on Franco.
That's why it's Light playing in Miracle. That's why
it's not me.
And right now, Orange Esports, they try to go in for the steal with the Dawning Light, but still Demon Kite too fast on that Retribution, manages to secure the objective. So Orange Esports, they're gonna start facing a Lord coming down one of the lanes, even though they have the that huge shot from the Renner, but even though they have the latest scaling power, RSG-PH are trying to close this out as soon as they can.
Looks like we're gonna be going into another short pause for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the state of the game right now, we recognize that Orange Esports do not mind being a little bit behind as we approach the mid-game. But now we look at the difference in net worth between them and RSG Philippines, and you are definitely noticing that it is becoming a bit of a problem. This is a much bigger deficit than Orange Esports would be comfortable with playing against. And if they continue allowing these objectives to go over for free to RSG Philippines, it will become very difficult for them to come back and even hit that power spike that they're designed to do.
I agree. It's just going to be really tough for the side of Orange Esports, especially now, right? We said it in the beginning, they want to try to look for these fights maybe in the mid-stage of the game. Yeah, early game, it's going to be tough with the Franco in the hands of Light. But now I feel like they've just fallen way too many times in these team fights. They look for these, they just tried to go for every team fight instead of trading, and now they're caught in a very, very tough position, right? RSG need to make a mistake, I feel like, for Orange to come back to this game.
Well, waiting for RSG to make a mistake, you really have to have the patience for that, though. We're gonna look at the head-to-head now from Aqua up against Man. So it looks like, well, Aqua definitely a lot higher in terms of his average KDA and gold. Is that surprising?
Honestly, that's really surprising to me. Not just the fact that he's that far ahead of Mon, but the fact that there is an 11 average KDA at all at MSC. That is a ridiculous number, and indicating that Aqua's positioning in these team fights is always on point. This is a man that's able to secure kills for his team while not putting himself at risk. In comparison, of course, you'll see that Man is going to have a lower KDA simply because he generally will play a bit more aggressively. We saw it earlier with that flicker forward on the Lilia just to secure that final kill. We know that Orange Esports, they're definitely going to be a little bit more gung-ho, in a way, kind of suicidal in comparison to RSG Philippines. So that kind of score difference is understandable.
Yeah, you do have to remember, though, that when we took a look at the team head-to-head, the total damage dealt, right? It went over to the side of Orange Esports, and I feel like it's kind of the same case here when we're talking about Man and Aqua. Aqua, all across the board, just better statistically, apart from the damage dealt. We didn't get to see that, so I'm not too sure, but I feel like Man, the way he plays these mages, very different from Aqua. Aqua is a solid mage player. He plays from the back, he waits for the team to engage, and he just helps to follow through. Man, on the other side, he's the one who actually likes to be on the initiative, looking for proactive picks as well, not just waiting for Min to go for the engage.
Yeah, but the thing is they also rotate together. I mean, we talked about that the connection between the both of them, right? Telepathy.
It's just telepathy at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that also makes it difficult, right? It should technically make it difficult because they have so much synergy that they pull off the team fights a lot better. But actually, when we look at the kill participation, Aqua has, like, it's equalized.
Yeah.
So it's a bit surprising. That means that Aqua not only gets the kills, he's also present throughout.
Yeah, we can see that the way that RSG Philippines just overall plays, they will always be together, and they know exactly how many resources they need to bring to a fight in order to turn it to their favor. In comparison, you can definitely see that Orange Esports, their gameplay is a little bit simpler. Whoever is nearby, they will rotate over to try and take objectives, which is perfectly fine as well, because there's definitely a synergy between these players, and we already mentioned the connection between the twins. You don't really need to plan very heavily in advance for an objective. But because of that, it also results in situations where they have to be a lot more responsive in comparison to RSG Philippines, because even as we can see so far, the Dark Knight Falls isn't actually doing enough to deter the fighting of RSG.
Ability efficiency, right? In the utilization of these abilities, they need to be efficient. I agree with you. Orange Esports, I feel like they haven't been able to utilize these abilities properly yet. They don't connect it, they don't chain it together properly, right? When you see that Dark Knight Falls, you just want someone to engage with you. You just want someone to scramble in the team fights with you. But because I feel like they just fell so behind in that early stage, they're just really not able to do it here in the mid stage. Wait for the power spikes to hit, get that Lilia and Xavier some items, and perhaps as well the Esmeralda to get to a good state defensively. Then I think they can actually start winning these team fights, looking to throw bodies again, like you mentioned, and flip these team fights over to their side.
Yeah, I don't know if we can see that, but on the screen we're gonna have Valence coming up here. Player feature, average KDA of 3, damage of 71, almost 72,000, and kill participation of 71. So actually this is pretty similar to Aqua. So when you said, Staffa, that they pretty much work together, rotate together, this is exactly true.
Yeah, when you look at Valence here, the kill participation of 71% is actually pretty high
Very.
for a marksman. Because usually now, especially in the meta nowadays, it's pretty common to see the marksmen just kind of hanging out in their gold lane, farming up, because that is where they're going to be comfortable. But we have seen from their previous games that for RNG Sports, that's not really the case. Valence wants to be part of the fight. He wants to be there to shot call. And he will even go out of his way to be ultra aggressive to try and pick off those kills. We already see it when he plays on that 1-1. You expect he should be standing back. No, he wants all of those weakness points.
Yeah, different kind of gold laner, right? When we're talking about Valence as well, because guess what? He's the shot caller of the team as well. When I first heard this, I just didn't believe it, right? Gold laner, the guy who's usually just self-isolating, farming alone, looking for gold in that side lane, he's the shot caller. So now that you see the statistics, it becomes even more clear why he's the shot caller. He participates in a lot of these team fights, a lot of even the early pickoffs in the game. He comes and joins the team in the turtle, first turtle as well sometimes. It really depends on the hero, but most of the times, that's why he picks up these early game-centric heroes so that he can just bring over the power in the gold lane to that turtle side, or the objectives.
Honestly, that is so difficult to do.
It is.
I mean, you're at the other end of the map. Like, typically, I mean, the turtle's on the other side. If you rotate, it's really costly, right? At the same time, not only do you have to watch out for your lane, because for Orange Esports, we talked about it earlier, one of their key priorities is to control the gold lane at all costs. Not only does Valence have to watch his own lane, being able to shot call across the map, that's another level of play.
Yeah, it's very impressive overall. Does look like we have a bit of a ping spike problem going on though, ladies and gentlemen. So for those of you watching at home, do give us a few minutes to resolve it to make sure that we will be able to bring you the best gaming experience overall here at MSC. But yeah, as you mentioned that, it is very difficult and very unusual to see the gold laner as the shot caller precisely because they do want to stay on their side of the map. And I think because of this as well, it does kind of limit Valence's hero pool a little bit because he doesn't want to be playing on those marksmen that just stand in lane and farm the entire day. He doesn't want to play those clods. Usually you'd expect he wouldn't want to play the 1-1 either, but he has his own style. So being able to make use of this is good, but he also needs to be able to adjust it and figure out how he wants to fit it into the meta overall, because right now, as we return to the game, RNG Sports not in the best shape.
Yeah, resuming back, RSG Philippines still with the initiative. 7,000 gold lead light! Woo! Almost just gets Born, but Purify was ready for Born, so he will still be able to get out. But with this Lord now currently marching down that top side, they are playing this really well, actually. That wave manipulation onto the bottom, but Light might get punished here. Dawning Light.
Oh, no. It comes through, almost gets Light there, but just really a little bit of health left. Manages to get out though. I was gonna say you purify one hook, but Light has so many others coming your way. But I think that just a little bit overextension on the side of RSG-PH. And right now, Gary taking so much damage, has to back out. Min as well. The Lord goes down. They're unable to clear this top inhibited turret for this moment.
Good defense by Orange Esports, but you can definitely see that they're being pushed to their last legs. An 8,000 net worth lead for RSG-PH already. And you definitely don't want to be in this situation where you're just stuck in your base waiting for farm to come to you, because that's just going to accelerate RSG Philippines farm even further, especially when you consider Orange. They don't have a lot of heroes that can split push those other lanes by themselves.
Yeah, you just can't shine the Dawning Light onto Light, right? That's what happened there. He lived by a sliver of HP, 1 HP, and you can see now, based on the keys to victory, we saw this as well. RSG-PH, follow the light. That's one of the keys to victory. You can really see it here. It's very clear in most of their games when Light goes in for the hook, but you can already see here the crowd passionate again.
Yeah, for both Orange Esports, I think, and RSG-PH as well. I mean, this is, after all, the home ground, so we can expect a lot of supporters here for Orange Esports. And not to mention that they are in the upper brackets as well, so fighting for a lot on the line.
Sometimes you do find it a little bit difficult to tell the difference between passion and just
Yeah.
straight up aggression here. So I am hoping that those of you in the hall right now, make sure to keep your wits about you. We know that there's a lot of passion, a lot of focus on this game right now, and we appreciate all of you for joining us here live at MyTech Kuala Lumpur. Obviously, again, if there are any issues in game, we do have to make sure they are resolved before we can continue, because I'm sure all of us who play MLBB understand we really don't want to have to play with lag, we don't want to have to play with disconnections and stuff like that.
Absolutely. Again, fair play is the #1 priority here at MSC 2022. We're giving the players time to, fix those issues. But let's take a look at Nats and Born. Nats, we mentioned this early on. When Born picked up that Esmeralda as a first pick for Orange, this matchup is bound to happen, right? The head-to-head for both of these players. We can really see from the statistics, again, Nats just statistically better than Born, but it comes down to the flippy fights again from the Malaysian teams. Damage dealt for Born, and the way that he plays the game, very lane-centric here, considering his kill participation is only at a 51%.
Yeah, and so far in this game itself, Nats has been dominating his lane. I mean, probably because he's on the Tamas, but it's
dominant.
dominant.
He's very dominant.
Was it?
In
yeah,
what
exactly.
way?
Yeah, he's just very dominant in lane, bro. Like Nats here on that Tamas. We saw this multiple times yesterday as well. RSG Philippines. He just wins out in this lane. It's really tough. It's really rare that we see him lose out in lane. Even in the Philippines, he was able to outlane Delarski. That's something you just don't do in Philippines.
But the thing is you don't just win your lane matchup. You win your lane matchup, you get the advantage and rotate to put more kill pressure onto other lanes as well. And as a whole, I think that makes it a lot easier for RSG-PH to work as a team and keep up that early game aggression that they like.
Yeah, in addition to that, you gotta think about heroes like the Franco, but right there in the crowd we could see someone telling their mom that they are on TV, and yes, you are on TV here on EGG Network on Astro. Make sure you guys tune into the channel if you guys haven't yet, but yes. So overall, we can tell that from the matchup between Nats and Born, obviously, Nats is going to be a much more dominating EXP laner because he likes to play aggressive. Born typically, if he does have the aggressive matchup, then yes, he will try to win lane, but otherwise he will tend to take a more passive stance and rotate to assist his team when necessary. His job is just to hold the lane, but it becomes a lot more difficult to do that if the other lanes aren't able to maintain control of the map either.
Speaking of orange, what type of fruit were they putting on screen there? Was it an orange? Question mark?
Wait, why wouldn't it be an orange?
I don't know, maybe it's a lemon.
Oh, wow. Wow, there's some shade there. Some shade there. Why would... Well, it hasn't there been a lot of... It's not fruit. Like, there has been a lot of different categories so far in this tournament. There's been, like, animals, fruits, like, so many different...
We get the crowd
things.
riling up. The crowd riling up as they see an attractive woman.
Yeah, that's all you need,
That's
really.
all you need.
We're all gamers in this hall. We know exactly what we want here on screen. It's not the players. It's, yeah, I think we all know.
Wan. Straight up, just
it's
Wan.
yeah.
I want to see Wan. She's always banned, though.
She is. I mean, for good reason.
No.
If she's winning so much, you can't expect her to see,
Yeah,
especially
okay.
on Valence. This is Valence in the game, Miracle.
I agree. You know, oh, look, yeah, we're talking about cosplayers. Kagura is in the building.
Yep,
You like Kagura? Kagura's being played in the game.
I do like Kagura. I like a good game of Kagura sometimes.
What kind of game?
Some MLBB.
MLBB.
Some MLBB.
You like MLBB? I love MLBB.
I think if I didn't like MLBB, I would not be here.
Exactly. That's why we're all here. Casters as well, just super passionate about the game. We can't wait to get into it. That's why stay patient, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the pink spike, this fair play, #1 priority. Stay patient with us because we want the players to feel A-OK, 100% when they compete.
Yeah, I mean, this is after all game number 1. You know, how do you think the players are feeling right now? They have kind of a lead RSG-PH going in. Orange Esports, they do maybe need to take a little bit of a backseat, assess this situation for themselves. It's only game 1. They still have a chance, but at the same time, they cannot lose the stamina to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you mentioned the fact that they need to take a back seat, need to kind of refocus themselves, this pause actually gives them a unique opportunity to actually do that exact thing. Because typically, you're not going to be able to stop the game halfway and talk about strategy, right? But in this sort of situation, well, ideally, we don't want there to be a technical pause at all. But when life gives you, well,
lemons?
It's lemons, but in this case,
oranges?
oranges. We're going orange. When life gives you oranges, you make orange juice.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we can just change it to apples too, right? Why does it have to be orange?
Because Dafa voted for orange.
Right, you know,
Prediction.
when life gives you RSG, you make RSG juice. But yeah, again, right now we're 3 minutes into the 3 minutes more of the technical pause, I believe. We're gonna take a look at Iman. Let's talk about Iman here. He's been phenomenal in this game as well, throughout MSC, throughout MPLPH as well. This guy in the gold lane, what does he bring that's special?
Well, speaking of Eman, he is more of that classic marksman. He wants to stay in lane and just farm up as compared to Valens, who will be a lot more aggressive in joining his team. As a result, we do see that Eman really farms super duper fast, and it's kind of unexpected sometimes. You leave in lane for a few minutes, it's as if he's been farming for 5, and it's just absolutely insane, and why a lot of teams have to put priority on that gold lane to make sure that he doesn't go out of control. But the game now returns. We can see whether or not Orange Esports can overcome these odds.
Yeah, we're going to see RSG taking their positions right at the purple buff here of Orange Esports, so denying even more farm from them at this stage of the game. Now we're 11.5 minutes in here. RSG-PH, they have a 9k gold lead, but as we said, Orange Esports, what are their odds now with this late game composition?
In the late game, Orange does do well because the Esmeralda, Xavier, and also Lilia. But when we're taking a look at RSG Philippines as well, look at the damage dealt, right? Nats, Iman, we see the players are having fun, you know, in their base. They're kind of locked down there right now because of the minions that are just not being pushed in by RSG Philippines. And this is what they do. They just suffocate their opponents when they have that lead. And speaking of that late game issue, RSG Philippines, I believe that even if we go to the late game, Orange has a slight advantage, but it's pretty much even.
Yeah, they're already in a rough spot because what can you do? They can't push out a phase, they can't get any farm because you can see how well RSG Philippines are controlling the wave specifically to try and slow down Orange's farm as much as possible. They're actually grouping up the minion waves so that they will delay Orange Esports from taking this Lord, giving it over for... Ooh, that was close.
That was super close. I mean, that's why you have a Xavier on your team. You use that to steal objective, but thankfully there is Iman on the team as well. And speaking of Iman, you know, having a marksman on your team just really helps with the scaling. So even though Orange Esports has Valens and Iman, how do you think this is going to work out for them, going back to that double mage composition?
Well, it's going to be quite difficult because, yes, while some of these mages scale up very well, we know that Esmeralda, Xavier, Lilia all do a lot of damage in the late game. It's hard to compete with the consistent DPS that something like a Beatrix will be able to do, especially once Eman gets that full item build. But now the Lord crashing up topside.
Yeah, the topside turret taken very low. Going to be taken down there as RSG look to convert on more objectives. Bottom side and mid lane pushing at a very good time here as Nats will be going forward again. And Mon does not miss. Light gets a hook over onto mid. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be the heavy spin coming as well towards Born, pinning him down for the kill for RSG. Iman looking for snipes again onto the turret. Will be able to take it down. Looking for one more into that mid lane. They're just stripping down the base at this point, and Iman, he's not getting any space.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was in the back line. He took so much damage there from Valens, but RSG-PH still able to make it work.
Yeah, but now that they've made it work, it's going to be difficult for Orange to do the same. Their base is completely empty. Looking at the item build so far, while Valens is actually able to farm up quite a lot of items here. He's one item away from completing his build. Eman has already finished his. Aqua in a very similar situation as comparison. The rest of Orange Esports definitely having a tough time getting their farm. And then we have now reached the point in the game where normally when you're a Franco, you don't want to hook Atlas because that is a free flicker for the Fatal Links. But they do so much damage that Min literally cannot survive it.
Oh, just that burst damage coming in, but the Fatal Links in response, they managed to get Aqua as well as Iman. It is a 3-4-2 trade at this moment, but it's a massacre between the two teams. RSG-PH still have 3 people standing though. Gary, even though he's clocked up all those kills, he is left alone to defend this, and I don't think he can do anything as the 3 members of RSG-PH, they march in to the core. They want to end this. Gary shuts down Naz. There's just one Demon Kind and Light left. Can he actually make the defense? The minions, they're helping him too much. The heavy spin comes in onto Gary, and they shut him down, but they are far too low. Demon Kind, he tries to end it. He does in the process. He manages to make Orange Esports.
Not even close, baby! Orange Esports, they do it. They defend the base literally with just 1 HP there left, as they will now have to clear out all the lanes. They can technically use this moment to go over to the Lord. I think they have to at this point, right? Demon Kai spawning in 20 seconds. They just need to make a desperate play, because if they go and just tower defense again, it's not gonna happen a second time.
MLBB fans, I have literally never seen this before in my ML career. Let's have a look at that instant replay again, because as we can see, this is a 1v3 situation, and RSG Philippines are just trying to take down the Crystal. They think we can just outnumber Orange Esports and take this down, not realizing Gary actually has a bit of damage. Because of that, both Light and Demon Kite have to back it off, but Man comes back just in time. Honestly, if Light had just stayed there, they would have ended the game.
1 hit was all they needed to end the game here, but Orange Esports looking for the play. It's going to be Aqua just zoning Gary out. The Dark Knight falls, Gary gets out, and they're actually able to pull back. That's now going in onto Min with Aqua there. Dawning Light connects on the Demon Kite, but it is going to be Min taken down. Demon Kite getting the Lord as well. 2 for 0, RSG. They're looking for the end now. Valens trying to do what he can. Iman is looking for the call. Light! He goes in for the hook. He gets the prio target. Valens is down. Gary is next, and RSG with a double kill onto Iman will take game 1.
Oh my goodness, RSG-PH that failed siege there. Felt like it just fueled their anger, their aggression here, and they came back with a vengeance for a round number 2 siege and managed to clean it up so well.
That was just incredible. At first, it did look like a very one-sided game for RSG Philippines. And if you look at the overall scope of the game, it was. But what an absolute defense by Orange Esports. If anything else, that is going to be a moment that goes down in MLBB history. I'm not sure any of us has seen a Crystal surviving at that kind of HP. So even though Orange are gonna get taken out here, well, really well played to the boys.
Oh, the passion as well backstage. Oh, look, the beanbag doesn't deserve that, man. Look at Coach G as well. He's just so happy. So the passion just flows through, honestly, for every single one of these players. Demon Kite yelling. It's amazing to see.
It really is amazing to see, and after that game 1, you can already see the looks on these faces. RSG-PH came out on top, but there's definitely a little bit of exhaustion there. They recognize that was a slight mistake by them there. They could have definitely ended the game against Orange Esports. So even though they were taking the lead the entire time, respect just has to be given to some of these teams. RSG Philippines, they come into this as the favorites, but just because they're the favorites doesn't mean they will be able to close out every single game without a fight. I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this series develops overall.
Honestly, this does not feel like it was game number 1. That was insane.
Yep.
That was absolutely insane. But let's throw over to the analyst to help us break that down.
Thanks, Caster Des. Once again, it's going to be me and Leo here for the post-match analysis. This is going to be an important one because this is a very big match, especially since RSG. I saw you take a picture earlier of it. The 1 HP base defense.
Yep, our casters actually said it right. If there was just 1 or 2 split second decisions made, if Light took a little bit more of the hits, if maybe the minions were more conserved, then maybe could have ended there. But RSGSG, on behalf of RSG-PH, they're avenging the Raiders, right? They're coming back, and they eventually ended it within, what, 2 minutes of that failed attempt.
I mean, it was inevitable. Right now, when we're looking at the composition, especially when a lot of teams don't diversify that damage, again, you need a lot more. You cannot just rely on magic damage to get you throughout the late stages of the game.
Yeah, a majority of the lineup of Orange Esports here had all magic. Actually, Gary was the only one rocking physical damage. And what they're also lacking is scaling. The Savior on Valens is the only real one that could go well into the late game. And then you have the utility of Min's Atlas. But that aside, they were playing for this mid-game spike. All in. If we can kill you all in one go, then we'll go straight through mid. But even that one was so fragile of a strategy.
Absolutely. You can see that Gary, obviously, he wants to go for BOD, but instead he has to build the anti-QRS. He has no choice because they missed that power spike. RSG-PH identified very quickly that the big linchpin here was going to be Min. If Min doesn't get that first early 2 items, then they can really take this game the way they want to and control that tempo.
Yep, they overloaded the perfect match. Looking at the 0, 9, and 6 on Min's Atlas. Usually Atlas aren't so shy or so conservative when they check in bushes, but RSG-PH punished that, hence why there wasn't much of that mid-game spike, that wombo combo that Orange Esports was looking for. RSG-PH, on the other hand, in contrast of all the magic that Orange brought, RSG-PH, they got physical here.
They got real physical indeed. And I think, overall, I would have expected a lot of these big catches. I was like, every time you see the Akai, we're expecting to see, 2-man, 3-man catches. But most of the time, it's just dispositioning the right components from the side of Orange Esports to make that difference.
Yep, and what that disposition or displacement resulted to was a very, very calculated pick-off and isolation-centric lineup, and the strategy was very effective. Look, 24 kills, and those kills were very well converted into objectives. I believe Orange only pushed 1 turret.
Yes, only 1 turret. And that's not going to be enough overall. I mean, again, it's all about the timings of the spikes. It was an interesting choice actually throwing Xavier down inside the gold lane to actually have a little bit more presence just with his ultimate alone. But even then, communication seemed to be a little bit messy, a little bit muddled.
Yep, very specifically, we will see in the highlights in just a bit, wherein there was a few moments wherein, yeah, it was perfect. There was a 3 or 4-man Fatal Links, and then the Dawning Light would come in, but there was no cleanup from Gary. He was a little too far off. Let's award our MVP first, though, coming out of RSG-PH.
Yep, coming in from RSG-PH, the man of the hour, the most valuable player is going to be Iman.
Yep, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I must note, in addition to the Haas clause, now we're starting to see a Blade of the Heptases on these Beatrixes. Plural of Blade Beatrixes. There's a lot of Beatrix being played at MSC. I believe this is for the Wesker.
Absolutely. For that, I mean, you can see that his build is getting real greedy here, right? You know that he wants to just double down on the damage, especially with a KDA of 11, 2, and 2. He's so far ahead of the curve, you might as well get those big one-shots. Go for that raw damage builds. And I think, it's a smart choice to do it now, especially since Orange Esports had no real way to kind of answer that.
Yep, and their answer was to put Min in front of everyone, and it just was not working out. It was too little too late when they tried to adjust, and by holding on for that very last moment, that HP defense of a that 1 HP base defense of a lifetime, they were holding on for a dream. Let's look at this early on. There was some give that Orange Esports was putting on the table.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of these fights, you want to see that front coming in from Orange Esports, but RSG were very smart at actually baiting out a lot of these spells. Sometimes it would require Nas to sacrifice himself to get these big pickoffs, but at this stage of the game, 14 minutes in, that's when you see the big item disparity. Full items coming in from the side of RSG-PH, and just not enough damage being dished out by Orange.
Yep, the reaction time from Orange Esports, specifically here by Gary, you have to give them credit where credit is due. He made the right calls. Well, in addition to RSG playing a little more conservative, because again, Light, he went away here, left himself to like, oh, you can finish this, maybe no. But then again, when RSG-PH makes the call and decides, you know what, this is it, even those sacrifices by Nats, he doesn't even have to die sometimes. It makes all the difference.
I do think it is. That last play was very unlucky because, again, the minions just decided to turn all of their attention to the newly spawned minions just because of the proximity, the distancing. So I do think there was a little bit of a mix-up there. A little unlucky, in a matter of fact, but honestly, they're not going to beat themselves over that one.
Yep, it already happened, and they got away with the W anyways. So now, for Orange Esports, what exactly has to happen? I think number one, maybe go back to your drafting fundamentals. Maybe this draft, especially if we are taking into consideration that it is Valens making a lot of the decisions, maybe lift off a little bit of the responsibility from him. Maybe go back to a little bit more of a lineup that has good coverage.
Personally, when I look at this draft, I think there is the right ideas, and if we're talking about scaling, I think most importantly, Born needed to get into a position where he had 6 items, right? I do think a composition like this is hard to execute, for an example, but I do think there are some good key concepts. In terms of their draft, I hope they change it up a little bit, but their micro gameplay needs to change. Born can't afford to die like that. Min can't afford to fall off so early on.
Yep, and we're about to go into game number 2. I believe we're going to the Mara at stage.
Let's go check it out.
As always, awesome analysis by Leo and Gideon. And here with me, Adin, you were casting that, right?
I'm out of breath basically just now.
Okay, now we're gonna do some interviews. I see some players from RSG Malaysia. Who should we pull?
Why don't we go for Izanami and Zakas right now?
Oh, Izanami, Zakas, come on over.
Come on, guys.
Come on over. Oh, okay. This is pretty interesting because they're from RSG Malaysia, brothers of Philippines, RSG, but they're Malaysian. Okay, so I'm quite confused. I'm wondering, who are you rooting for?
We voting both lah. Yeah.
For both?
Yeah, from both.
For both team, basically.
Yeah.
Both. How about for you? Okay, let's just say, okay, I'm gonna be very, very difficult. And I'm gonna say, you can't say both. You can't play safe. You have to pick one team. I'm gonna put a little bit of pressure. Management, they're gonna be a little bit honest, okay? So who do you really want to win?
Orange.
Orange. Okay, understandably so. Malaysian pride. How about for you?
For me, I will vote. Wow.
The pressure, the pressure.
The pressure from the crowd. The crowd is cheering orange. For you, what do you, like being honest here? If you're not honest, you will go to hell.
Honestly, I vote for RSG-PH because Orange already beat us at MPL.
He has a grudge on Orange Esports. Orange, he's voting for RSG, 1, because they're brothers, and 2, you beat them. Actually, they were the champions, right, for season 7. Okay, so let's talk about the game, what's happening right now. Since you're voting for Orange Esports, what do you think Orange needs to do to make sure they win Game 2?
So sedangkan vote Orange, so apa Orange kena buat sekarang ni?
I think they need to prepare the draft for the more stable lah in early game and late game.
Okay, if they need to ban, let's say 2 heroes, who should they ban?
They win Franco and I think Akai.
Why?
Because Franco is the signature hero for Light, and Akai is the most OP hero now.
Wow.
That's right. How about for you? What do you think RSG Philippines needs to do to ensure that they win Game 2?
I think they need to ban Valenciaga, then can win. So just ban Valenciaga.
Prioritize balance.
Oh, okay. Now, How happy are you guys? Because the last time that Malaysia hosted such a big event was M1. Now you get to host this again. You get to watch in the live audience. How important is it for you being proud MPL players and representing Malaysia that now it's happening here?
I'm very happy because we are now at Malaysia, then we can find another team. Yeah, so we can show them how best Malaysia are. Yeah.
And MyTech is so huge. It's so big. How about for you?
Apa perasaan sekarang ni Malaysia jadi tuan rumah, ramai orang datang, so macam mana feeling Izanami? Happy.
I think happy lah because Malaysia.
It's okay, cakap Melayu, it's okay.
He'll translate for you.
I'll translate.
He'll
I can
translate for
translate
you.
Okay. Happy lah sebab MSC diadakan di Malaysia dan happy juga lah sebab dapat nampak lah yang peningkatan tim-tim Malaysia ni semakin baik lah. Nampak lah yang dorang ni boleh fight dengan tim-tim di luar negara. Jadi ya saya rasa di M4 nanti Malaysia akan membantai lah.
Wow, okay.
Oh, okay, what is this?
He's very happy that Malaysia is the host country, and furthermore, he's happy that the stage for Malaysia is increasing. The performance of Malaysian teams are increasing, and he hopes that in M4, Malaysia will be the champion.
And I have to say, so far, I know all the players are happy. The hospitality here in Malaysia is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness, but if you have one final message, what do you have to say to the players? One final message.
Alright, for Orange, don't give up, and for Philippines, just do what you can do.
Good one. Don't give up and do what you can do.
Good luck for both team lah.
Sorry?
Good luck for both team.
Oh, good luck for both team, basically.
Good luck for both team. And let's see if the casters are ready because we're going to be throwing it over and they're going to be breaking down the game a little bit more, getting ready for game number 2. Casters.
Always great to hear from a third perspective here, and of course having some pro players in the live audience to provide us with a little bit of that pro perspective is always good as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who might have just joined us, you came at the perfect time. We are currently in our second match of the day, RSG Philippines versus Orange Esports, the latter of which is currently 1 game down.
It's going to be a big climb, right, for Orange Esports currently right now, because RSG Philippines, we've seen this before. When they get that grasp, that momentum from game number 1, it usually translates over to the entire series. Orange will need to do a lot of things here, but you know what else you guys can do at home? Well, TikTok Live Carnival is underway. You can earn MLBB MSC points and win some MLBB rare skins. Participate via the in-game event to win massive rewards. Massive!
I mean, we all love ourselves some rare skins and rewards, right? And the thing is, you can just participate for free and win stuff. Like, who doesn't want that?
Wow. Yeah, we always love our free stuff, especially here in Malaysia. I'm sure everyone in the audience can tell you that free, that is just the absolute best. But right now, we are preparing to enter into the next game. As was mentioned earlier, currently, RSG Philippines sitting in a comfortable 1-0 lead against Orange Esports. For those of you who may not know, this is, of course, an upper bracket match, best of 5. So there's still plenty of games to go to see who is going to come out on top. And also, very interested to see what some of you guys on YouTube have to say.
Let's go the Moon Kite from M2X there. Go RSG. A lot of RSG, man. Where's the orange support? Is it in here in MyTech? Can I hear orange?
You have to balance it out, right? You need the on-site support and you need the online support as well. The home ground advantage is here, so you need some coming from the comments. Now, RSG, there you go again, RSG Philippines.
All right, there's just a whole lot of RSG Philippines in chat. Again, I want to hear it louder this time. MyTech, orange. Let's hear it. Let's go, Orange! That's better.
Always great to
Equalized.
hear the support. Obviously, we gotta give a little bit of a shout out to our homegrown pros, the boys up here. I think I speak for a lot of us here when Orange Esports, they just kind of have this energy that makes you feel like you want to support them, right? They kind of feel like they have that sort of protagonist aura, the young boys that want to rise to the top, to reach the peak. And right now, they definitely have to deal with quite a big obstacle in the form of RSG Philippines.
I mean, when you speak about young RSG Philippines, their players
That's
are
true.
equally young. So all
True.
across the board, you know, and it's so tough. I mean, just looking at them early on, when we first saw RSG-PH, they were so confident. And I think after game one, it did feel a little bit like they were deflated, like they kind of expected to do better than that.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, right, the composure that they had. Light, he was dancing while he was walking to the stage. And even in that game, they were just so composed a lot of these times. The fact that when Orange were forcing these fights out, they stayed composed. Even in that last defense where it almost looked like it was over, where Orange was able to turn the tides, they stayed disciplined, they chilled, they waited for the Lord, looked for the right timing when Demon Kite spawned, then they went at it.
I think one of the additional factors that you have to take into account when you consider that Orange Esports and Malaysian teams in general like to really go gung-ho, they want to butt heads, is the fact that even if things are not really going their way, they still want to fight. They still have that energy, that spirit to move on with the competition. No matter how bleak things seem to look, there is always a chance as long as that spirit and that energy continues to live on within them. And hopefully, we get to see a little bit more of that here as we prepare for game number 2. Scrubby, after watching game number 1, after seeing that intense defense, what are you personally expecting as we go into game number 2?
Honestly, I didn't like, I'm not a fan of the double mage
Yeah.
pick. I think that really didn't quite work out for them. And we've seen Velan so successful on marksman heroes. So I was really looking forward to that. And you know, you heard it from the audience, ban Valence's heroes. If you can't ban Valence, then I guess ban Valence's heroes. But right now, we are going into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2 between Orange Esports and RSG-PH.
Well, they took the advice of the audience already. Franco banned out here with the Ling as well. RSG Philippines still with the Wanwan ban. Everyone just really hates Wanwan on stage.
As was highlighted already before, 1-1 is a hero that tends to give out free wins because of just how much iframes you get from that crossbow of Tang. Very easy to be able to come back from big deficits as long as you're able to give farm to that gold lane. And when you consider Orange Esports, Valence, already known for playing the hero, he will get that farm if necessary. Lots of respect from RSG straight away, as Orange Esports even going to be banning out the Angela despite the fact that the Ling is already taken off the table.
Yeah, RSG-PH gonna opt to ban out the Akai instead. So this time they're opting not to give them the priority pick. Oh, is this surprising? I mean, do you think the Atlas would have been a ban? Like, well, they still won the game, so it wasn't too much of a problem, but it did allow Orange Esports to get a lot of counter engages.
Well, you know, I feel like Julie... Oh, never mind. Gary, Fanny, okay. Instantly, this is the confidence that I like to see. This is the risk that we wanted to see. That they need to take these risks here.
Yeah, and I really like this. Obviously, this is going to be one of Gary's comfort picks. He is very good with this Fanny and actually plays a slightly different style than you might expect from other teams. Traditionally, you'd expect people to build Fanny as more of a semi-tank situation, but Gary likes to go full assassin, high and dry build. He wants to burst people down the moment he makes contact.
Yeah, and this is the thing though. When you leave that Julian open, it's just tough, right? RSG Philippines, knowing that, they pick it up, and the Esmeralda this time. I feel like Orange Esports can just try to counter this pick or just equalize the pick in lane with the Tamaz on the hands of Sporn. But they can also go for something different here. They can go for the Atlas here, right? It didn't work out in game number 1, but with the Fanny, I feel like the aggressive movements that she can provide will actually enable this Atlas to find those picks.
Yeah, and even if it doesn't enable the Atlas, I guess it also functions as cleanup. You could use that to help chunk down somebody as like poke, put out some damage, or at the last of the team fight, help to clear up some people as well. But on the side of RSG-PH, Esmeralda. This is going the way of Nats.
Yeah, that's going to be quite scary. This is Nat's signature hero straight away, and we can see that, yes, they are going to give the Tamas over to Born. We already saw earlier that this hero will win lane against an Esmeralda, but I do wonder whether or not that's going to be the case when you consider that the one playing is Nats here. This kid right here on stage, he can make wonders happen. So hopefully that Eve pickup as well will be able to control enough of the map.
Oh, I was curious to see whether or not RSG Philippines wants to just take that Kufra here to counter the damage or just the dashes coming in from the Fanny, but no, they actually go for the Beatrix. Again, to the hands of Amon. We've seen this. Beatrix, Franco in game number 1. This time it's Beatrix and Julian with Esmeralda. I still like it. I like this Beatrix, but they need someone to answer that Fanny aggression in the early stage. Is it going to be Demon Kite, who plays a jungler that just clears faster, perhaps a Karina here, or do they just want to try to lock down, CC this Fanny hard? That's the big question, because currently, Orange, they kind of let it go a little bit too much. They didn't pick up a hero for balance, so RSG Philippines can do the exact same thing they did in game number 1, but no, they actually go for the Atlas this time.
I do think this was actually a strategic choice from RNG Esports, though. The fact that they didn't pick up Atlas in the first phase means that they are prepared for the fact that RSG Philippines will ban it out in the second phase, and are probably happy with this, in fact, because it means that it is a ban wasted. I don't actually think they're going to be playing this again. In fact, I'm wondering if they might be leaning more towards something like the Ruby here, because that's a hero usually you would see the counter Fanny, but is not very popular nowadays. They're going to be the ones to ban out those popular counters instead.
Well, now that you mentioned the Ruby, it does make sense, especially in this team composition that they have. Together with Eve, you combo that, it's pretty deadly. I mean, people usually use that as a combo as well, and we have also, well, Born, I guess Stamas is going to go to Born, but he could technically also use the Ruby. He has used that before.
Technically, right, the Ruby could go to either side. Orange Esports could pick it up. Very good up against 2 melee heroes, but RSG, they could pick it up as well. You can lock down the Fanny, the Eve can be cancelled out with, obviously, the I'm Offended, and Orange Esports are already starting to read into that, right? They do not want this Fanny, well, they want to give the Fanny enough space. With the Kufra ban, it does limit the heroes that can really lock her down, and there you go, like I mentioned as well, Kufra, Karina, these are the 2 heroes that I expected RSG Philippines to take up against this Fanny, and both of them were banned out by Orange. RSG now with the response. Do they want to go for something like a Cho? Ruby perhaps?
A good question. I do actually like the Cho now that you point it out. I think either of these heroes would work very well because you do need a solid amount of crowd control to deal with both the Fanny and the Eve. If you ask me personally, just for RSG-PH, I think the Cho is better because that is a hero that Light has been proven to be able to play. Very easy to counteract both the real-world manipulation, and Way of the Dragon is a much better lockdown as compared to the I'm Offended. But if they let that go, RNG Esports could look to snatch it up for themselves.
Yeah, and right now, Orange Esports, they're missing 2 more people, right? They're missing a marksman potentially, or it's going to be, after all, the Ruby pick for RSG-PH. But Orange Esports is still looking for a marksman as well as the jungler. Do you think they're going to go into double mage again?
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to go with a double mage this time. Again, Clint is still up for grabs. That was one of the heroes that was banned in game number 1. I think Clint fits better here, or they could just go for the safer pick up against a Julian. Brody works as well. Now that I'm thinking of it, I would just like... Oh, okay, okay, you know, Clint, no, Brody, no. What about the Moskov? Technically, it's one of the heroes that can counter the Fanny, but they pick it up. They pick it up in a lane against Beatrix with Lolita. Okay, I really like this Lolita.
Yeah, the Lolita is going to be a huge pickup for RNG Esports because that's just a direct counter to the Beatrix. But as you mentioned, the Moskov is going to be very unusual here. We're going to be adding that to our unique hero pool here at MSC. A very classic marksman hero. You're going to be picking up the gold lane, as now the final pick comes out of RSG-PH as well. This is Cecilion to match up Mun in the mid lane.
I actually don't like that Sicilian pick very much. I expected like a Lilia there. They need a little bit of sustain, I believe, in lane, especially in that early game. we mentioned that Gary's Fanny, very aggressive, high and dry, wants to get those pickoffs, and with the Sicilian, you're just really vulnerable. And to add on to that, you're up against a Lolita that can nullify a lot of that bad impact damage.
Well, I guess we'll find out. We once again repeat, this is the hero lineup from Orange Esports, and we're gonna see the hero lineup from RSG-PH. Will this be the composition that Orange are looking for to be able to overcome their adversary? Or will RSG-PH overcome the odds and secure a 2-0, bringing them one step closer to moving on? In the upper brackets, we will now find out as we enter the Land of Dawn.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Let's talk about the drafts. So, drafts here. Very aggressive from the side of Orange, but they can play it passively, right? We need to see from the side of Orange Esports, based on game number 1, diversify, right? They were kind of leaning towards those mid-game team fights. They didn't get it, so the mages just didn't have any time to get those items. Now, if we're looking at it, at this game, they have some late-game insurance with the Eve and the Moskov. That they have this solid early game as well to just collect that early advantage with the neutral objectives. The thing is, though, on the other side, it's completely the opposite, right? You have the Julian, you have the Ruby who wants to fight in the early stage. Esmeralda does well, but up against the Thamus, it's really going to be all coming down to the execution in that lane. So, again, this is a very good skill matchup based on the two teams for the early game.
I think the Sicilian, even though Miracle, you didn't like it, I felt that this was RSG-PH's late game insurance. In the previous game, that's kind of what they struggled with. I mean, no, they didn't struggle, but in the end, if they had let Orange Esports get to the late game, that would have been a problem. And I think maybe this is kind of a strategy to counter that. If they do get that late in the game, Sicilian would be able to help that. And in the early game, they do already have, you know, a lot of CC to be able to fight against Orange Esports.
Yeah, ordinarily, you wouldn't want to draft up the Sicilian in this case, but after what RSG-PH went through in game number 1, it is understandable that they want to make sure there is a little bit of late game insurance just to make sure that if Orange Esports drafted a super late game hero, they still have a way of dealing with it. Now, ordinarily, this would be very risky because they do have to play against a Fanny, they have to play against a Lolita, and Sicilian is going to be particularly vulnerable to this sort of situation. So this is a little bit of an issue of challenge from RSG-PH, just saying, we can play this Sicilian, and even if you have an early game draft, we're going to be able to play safely enough. So the ball is going to be on the side of Orange Esports to really up the momentum and tempo in their favor.
I'm really worried about the Sicilian because here, all right, it's just going to be tough either way, but he has Aqua, actually, he opted for the sprint instead of the flicker. Up against the Fanny, I can't understand why he did that, but also he's up against the Eve, up against someone like the Lolita as well. They can really punish the fact that they don't have a flicker, right? I mean, Aqua doesn't have a flicker, so it's just really easy for this Lolita, for the Eve to try to just knock on that. Just go and punish that here. Real world manipulation comboed in with the Numenon Blast, especially now, looking at it, RSG-PH has a very front to back composition. The only one who can really scramble is probably the Julian, right? Orange are going to have a better time in these team fights, in my personal opinion. It all comes down to the execution once again, but I just like Orange Esports draft better, and I really like those two risky heroes, the Fanny, the Moscow finally making its debut in MSC.
Yeah, and right now I think we have kind of ironed out what we were facing and going right into the game here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2. Once again, if you've joined us, between Orange Esports and RSG-PH. RSG already taking one for themselves, and right now Orange Esports contesting the jungle here of Demon Kite, but well, just a little disruption.
This is exactly how Orange Esports needs to start off their game, because they know that Sicilian's going to be the mid lane for RSG, and Ruby isn't actually that strong early on. They need to up the pressure. They gotta take as much as they can away from Demon Kite to allow Gary to just take complete control over the jungle.
This is where Orange Esports finds their comfort, right? When they play in the early stage, use that early game advantage to look for the snowball, and even in that topside balance, it goes back in Iman. Ooh, 1 HP there. That's going to be topside as well. Light forced to flicker away, and Gary gets the orange bomb topside. First blood for Orange. They do not stop. They're hungry for more. And Demon Kite is next. Gary picks up a kill as well.
This is the tempo we were talking about here, but I wasn't expecting things to go from 0 to 100 so quickly. RNG Sports in the first minute and a half is already 1k net worth ahead, picking up 2 kills, including Demon Kite, and even stealing away farm from their jungle. This is exactly the start they want to look for.
Yeah, very strong by Orange Esports, and I think what we were afraid of for RSG is coming true, right? Yes, you have the CCs on the side of RSG, but at the same time, there's too much to babysit. You can't help both Aqua and Iman at the same time, and I think Orange Esports is starting to punish for that. On the bottom side, Born getting, well, they're just brawling it out at the moment, Thamus and Esmeralda, but for Nas to hold his lane so well against the Thamus, wow.
Very well played, honestly, by both teams, but Min, he's looking for a steal. Okay, doesn't get it there. Demon Kai with Retribution, a big resource spend. He goes in for the enhanced chain, knocks Min up, forces him to use that flicker, but a Numenor Blast looking for more. Gonna be cancelled by the Sanguine Claws. They have been hitting on this turtle, though, and it is going to be a free turtle unless Nat somehow steals it. Yep, Retribution not even necessary there, because again, Demon Kai was forced to use it on the purple buff.
Min absolutely does not mind giving his life away there. Obviously, it'd be ideal if he survives, but giving time to get the turtle is ideal. And you can hear the passion here in the audience. They want to support their home ground deep.
Oh, Vanny going too deep. Gary actually managing to make it out alive. Did he steal the buff right there?
I think he did, right? It looks like he did there, but we're gonna talk about the emblems first here. As you can see, Gary, again, he went for the Demon Slayer emblem on the Fanny, so not what we're used to, right? We usually see that high and dry, him going a little bit more aggressive, and I feel like it would have actually helped him there, but bottom side, Thamus needs to be careful there. He's gonna get ganked by the Julian, and it's gonna be the kill for the side of RSG-PH on the board.
Yep, a good gank by RSG, but they're still looking for more here.
Wow, the cutthroat puts out so much damage, but actually it's going to be Born that falls down in that fight. So 2-2 right now across the board. Orange Esports, they have a slight lead ahead of RSG-PH.
That's not ideal for the EXP lane because as we already mentioned, the Thamus should be winning lane against Esmeralda. It's already quite difficult for Born to have to deal with Nats considering the style of EXP lane he likes to play. Add that onto the fact that Light is helping him out because they know that that EXP lane is going to be very important for them. And you can tell this Thamus isn't going to have a fun time.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the items here, honestly, you can already see the side of RSG-PH kind of struggling. Orange Esports getting that goalie in the early stage and just, yeah, I'm 2 levels ahead. You can see this. Gary, so aggressive, taking another one of Demon Kite's camps as Orange Esports look to collapse into that bottom side. Not sure if that's the right target here, but again, they already got that top side turret. They're just trying to convert onto more objectives, perhaps just control more of that gold, but I think right now it just gives the opportunity for RSG-PH to come back and get better positioning onto the turtle.
If you look on, oh, hold on a second, Light gonna look for that hook. Not quite enough though. We'll see what happens.
Numenor Blast connects onto Light and immediately he's just melted down. Well, I feel a little bit of an overkill, you know. They had so many ultimates used there, but now they're gonna get the turtle away for free. Looks like RSG-PH is not in any position to contest this, but they're looking for something down bottom. Valence in some trouble, knocks back, but the band speed comes out and manages to lay out the damage. It's too much for him to take, and Valence goes down. Gary tries to go in for a kill, but does not manage to get any.
That's a slight mechanic error by Gary there. Valence, he was trying to sacrifice his life to set up 2 kills for the Fanny, but he missed out on those steel cables, and now RSG-PH is looking for the counter engage.
Yeah, Nats just jumping in. Again, Orange Esports, they back up. They know that right now they have the gold lead. They don't really need to look or follow through with RSG's engages. They play through it, go to the bottom side just to clear it, and Born as well. Very, very immaculate rotations here. He moved on from that top side to the mid lane just to put some more pressure onto RSG-PH, using this lead really well.
I think we have to remember as well that the reason why they actually swapped lanes a little bit earlier on is because they already managed to take down the entire tower up top for Orange Esports, and that was with the gold shield as well. I do believe most of that gold is going to be on Valence. So while Moskov not really a meta pick nowadays, this is a hero that becomes very scary once he's able to get his items. We can already see the damage dealt by Valence so far.
Yeah, second on top of the charts now. And all because of that, early kill that he got onto Iman. And now it's going to see on the bottom lane. Nas in some trouble. 3 people sat down just to gank him, but even then, he's still alive.
Yeah, very good again by the side of Orange Esports because again, yeah, they did not get the kill, but they popped that sprint for Nats and they got the turret, right? They ganked bottom side, not so much for the kill. Yeah, it's a bonus, I feel like, but the turret is what's important here because they perfectly timed it for the turtle. Now that bottom side is gone, they can put constant pressure on it with Tamas rotating there, and it's a free turtle. There you go. That's the macro play that they needed.
Exactly the macro play they needed, and now they're trying to look for it. Oh, that was excellent, but they're still going for it.
Yeah, Balance is going to get chunked down there by Light. Amazing. I'm offended as the side weak pause connects onto Man. Born looking for the plays. Nats goes in for the back line. It is still Born in the midst of it all. They pick up the turtle. They lose one. Wasn't a shutdown, so in my opinion, it's still very much worth it for the side of Orange Esports. An objective traded for a kill.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that at all. Valens actually did get a very nice Spear of Misery there to escape from the RSG-PH, forcing out the flicker from Light. Otherwise, that would have been a free kill without even the battle spell expended. So very worth for Orange as they're able to pick up the turtle on top of that. I think Gary would have liked to join the fight, but good discipline from RSG-PH. They know the turtle is taken down. The Fanny can come to the mid lane very quickly, so they instantly make the decision to back off once they have taken the enemy marksman.
At this point in the game, I mean, 7 minutes, almost 8 now. RSG-PH even in kills, but RSG Esports has so much control over the map. And Gary tries to go in onto Demon Kite and Light as well. He pops the cutthroat and manages to secure the kill. But all with the help of Man's real world manipulation as well. So many ultimates to secure that kill, but that's a lead. And now Nas looking for something else in the jungle here, aggressive, but decides to disengage.
Finally, right, we get to see Gary's Fanny. The entire tournament, we've just been seeing it banned every single time. Once it's open, they're just so confident. They went for the first pick, and it is really working out. 2-0 and 0. He's 2 levels above of Demon Kite, and you can see the whole team just clicks now that they have the lead. Born as well, positioning right in front of Iman just now to nullify that render damage.
Yeah, we're seeing a very different Orange, and now they're engaging onto Aqua.
Oh, he melts down. You blink and you miss it. He's just obliterated right now. Orange Esports try to press on their lead. Nibiru's passion from Iman puts out the damage, but instead, it's going to be the burst back onto him. The counter engages comes in. Orange Esports, they're looking for more, looking for Nas, but they don't need it. Now they have the advantage to press even more, either on objectives, on the jungle camps, on the coming Lord.
We are seeing a completely different Orange Esports here. They are so confident just because of this one pick on Gary. He's been relegated to utility jungler for such a long time, and now he gets to spread his wings. RSG-PH not in a good spot. 5k lead for Orange Esports. Definitely not a difference they can't make up, but slowly more and more objectives fall over to the blue side.
Just look at how Balance is playing, right? He's playing so far ahead in front of everyone here, and he knows that he's not going to get punished here. Orange Esports, again, just pushing the pace constantly, not letting RSG-PH breathe for a second. Bottom side is where the Lord is going to be spawning at, and Born already looking for another play here onto Nats, chunking him for a bit, looking for that mid lane turret that will not even be contested for the side of RSG. They give it up, and it's Balance punishing Nats. Whoa, way too aggressive there. He gets caught out. A killing spree for Man. They might look for the end.
Yeah, now Orange Esports wants to go in on this. They have the minion wave. They've already taken multiple people out, and here comes the engage.
Min knocked up here in the backline. Iman secures the kill way too deep there in the lines of RSG-PH. And now the Lord, they still have it. Orange Esports have a second chance to contest and be able to siege onto these turrets.
This is looking pretty good for Orange right now. The Lord is actually still alive as well. They want to look for that bottom inhibitor. Here comes Gary.
Gary again. Oh, such precise cable management to secure the kill onto Iman, the MVP of game number 1. So you can see that they're starting to target the priority members of RSG-PH. Very smart adaptations coming in from the hometown heroes, Orange Esports.
I'm just so impressed here in this game. I already knew Gary would be able to do a lot more with this Fanny, but this is beyond my wildest expectations. You can see in terms of items, they are completing their builds very, very soon. Valence only needing one more. Gary just 2 away. In comparison, look at Iman, literally only a Blade of Despair. RSG-PH, what is going on?
To top that off, I mean, he has Hasa's Claws. How are you going to take down this Moskov? Like, in the later part of the game, yes, we talked about RSG-PH having that late game insurance, but at this point, it doesn't even look like that's enough.
And what makes it really difficult, right, for RSG-PH is the fact that both of their carries are ranged heroes that really can just get nullified by Min. This Lolita pick is just so huge right now as they look for an engage here. Real world inflation gonna be popped. That's the damage coming throughout the backside. The real world inflation was just popped and used to zone away RSG-PH from that base turret, and it's so disciplined. This is Orange Esports. They get the snowball and they get it rolling. They use that mid-game advantage, convert it over to the late-game stage that we're about to enter. 30 seconds for the Enhanced Lord to spawn. Gary just picked up a Bloodlust Axe, and they're just in full control at this point. RSG Philippines, they need to bank on the Malaysian style, the Langgar style, looking for one team fight that can flip the entire game.
But Orange, they're just gonna keep going. They want to find more kills. They are ahead. They are feeling this game. And RSG-PH definitely looking on the back line, but there's an engage.
Bats Feast already being pumped to do the damage, but Min is the one that goes down. They trade back. RNG Esports get 2. Oh, go for 3. How are they doing this? Somehow RSG-PH managed to get all the burns that they need and take down Orange Esports.
That was a perfect engage by RSG-PH. A three-man, I'm offended, into the enhanced chain.
Wait, they're sneaking this. They're just sneaking this. They're just going for it.
You're right.
On Valence. He doesn't have to inspire, but he's going ahead at RSG. Do they read this out? Oh no, Iman. He's not going to be able to read it perfectly. Valence, 200 IQ. He moves over to the bush. And my goodness, it just turns back to Orange Esports getting the favorable trade here.
This is the debut of Moskov. He's even going for more here.
Wow, but I think he's overextending there way too much there. Gets taken down. It's going to be, I think, Nats that secures the kill as well. Now Orange Esports is still not giving up. They're hanging around this objective.
Calm down there, Valence. I know you're excited, but you still gotta make sure you don't give up too much. Here comes the Numan on blast.
Yeah, man. No, oh my god, Light just goes in, but I'm offended on the 3. No damage to follow it through, though. Nats will be able to zone Man all the way under the turret board, looking for more as Min is there to back him up. They go for the stun. That's him stunned up. Demon Kai looking for more. Sanguine Claw catches 2, and all on the back of Nats' play. Gary versus the world jumps in. He goes back in just to style, but they're losing their gold lead. It looks flashy, it looks cool, but it's not what they wanted. 3,000 gold lead from a 10,000 gold lead they had.
That's just not ideal for Orange. We know that they like to fight, but you definitely need a little bit of that classic discipline right now, which is why a lot of these teams that are able to control their momentum, showing more enhanced discipline nowadays, are being able to win out games more comfortably. The Lord is now in their favor. Gary, he does need to contest this. Will he actually try to go for the steal?
Well, he's definitely poised to do that, but it looks like he will just give it up completely. This is what RSG-PH is. 10k behind, and they still manage to get back into the game. Even though they're young, they're so disciplined. But Valence gets the burst onto Aqua, and he's immediately just taken off the map. They get a return kill here onto Valence, so they trade out 1-1. But the Lord is on RSG-PH's side, so this is definitely going to hurt Orange.
You see, normally that wasn't supposed to be worth it for Valence, but the fact that they already have the Enhanced Lord makes it so much more worth it for Orange Esports now, because they will not be able to group up here. Real world inflation going to be popped. Light and Iman forced to back away. Nats canceling that out. And look at the top side, this is exactly what I mentioned. Without that clear, that wave clear, it's going to be tough. Demon Kite, though, running for the hills. Born in 1v4. Gary comes in. The Beerus faction not going to be able to connect onto anyone. He gets stunned up. Light is going to fall, even with I'm offended. But that's going to be the immortality. Demon Kite looking for the enhanced chain. Gets one. Looking for one more. Born will lose his life. And Orange Esports overextend on a play. Oh, so close. Woo, that was close. RSG-PH is running and calculated perfectly there.
That is scary, but even more scary for Orange Esports, as now their repeated attempts to take a fight against the scaled up RSG Philippines has resulted in them losing their entire net worth lead. That is now in favor of RSG. Valen still having the highest damage in the game, but what does it matter if he is risking his life for singular kills? That's not what he needs to do. He has so much damage, he could kill the entire team. He has to play around his teammates.
And it's very, very questionable, right? I mean, they have Min on Lolita, they have Born on the Thamus as well. There really is no need for Valens to rush into the front line like that, even though he wants to secure a kill. And I think at that point, he was alone there.
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't know if that was the best choice now. And when Orange Esports had such a dominating lead, they're now the ones on the back foot. They have to not give away more kills.
Oh, Born is actually going to be able to soak up so much. Iman's going to get caught there, but he's still able to run away. Min looking for the flicker. Numenon Blast doesn't connect onto anyone. Very good disengage from RSG-PH, but you guys need to look at the gold lead. 10,000 gold lead was where it's at for Orange, and now it's down. It's actually shifted over to the right side. RSG-PH with a 2,000 gold lead now. Orange, these are the mistakes that they made in the group stage, in the playoffs as well against RSG-SG, and now it's coming, it's showing again up against RSG-PH. These are the mistakes that you just can't do against RSG-PH.
And now even Iman himself is scaling. He just got the Hasis clause as well, so he's going to have that sustainability in the team fights. Maybe not as quick as Velos, but they can definitely brawl it out there as long as Iman is careful with his positioning. And if we know him to be, that is going to be the case. So now both teams, full reset, going to look at how they can take this next objective.
This is going to be a very important Lord for both sides, because now we're in a situation where both teams are pretty even and the game can go either way. What's scary for Orange Esports is that pretty much every hero on the side of RSG Philippines is going to scale up to be a monster in that late game. In comparison, Gary and Born are going to start falling off pretty soon, and that is not a good timeline for Orange.
Oh, at this point, it's going to be really tough because, again, we mentioned that a late game, right? In my opinion, it is kind of equal, but this is still on stacks forever, right? That's what you have to be careful of. Sure, Lolita can nullify a lot of that damage while her shield is up. When it's down, when it's on cooldown, it's just going to be so much damage. Damage output is going to be so much for the side of RSG-PH, and this is their specialty. When it comes to the late stage, the way they maneuver, Gary's caught, Immortality, they're gone. It's the jungler of Orange Esports caught out. Min tries to save it, but look at the bottom side. Born is looking for the base here. It's going to be Min looking for the cancel out on the recalls. Iman going to be able to pop that Immortality. Valens tries to buy some time, but Born will not be successful at taking that base down. Man trying to run away. That's going to be the render shot. Not connecting. Aqua still trying to hit that bad impact. He gets the Sanguine Claws, and Mount is there to shut him down. Born is the only one left standing, and it's going to be the 18th minute Lord Evolve for RSG-PH.
This is devastating for Orange Esports. Their entire lead has been blown apart, and now RSG Philippines may be able to take the game-ending Lord away from them. They tried to distract them to buy time for Born, but Nat very wisely recognizing that that would be the attempt. That is the duel between the EXP laners as Demon Kite going to secure this evolved Luminous Lord.
This is definitely not looking good for Orange Esports. I felt like in the previous team fight, yes, well, Born was trying to make a play there, but maybe they needed him in that team fight as well. So even though they sent Nas up, they were at a point 1 man down. How can Orange Esports look to adjust their strategies here?
What's most important now is that they keep Valens alive. This Moskov is going to be the primary target for RSG Philippines because they know that that is pretty much the only hero that will win the fight for Orange. It's going to come down to how well they can distract the backline, and that's a very difficult thing to do because we recognize that RSG Philippines, their target identification in these chaotic team fights is very impressive.
You can just feel the shift in tempo, the shift in atmosphere as well here. Orange Esports, they were the ones just popping off, looking for team fights here and there. Now it's RSG-PH's turn, right? They're going to use this lead really well currently with the waves all managed properly, but actually it might have been a miscalculation here as they did not time it properly. Min and Valens will be able to take out the Evolved Lord up top. Well, there you go. That's a good defense already. They're just going to be able to take one turret down. Maybe even not a single turret here. Born clears it out. Orange, they defend.
It's just back to 0 again. I think both teams now recognizing that they need to play a little bit safer. I'm liking that now Orange Esports are toning down a little bit. They were definitely riding the adrenaline a little bit of that early game victory, and that's what put them in this situation in the first place. I definitely think that this defensive position is what they need to play around now. Find the perfect engage. You can't just run at them anymore. Valence needs to get those kills. They need to protect the Moskov. They need to make sure that RSG Philippines don't get that late game advantage.
And here is where you can actually see an uncharacteristic, very uncharacteristic macro mistake from RSG, right? Usually when it comes to that Lord setup, they're just so good on it, but now it looks like they want to go for a fight once again here. Light looking for it and will be able, nope, that's a flicker from Min to disengage.
Yeah, the item offender just misses the mark here, but I'm wondering, like, Orange Esports, yes, they have a very good teamfight composition, but it's also very dependent on how they set it up. They have the real-world manipulation, but the Numenon Blast has a long delay, and they really need to wait for that to be set up. On the other hand, RSG-PH, I think the Arm Offender is, and the Enhanced Change, these are much, much more reliable CCs that can help them pull the trigger extremely fast as well. Has that been like a more determining factor of how RSG-PH has been taking these fights?
I do think so. Being able to use your big CC abilities on a much shorter timer in comparison to Orange Esports allows RSG Philippines to take control of the team fight a lot earlier on. But Orange, they actually do have a tool to be able to deal with this. Gary has a lot of mobility. If his mechanics are on point, he can actually force RSG Philippines into a situation where they have to waste these abilities, and that is when they want to engage.
I don't know if this is a mistake here. They're going to look for the play, the cross-map play, as Valence puts his ultimate on to that top side where, okay, the Lord is still at almost full HP, basically. So Orange Esports were trying to look for a pick down below, and that's, I think, it's just way too tanky. Sure, he can be bursted down by Valence, but only if he's standing still.
Definitely not going to be just standing still there for Valence to use him as a target practice, but Orange Esports and RSG Philippines right now are just completely toning this game down. This is a complete 180 from what we saw in the first 10 minutes of the game. Now, not much is happening. Both teams dancing around the Lord Pit, finding that one opportunity, because just as much as Orange wants to waste cooldowns on RSG wants to do the same on Orange. They recognize that Valence still has enough damage to take them down and aren't willing to go for those risky plays.
Yeah, and you can see both teams are just really disciplined at the moment. Like we said, there was a previous high of, you know, all the engages, the early game lead that Orange Esports had. But right now, it's just stale tension in the air as both teams, they know that this could be the make or break. They don't want to fully commit to the fight yet.
The silence is palpable, not just on the Land of Dawn, but here in the live hall as well. I'm pretty sure everyone in the audience is just holding their breath, sitting on the edge of their seats, wondering how this game is going to end, because I don't think anyone would have expected this kind of turnaround, but well, it's RSG Philippines.
Just look at how smart, though, how intelligent RSG-PH are playing this. Nats especially, he's just always waiting for Moskov, for Valence to push it in. Now that he sees Gary there, he doesn't overpush. He knows that something fishy is going on here. They haven't seen Valence for such a long time, so look at what he's doing. He's just waiting for the minion waves again, and he is never overextending, never overpushing. He's positioning really, really well here, and because of that, Orange Esports, they're not able to do anything on the map. Sure, they're like chunking the Lord little by little, but it's going to be always resetted here because, again, they know that they are at a numbers disadvantage. Look at it again. This might be dangerous. Nats, he let go of that bottom side. Bot's gonna get caught, but look at Valence. He's looking for the end here. Nats instantly moving back. Demon Kite on the Lord, but this is gonna be very, very risky for the side of Orange Esports. They just lost one. Two members down below. Falling Salmon there from the side of Esmeralda as Gary comes to try to help him out. He goes in onto Nats. Valence forced to back away as Gary as well will disengage. One man disadvantage. RSG-PH looking for more. Valence looking for that knockback. Doesn't get the stun. Nats taken low. Gary jumping to Aqua, but not getting the kill. Valence caught. Light jumping in, looking for more. Valence gonna be caught in the falling Salmon, and I'm offended. The enhanced chain connects onto two, and there you have it. Valence has just gone down. Min will surely fall next. He goes in for the Numenon Flash, trying to look for compensation desperately, but Min will fall. His immortality will be popped, and this is where RSG-PH need to look for the Lord.
That's a mistake from Orange there. And after waiting and playing safely for so long, they had a plan there. They wanted to allow Valence to split push, but Man getting caught out basically said for RSG, it is go time. Now it is a 2v5. RSG want to take this Lord away.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Gary's going to try to pull a steal over here. He does have the Retribution up as well, and the Lord is slowly being chunked down. Doesn't look like he's going to make a play, so they're just going to give this Lord completely for free to RSG-PH. And now Orange Esports is again on them to be able to defend this. This time RSG need to make use of the Lord.
What's important to note is that they actually went for the Lord instead of trying to push any further because they want to play it safe. But this does give a lot of time. Valence and Min will be up for this Lord defense. And we saw previously, Orange were able to take it out without too much issue. But this time, the lanes are synchronized.
And again, can I just emphasize on how good of a macro read that was from RSG-PH? They noticed that Valence was just looking for it. Nat's instantly moving back, and Gary as well getting caught in the rotation. Oh, wait a minute. Gary actually jumping in onto 2. Yeah, will be forced to back away. They're going onto that top side. And again, this is a very uncharacteristic move from RSG-PH. They're not moving with the Lord. They're trying to look for turrets elsewhere. And that's Light jumps in, and that's the collapse. Real world inflation going to be popped. The Omen blast onto 4! And this is the moment. This is where Orange Esports can flip the fight, but no, the damage is just not there without Valence. Another enhanced chain. Born and Min taken down. Gary jumping in with the damage, but Iman with the Wind of Nature still surviving. Min trying to deal more. I mean, Man here with the enhanced chain coming in. He's going to be knocked up. They look for more as Gary jumps in, but he gets sniped down. The cable management on point. Iman trying to catch him in the air. Looking for the base now. Iman with the Nibiru going in. Gary with the defense. Once again, he goes over the cable. Iman respawns with immortality. It will not be enough. Orange will lose as RSG come back to secure match point.
Against all the odds, RSG Philippines were able to bring the game to a complete 180, and that early game momentum that Orange Esports were able to gain for themselves mattered nothing once that late game scaling came into play.
After so long, that huge, it was 10k gold lead advantage for Orange Esports, and RSG-PH so disciplined, just slowly chunked it out, closed out the gap, and managed to take the game. Crazy plays there.
You can imagine that there's going to be a lot of energy on RSG-PH there. That is a decisive victory under all odds. Managing to turn it around like that, that is not something you see every day. And you can imagine that this is going to be a big blow as well to the spirits of Orange Esports. That is a game they had every right to win, and they weren't able to do so.
Yeah, it was a very frustrating loss for Orange Esports. Very frustrating. The fact that RSG came back because of their mistakes, right? Again, it wasn't because RSG-PH obviously punished those mistakes, but Orange, way too aggressive. Valence as well. Unfortunate, but it's time for our analysts to dive deeper here. Take it away.
Thanks, Miracle. This is the Deep Dive with Leo and as well as me, Gideon Q, as we talk about game number 2. Huge momentum swing for Orange, but RSG still holding strong.
Yep, it was about under 30 minutes it took for RSG-PH to bounce back, but gotta give it up to Orange Esports. I was sweating for the first about 20 minutes. It was all about Orange.
Absolutely. I mean, as Mirko said, the scaling did come in. However, some very weird decisions were being made towards that mid game, which really resulted in a lot of comeback mechanics for RSG to make it on through. But you have to really give credit to the baiting and the bluffing that was going on between both of the teams.
Yep. Looking at the game coming from the start, the draft, a lot of comfort went over to Orange. Again, just MyTech went crazy when Gary got his hands on the Fanny. Very rarely do we see the Fanny come through in the draft, but once it got to that point, it was half a foot in the door, and then eventually Valence got himself a Moskov, which just dominated the lane. It's very rare we see Eman have a hard time like this. And not just to mention Eman, across the map, Valence was making waves.
Absolutely. I mean, with Inspire and Moskov, there's not much he could potentially do. However, I will say RSG They played a strong, strong game, making some very good reads throughout the game. Let's have a look at the item list in a little bit, because honestly, the compositions that we saw, right? Early game, and again, that 20 minutes, closing out the game for early game comps are so dependent on the Lord.
It came to the point wherein Orange was sitting at possibly a 9K, 10K gold lead. And in the mid-game, you usually don't see this happen. The juggles and the potions usually come in the late game. I think by the 15, 16-minute mark, even Gary, even the roamer, Min was already changing items up. And RSG-PH were just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the gold lead, obviously, if you're just looking at this, is like, yeah, RSG-PH, they did an amazing job. But, again, very different story when you're watching it. Look at the orange buffs for an example. 13 to 8 so far, 18 purple buffs to 12. That shows how much of that early game lead that Orange Esports has on top of the 3 turtles.
This is the buffs fueling both Gary and Valens. At some point, Gary would just say, okay, Valens, just take the buffs. And that was very, very important. But for RSG-PH, the key to their comeback for holding on for dear life was light. Light, again, you were talking about the baits. You were talking about the holds and the bluffs. That was off of Light, and of course, Nats. Nats here, was playing doubles, man. As soon as I saw him pick up the blade armor here, that was go time. And the 3 deaths he had, compared to let's say 4 that Emma had. Very rarely do we see Emma with 4 deaths. Nats was holding on as well for him, and then eventually it was a bait. Nats onto Born, and then Nats onto about 3 or 4 members of Orange Esports coming up into the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this game has honestly have been really, really good. RSG still as consistent as ever. Let's crunch the numbers even more with the post-game stats here, and I think it's important to look that Orange Esports, this is, to a degree, a confidence booster, a long-winded game, but they have hope.
Looking at the stats, all the numbers, all the awards going over to RSG-PH, but looking at damage totals, all right? Everyone was laying down damage, maybe save for the roamer, you know. Min is the Lolita here, 87K on Valens. I'd say a lot of this was dealt in the first 12 to 13 minutes.
Yes, a lot of the damage was. But if you start comparing people like Born in comparison to Nats, that's when you see the big difference here, because Thamus unfortunately doesn't scale as hard compared to an Esmeralda, who will naturally be more tanky, more sustainable than a Thamus does. But it's all about slowing them down. And we saw earlier in the item build, we didn't see a Corrosive Scythe coming out and was switched out, especially when they had the War Axe. He wanted a little bit more kill pressure and movement speed to get in and out of fights.
Something else to note is the damage dealt and damage taken overall, 50-50. Almost down the wire, but look at this. The total heals from RSG-PH, that just shows you how much they really held on. 1.4 M HP healed overall. And of course, Demon Kite on that Julian, 19 total assists. If you've ever heard the words utility jungler, this is the definition.
It's been a while since we've seen utility junglers making this much of an impact in this particular game, but it's time for the MVP of this game, going to the one and only Light.
Yep, if you're used to Light playing the Franco, hooking people, here's another hero that hooks people, and well, it's a Scythe technically, that Alice. Oh, sorry, that Ruby.
That Ruby. It's really nasty, and a lot of these plays coming out from Knight and the plays from RSG are actually quite dependent. Look at the timings of which they decide to fight. A lot of it is dependent on whether or not Ruby has Flicker, and Light is consistently communicating that to his team.
I don't know why I said Alice, but the Ruby here on Light, so much vision, so much mobility, and again, that one moment in that top, near the Lord, that maybe 3rd Lord of the game, where he was just looking for Born. And then when he finally found him, he pulled a TikTok play.
The big TikTok play. I mean, upon bluffs, again, RSG, they know how to play their default, they know how to play standard, and most importantly, they had a really good read on the situation. I think most teams would have fell for it.
Let's check out the moments again. 27-something. There were so many moments, but let's watch the highlights here. 1 minute in. Oh, I remember how much Orange played into RSG-PH's map. They were in their faces minute 1.
Absolutely. Continuously, play after play after play. They were looking really, really good. But this breakout moment here coming in from Gary, really opening things up to allow Orange Esports to maybe get even more. They wanted so much, but unfortunately, this allowed them to bounce back. This bought them enough time. There were too many losses in this fight alone that allowed RSG to even up the economy.
Yep, and it's this simple concept of the shutdown gold. Again, you're so so much in the lead and your opponents find that little moment, that's the gold swing going over. And if you fail to get a trade back, if you fail to, again, look at this, the numbers are just overall going to RSG-PH. They held on for long enough, and eventually the map just went to their side as well.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Orange Esports, but honestly, a huge shout out to RSG-PH making it big this game.
Yeah.
Although, I will say, there could be some adaptations here coming in from RSG-PH because that was a little too close for comfort, and I think this is the first time we've seen RSG-PH sweat that much.
Yep, if there's anything that RSG-PH should be thinking about going into game number 3, again, it's not that they should be sweating, it's more of they learned a lot here. It's to put respect on these specific heroes. I'm talking about the Fanny and maybe even that Moskov on balance.
What a weird thing to think about, right? Banning out Moskov to really limit down that pulled on the gold lane. I'm sure Iman is fine, but ooh, the thought of it, it kind of hurts.
Yep, this is again just a lot of development and growth from Eman. It's very rare that you see Beatrix that deep and that buried down under for what, 5-6 minutes and still holding on.
Yeah, it really is. And I think, you know, overall, I'm pretty sure the coaches are going back to deliberating. A bit of confidence coming in from Orange, knowing that maybe RSG can bleed a little, but a lot learned for RSG to maybe adjust for game number 3. It could be a complete blowout here. It could be a 2-1. It's a little difficult to say.
Yep, we are looking for a comeback because we don't want to call this quick, but we are going to throw into Mara right now.
Yep, let's jump over to Mara and see what she's up to.
Thank goodness for you, Leo and Gideon, for breaking things down for us. We understand a little bit more. Now we're here with the audience. I see that you guys are RSG fans. Are you guys happy?
Yeah!
Okay, are you Filipino?
No, I'm not.
You are?
Malaysian.
You're Malaysian. Wait a minute. You're Malaysian, but you're not cheering for Orange. You're cheering for RSG. Why?
I love both teams. I think they're both amazing, but I gotta go with RSG Philippines this time.
Okay, and your friends are Filipinos. I heard some boos right here. So who said boo? Who said that? I feel like I need to... Hi guys, was it you who was saying boo?
No.
Oh, no, not you.
I'm hyped right now.
You're hyped, so you're the good guy. You didn't say boo. You're cheering for Orange.
Yeah.
And
Obviously.
who's your favorite player?
I told you already. Min and Man.
Oh, Min and Man. Oh, you're the one earlier. Min and Man. How about for you?
I said Min.
Min and Man. Okay, you're the ones from... Okay, they've been here really, really early. Now let's go over here. Hi. Okay. Hello. I saw you yelling earlier. You were very, very, very energetic. Okay, now I think Orange Esports fans, they need to be pumped up a little bit. Do you think you can do that?
Yes, of course.
What's your name?
Enjoy Lucky.
E-Joy Lucky. Okay. Esports, Joy, he's happy, and he's lucky. So that's how I remember it. E-Joy Lucky. All right, E-Joy Lucky, stand up, stand up. I'm gonna give you the mic, and then you're gonna pump them up. Is there another mic that I could... Perfect, here you go. Okay, we're gonna pretend that you're the caster. Which caster do you wanna be?
You.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, pretend to be me. Pump up the crowd.
So, apa nak suruh apa?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, Jer.
Can help? Can help? Nak suruh apa?
You can speak. You can be speaking Bahasa.
Bahasa.
Yeah, sure.
Bahasa.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Greet them. Pump them up.
Okay.
Orange
Okay,
Esports
semua.
fans, help them out.
Tadi adalah satu persembahan yang baik daripada e-sport. Orange e-sport dan kita jangan putus asa. Walau macam mana pun diorang, kita tetap bagi semangat dekat pasukan Malaysia.
What did you tell them? What did you tell them?
I told to them, everything win or loss, we Malaysia, we be support Orange e-sport.
Now, everybody watching online, give them a message. Tell them to use the hashtag supremacy and get the Malaysian crowd to support.
Okay, Malaysian, you want me to support Orange Esports? I from Perlis to be KL to support Malaysia.
Orange Esports fans, oh my gosh, thank you. That was so great. Great energy. I'm sure you pumped up all the Malaysian fans. Now let's see what the casters have to say. Casters.
All the way from Perlis to come here and give us the energy we need to support the home ground heroes, Orange Esports. And we certainly could use that support right now. Things are looking a little bit dicey, but it is never time to give up. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. And if you guys want to watch what comes next, look no further than EGG Network, our official media partner, and of course, Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. Of course, you guys can catch MSC 2022 at the EGG Network channel, which is 800 from the comfort of your own home. And of course, you guys want to show some support to them as well, make sure to give a shout out and check out their social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Twitter. We're back here on the caster desk with me, Stafa, of course, with Scrubby Cheeks, as well as Miko.
Absolutely. It's just super stoked to be here, man. Even though, right, 2-0 loss, they're still so hyped. They're still so motivated. Now, you guys can be motivated as well by using the Transformer X MLBB skins in-game. It gives you a huge buff. It's called the Confidence buff, right? Go ahead and check it out because it is now available. Perform draws up until the 7th of July for chances to win awesome rewards, including the Roger Grimlock skin, the new battle emote, the new custom actions, and previous Transformer skins as well. My personal favorite is Optimum Pride.
It's always nice when you get to flex those skins and battle emotes. I mean, you know, it gives you a bit of a sense of like you said, confidence boost, and an aesthetic boost is always good as well. But looking at the games earlier on, I mean, Orange Esports, it really looked like they stood a chance there, like they were going to get that game.
It's just rough. And yeah, personally, as the only Malaysian here on the EN caster desk, I will admit I was feeling a little bit devastated after that last one. But the pump up, the hype from the crowd has re-energized me. I'm here to once again support the home ground team. Obviously, casting still not going to be biased, maybe a little biased. But yeah, I think you guys can allow me a little bit that here. We want to see these unexpected heroes come up on top. RSG Philippines, though, they want to keep that momentum going. We have been seeing 3-0 sweeps in the MSC these couple of days. Will they be able to repeat that trend?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you mentioned they stood a chance. I think they stood more than just a chance. It was a 10,000 gold lead that they had. Valens was outclassing him in that gold lane for the first 10 minutes of the game. Then it started getting shaky. That mid-game to late-game transition wasn't smooth at all. They started making a lot of mistakes. Maybe it's because they were overhyped. And RSG, when you make those mistakes against RSG-PH, it's just, you're not going to get away with it. RSG instantly punished with one fight. They turned the tides, putting it down just to a 6,000 gold lead and took over the game from one play. It's crazy how they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm wondering, right, is this a matter of stamina? I mean, it's been a long groups. We went through group stages, we went through 2 days of playoffs, and now we're here at day 3 as well. And so far, Orange Esports have already played 2 games against RSG-PH. Now remember, this is a best of 5, so it means that this is the match point for Orange Esports to come back. But do they have it in them to continue this momentum and be able to take something back from RSG-PH?
We can definitely expect that there's going to be some challenges in keeping that mental strength up. But having a look over at the side of RSG Philippines, let's focus a little bit on Eman here, the marksman player for RSG-PH. An average KDA of 8.3 is quite insane for someone who usually likes to stay in that gold lane for quite a lot of the game.
What I actually want to talk about when it comes to Iman isn't the statistics, because again, they've just been really dominant in this tournament so far, right? So statistics obviously is going to look good, but it's how they dealt with that losing lane, how he dealt with the losing lane. He lost out. He got solo killed up top. I mean, I didn't get solo killed, but he was taken very low by Valens. Then Man came in to finish the job off. The thing is, though, when you lose out in that early skirmish, as a goal laner, that's a big mental hit. To come back from that, to stay composed, to still just play the game the way you'd usually do is so tough to do. And Eman, very young player, very disciplined. Again, this is what is so impressive from the entire team. So young, so full of potential, but again, they don't let their emotions take them over.
It's impressive mental acuity here because, yeah, as you highlight, they are very young players. The same could be said for basically all 10 players on the stage right now. Two very young teams, but two very different styles of maintaining that mental strength, of maintaining that spirit, that energy to go on despite the pressure. We already see that Orange Esports, once they hit that late game, yes, they were still putting up a good fight. But the fact that RSG Philippines were able to bring it to that point, considering the deficit they were at, so far, we've mentioned many times, when you are behind by 8, 9, 10k, it is usually a GG, unless the enemy makes a massive mistake. And it still takes a lot of skill to be able to take advantage of those mistakes in the first place.
Yeah, I guess speaking of mistakes, as we look back on that game, Orange Esports had what they needed. They had the Fanny. They had Gary playing on Fanny as well. But what do they need to start looking at in this next game? Before we go there though, Demon Kite here, head-to-head up against Gary. These two junglers, as we were just talking about, average KDA, Demon Kite, almost twice that of Gary.
I have a bad feeling about this. Gary, he showed a very good Fanny in game number 2, but now I'm starting to think, I don't know why. Demon Kite's been smiling a lot. I think they might be going for a Fanny pick themselves. Demon Kite, he has showed this in MSC, back in the group stage. Based on the statistics, again, he has a better average KDA, GPM as well, but Gary is just more active on the map, it seems, based on the kill participation. The fact that he just roams a lot with his mobile junglers, usually that's why we see him on the Ling, on the Assassins, very mobile to move across the map.
I think when we're looking at Demon Kite and Gary as well, we can also take the opportunity to kind of explore the jungle role as a whole, especially in the current meta. It seems more and more evident that nowadays, junglers are being used as more utility heroes to set up for that mid game to allow their late game scalers, the mid lane mages, the gold lane marksmen to take control of that late game. It's actually becoming less evident that, like in the past, junglers, they were the hyper. They are the one that carries the game from start to finish. That's not really the case anymore.
Well, I guess that also gives rise to a lot of how we see a lot of tank junglers come into the meta as well. Although that's a curious thing because recently in the games we've seen, I think today we saw Lancelot in jungle, Ling has been banned out a lot, and now Fanny, well, Lancelot tank as well.
We've been seeing a whole lot of things, right, in this tournament, and I want to see more of it here from RSG-PH and Orange Esports. So as we jump into the draft, I want to see something different. But yeah, I want the Franco ban to stay the same. I don't think giving Light the Franco is a smart idea. RSG-PH though, going for the Valentina ban, and again, same bans here, Franco, Angela.
The big question here is, you highlighted earlier, RSG Philippines look like they want to be the ones to pick up the Fanny, but Orange Esports actually have first pick. So if they let it through the bans, Gary can pick it up again. But now RSG has played against it once. They know what they're dealing with. They know they need better preparation in that early game to counteract this hero. Will the draft still proceed in the same way we saw in game number 2?
Well, we have seen cases where some teams in the MSC so far just like to pick up heroes that they've previously seen on the opponent, just to kind of, a bit of flex there to see, okay, maybe I can play
I'll show you how it's done.
Exactly. So maybe this could be something that RSG wants to go into, but OE does have the first pick, so they might have to ban out the Fanny after all.
That's exactly what they do here, right? With the Fanny ban, Orange Esports need to look for a different first pick. And I think a smart one would be Beatrix, right? Picking it away, taking it off of the hands of Iman is pretty smart, right? But the thing is, if you just try to do that, you are going to be leaving a lot of things open. So yeah, Akai, I feel, yeah, it's the better pick off here as the first pick, but RSG-PH can just respond with another same Beatrix, Esmeralda, Beatrix, Julian.
Yeah, Julian's also open at the moment, I think, and it's been really prioritized by both of the teams now. If not in the banning phase, then in the first pick phase. Looks like it's gonna be Esmeralda again, Nas with this and the Julian.
Yep, understandable there. Again, the Esmeralda is going to be highly contested by both teams simply because they are the primary heroes for both Born and Nat. I do like that Orange went for the Akai first because the hero is just strong right now, but one of the strengths of drafting Akai early is the fact that he can be flexed into multiple lanes. But on the side of Orange Esports, I can only realistically see Min playing on this hero, and that does make it a lot easier for RSG Philippines to figure out what they're planning.
You're a plan.
What?
Yes, Europlan. Anyways, yeah, Orange Esports, with their plan here, what they want to do, Akai picked up as the first pick. They're going to go for another Eve, Karina. Okay, they go for the Karina and the Lilia. So already something different, right? They picked up the Eve and the Xavier. Game number 1, Xavier. Game number 2, Eve. So with the Lilia, again, it's already something different. But do you want to just... I don't know, I feel like sticking with the Eve is the better idea because it's not like they got destroyed in game number 2. They actually were controlling it, right, with those picks. But again, they opted to go for a different one because Fanny was just not available, and now RSG-PH, they have the chance to pick up another Beatrix for free.
Not ideal to give the Beatrix for free over to Eman. So far, he's 2-2 on the games, being able to pick up this hero. And you can see that typically when they draft against other teams, there's a lot of respect over this hero. Orange Esports letting it go means that they are ready to deal with it. I think part of that is because they did end up drafting the Karina, so they're able to deal with the auto attacks coming out of Beatrix a little bit easier. But hopefully, they're not biting off more than they can chew here.
Now we're going into the second banning phase. RSG-PH choosing to take out the Thamus, but early on they picked up a Kagura. I'm actually quite surprised that they prioritized this over the Beatrix, and now that we go into the second part, OE, they have the chance to ban this out for them. So that would limit, there we go, the Beatrix ban. And RSG-PH, do you think they're trying to go for some sort of different strategy there? I mean, they had it open.
You can already see that RSG Philippines, right? After every single game, they ban less of Valence's hero. Like, first game, there were a lot of his heroes. Both of the last banning slots were used onto him with the 1-1 as well. The second game, it was the 1-1 and the Popol, and now it's just the 1-1. Are they going to just let Valence have a say on the heroes that he wants to play? Maybe it's just Orange Esports now that's very... Oh, no. Popol and Koopa still banned. Again, very, very risky to let that open because, again, Valence, shot caller. He needs to just get going fast with the Popol and Koopa. That enables him to do so. Clearing out the waves, getting that lane going for him and enabling his team.
I think what RSG Philippines is thinking right now is that they actually do have a pretty good read of what Valence is planning to play, his kind of hero pool, and the fact that even if he is on the stronger marksman, sometimes plays a little bit more aggressively than he should. So I don't think RSG are actually that concerned about it. Even Orange actually banning out the Irritel for themselves. I'm now actually very curious what this gold lane matchup is going to look like.
Layla Mia.
Oh my god.
Just Layla Mia. I want to see Layla Mia, man. It's been so long.
The El Clasico.
Literally, yeah. Literally the El Clasico.
I mean, you never know. Both of these heroes are wide open for them to pick.
Yeah, I think they're also...
What is going to be the show here for RSG-PH? Also a signature pick for Light there. He does play the Cho as well, and this is going to add so much diving potential on the side of RSG-PH to add to the enhanced chains coming from Julian as well and the burst damage.
Yeah, this is also kind of a deny pick over from Orange Esports as well, because we have actually seen Valence play the damage Cho in the gold lane. So since they see, Orange, they're banning a lot of marksmen as well. Maybe they want to bring something a little more unorthodox to the table. So not only securing that for Light, but also stealing it away from Orange.
Yeah, I thought for a second the system couldn't handle the Layla Mia prediction. They were like, hey, no, stop. But here you go, Orange Esports to round up their drafts here. Do they want to go for something crazy? The answer is not really. You know, Brody, very good pick here with Amasha in the XP lane. Solid picks all across the board. Akai gonna go to the rowing position. this is just a solid draft here. The only thing that I'm worried about when it comes to this draft is that damage in the late game. Brody falls off in that late game against these tanky members. And RSG Philippines, they will pick up a carry to face off against that Masha. That's dangerous.
Wow, it's not just the Masha. I mean, they have Masha, Akai, as well as Karina. So carry pickup here is really going to shred through those beefy front lines. I wonder if this is something that Orange Esports kind of overlooked there.
I'm hoping they're prepared to deal with it because we are looking at the do or die game match point for RSG Philippines. Orange Esports 2 games down. As we look once again at the recap of the hero lineup from both teams, Orange Esports going for a very bulky early game centric build. They've got late game scaling, but nowhere near the amount you can expect from RSG Philippines, who want to drag this out to their signature late game death ball once again. Will the land of Dawn be crowning our next upper bracket semi-finalist today?
Let's see if this can be a clean sweep for RSG, or will the hometown buff prevail as Orange Esports try to equalize perhaps here. Again, a lot of pressure on Orange Esports with the crowd here to watch them. Demon Kite still going to get zoned away from his own jungle. Again, this is going to be Mon and Min, the twin buff, coming in to zone Demon Kite away, but it might just be Min who pays for this. He gets out still. Light is looking for more damage. No follow-up. Both teams back up.
Yeah, I think this is great response coming from RSG-PH as well. But right now we see Gary, while all that was happening on the top side, and Iman being pressed all the way in. Are they going to go for a gank here?
Not too sure about that, but Min, he might get found out here. Light probably going to have Jikundo up and wants to chase him down. First blood going to be gained by Light there. Not ideal, but I think Min is okay with that because he was able to delay Demon Kite long enough for Gary to steal his orange, and now he's got his own buffs as well.
I don't know if this is the frustration that's building, but again, that would have been very easily avoided. RSG Philippines, though, looking to collapse once again, as that's a 4-man fight over for the Lethal Wanderer. RSG, they're doing what Orange did to them in the early stage, and Nas, he's not stopping, he's going under the turret, he picks it up. Whoa, very aggressive movements here, and there's no punishment whatsoever from the side of Orange.
So obnoxious. That's what you get when Nas is on his signature hero. He knows exactly how he can play, how much he can extend, and be able to go all the way for the kill. And now Light on the top side also looking for balance here, looking to shut them down and provide more space for Iman to scale.
We highlighted during the drafting phase that some teams like to pick heroes their opponents drafted before just to flex on them. This time, RSG Philippines are playing with the strat that their opposing team played with before. And it is so far proving to be quite a lot of pressure for Orange, even though they should have the better early game composition.
Oh, they're going to go for the turtle here. Let's see, Nat jumping with the falling star when it's actually going to be Orange Esports who picks up the turtle, but Aqua with the yin overturn gets two and will be able to just chain it with Light with the way the Dragonborn jumping in, looking for compensation, gets caught in the knockup, and he will be bursted down next. Still has 2 health bars there, and now it's down to 1. He's still forced to back away, can't really clear out the waves as Light and Aqua will just be munching on that gold turret.
RSG-PH so strong, they're back on form. This is the early game that we usually see RSG-PH comfortable in, and they have just the draft to do that. Orange Esports, though, you mentioned the Stava, that they have the early game as well, but they're not able to fully utilize that.
Yeah, RSG Philippines, this is an impressive amount of adaptability here, recognizing instantly that Orange Esports is going to fight them no matter what, so they can actually feel more confident. Gary, he actually stole that buff there.
Might be paying the price though. Demon Kite is in some trouble, gets the knock up here. OE, they managed to secure 1 kill onto him to shut the jungler down.
Oh man, Orange Esports. Yeah, again, I want to go back to my point. This is the frustration building up, because a lot of these plays usually we didn't see from Orange in game number 1 and 2. They usually struggle in that mid to late transition. In the early game, they're usually just fine, right? But now we're seeing a lot of cracks in their game that RSG Philippines, again, will always be able to punish.
But I don't think it's actually that bad right now. They're still in an okay position, but here comes a fight yet again.
Knockup comes up to Min, and he manages to somehow get away. I think he popped the sprint here, so still okay for now, but Valence forced to pop the flicker here, as well as the Tornapop memory, just to get away from that fight. RSG-PH are relentless.
I think they've definitely figured out the Orange Esports code here. The textbook has been opened and they have read through all the chapters. They know exactly how Orange Esports wants to play, so they can easily leave Nats to deal with Born on the opposite side of the map and respawn 4v4. And even though Orange should be in an okay spot, the damage and control over the fights from RSG is proving to be quite a problem.
I mean, Demon Kite, he's 2 levels down below Gary, but somehow look at this aggression. They're still able to leash this turtle and get priority. OE Born, they're trying to go deep in, but the Enhanced Chains knocks him up to stop him as well. They're trying to disrupt the fight as much as possible, and Orange Esports force a disengage, but Nas in the back line getting pinned by the heavy spin. Min trying to do as much as he can, but it's not going to be enough. Again, RSG-PH back on the turtle.
They fought that team fight with macro more than micro, right? They just split up, they baited all these abilities. 3 ultimates were used from the side of Orange. When you look at RSG-PH, they only used 2 ultimates, and they all had more HP, right? Orange tried to force it, RSG backed away, knowing full well that Orange need those resources to be able to pressure. Without them, free turtle going to the hands of the Filipino champs.
That's really good gameplay from RSG Philippines right now. As you mentioned, they know exactly what cooldowns they need to be wary of. They know which of their heroes are able to take up these 1v1 fights. And now Nats feeling very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Nats being Nats, but he might be punished for it right now. Gary picks up the kill. You do not want to give the kill to the jungler now. A bit too much there by Nats, but RSG-PH, you know they're not going to let up, looking for something up top as well.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive there from Nats. Too comfortable, I believe, because again, he's been getting a lot of things done in that bottom side, but because of that, that might be actually kind of fatal as Orange Esports just take that turret down. They punish 2 things here, kill and also the turret. Born not gonna really be pressured here that much. Demon Kite doesn't really have the damage to burst Born down, so they're going to be able to get that objective and actually win out in terms of the objectives. As we take a look at the items here, Karina got the Thunder Belt already, so Gary's doing pretty well. Like you said, 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite earlier, now just 1 level.
This is interesting here. Not only does Gary go for the Thunder Belt first, we are seeing Demon Kite go for a first item, Cursed Helmet, on the Julian. And now they're fighting in the mid lane.
Man already goes down due to the way of the dragon. Heavy spin by Min, pins light down. Somehow he still manages to just get away scot-free. RSG-PH, they're getting away time and again with the aggression getting caught out, but still somehow slither away.
RSG-PH, that, again, it's starting to it's gonna keep on building at this point, right? Orange Esports, the frustration from game 1, from game 2, almost wrapping it up, and now RSG-PH members are just living with a sliver of health every single time. Gary now looking for the play onto the turtle. Born jumping to that back line as Demon Kite will be there to get the turtle with the retribution. Light zones Gary away at the perfect time. And Aqua's here to look for the Yin overturn, but Man with the reaction time pops that black shoes. He's still running for it though. Iman broad sprint isn't able to catch up. Topside going to be bursted down here by Orange.
Yeah, Nas, nothing he can do here as Orange Esports, they look to take 1 objective as a consolation. Some sort of compensation for losing both the objective and getting no kills off of that.
I think we have to note, even though RSG Philippines are winning the fights quite handily here, Orange are actually trading quite well for objectives. They lose a tower down here, but they already took 2 away from RSG themselves. They're actually going for a slightly more disciplined route here since they recognize they can't really take these head-to-head fights now. They're going to use the resources they need and then go for objectives elsewhere.
It's going to be really tough again for the side of Orange Esports here as RSG-PH have this 1,000 gold lead. With the top side, bottom side taken down, they might be looking for something more here. Falling Star Moon to lock Min down. That's the heavy spin for Min with the sprint as well. He gets out, but they lose out on 2 good resources here. Enhanced Chain comboed in. Man just disappears as the Yin Yang overturn is enough to take him out. Man didn't even have the chance to pop that black shoes.
This is why RSG-PH is so sharp. They knew that they forced Min out of the situation and that they could immediately aggress onto Man, pick off that kill, and they're just so quick to execute all these fights. Enhanced Chain's going out onto Gary, but not going to be able to convert into a kill just yet. But RSG-PH are slowly chunking away at Orange Esports.
Lightning Trunkian now purchased on Aqua, so that Yin Yang Overturn is going to be hurting even more than before, as if it wasn't already one-shotting the members of Orange Esports. I'm personally interested to see what kind of build Demon Kite's going for here, considering that Cursed Helmet. Emma, he might have... Oh!
Not even close, baby. Born gets out with literally 1 HP there. It seems like it's a pattern now for Orange, right? They just really like to play it on the edge with 1 HP.
I think both of the teams,
Yeah,
not just
true.
RSG-PH. I mean, that was, I think, Orange Esports getting out with just one Min. I think it's Min. Just Min alone has gone out at least twice with low HP and somehow still making it out. But RSG-PH, you can see that they have been unrelenting on this mid lane pressure here. They want to take this down. And the moment they do this, will give them the opportunity and space to contest any objective that they want.
But here is the first Lord of the game, RSG Philippines in full control. We can see that the Masha is being used to push the other side of the map, and some engagement from Nats just zoning them out heavily right now.
Yeah, again, RSG-PH, they're just using the map control really well. Gary trying to look for the entrance here towards that Lord, but it's just going to be a free one for RSG-PH based on setup alone. Orange Esports were not ready for that neutral objective take, and now RSG, they might just convert it over to the mid lane turret with the enhanced chain connecting out to Gary. Aqua is still very patient, and that's why, almost. If Man didn't just walk up a little bit longer, he would have just been able to get bursted down. Aqua, though, forced the flicker away. Gary, very nice movement to get out.
Very nice counter-aggression here from Orange Esports, because now that RSG-PH has the Lord, it's coming down the bot lane, but they are forced to back into the safety of their turret and unable to push this lead further. And all this time, Born was also up top, just split pushing his way, so they're utilizing a plan B here for themselves.
Ooh, hold on though, Light gonna engage with the Way of the Dragon.
The Way the Dragon connects at will, and that's gonna be Min jumping way too aggressive. He gets punished down as well. Valence looking for the play onto Demon Kite, puts all of his stacks there, but he will not be able to pop the torn apart memory. He gets slain, and RSG, they find a 3-for-0 out of nowhere with the Lord pushing in. This might be fatal. RSG, they can look for like a one straight push in the bottom side.
Right on that show. Oh my goodness. This guy is just so good at picking off people no matter what he uses. The Franco, the Ruby, the Cho, all the time getting the picks that they need. And RSG-PH, they have completely taken down the tier 2 turrets on the mid as well as the bottom side.
I think we have to just take a look at how well RSG is using opportunities as well. They were waiting in that mid lane. They knew the Lord were pushing down bottom. The moment they knew that Orange, they're taking too long to make a decision, there's a gap in their mental state. Instantly, Light goes in, gets the kick, starts off an amazing fight. And it is these tiny vulnerabilities in Orange Esports' decision-making that RSG Philippines are using to their maximum extent.
I agree, and this time, okay, Min finally now with a heavy spin, trying to look for the initiative. Light is going to get caught out, and there you go. Orange Esports on the board back again here in the 12th minute of the game, but they only catch the roamer. Iman just burst, melts Born down, but look at the damage coming from Born. Almost so close that Wind of Nature being the difference maker is Demon Kai with the tank Julian as able to bait 3 members forward. Min caught in a bad situation now as Gary is forced to use the ultimate defensively. Nats trying to lock them down, unfortunately does not get anyone, and Orange Esports will be able to back up, but there you go. That's the thing that we question, right? Julian tank?
At least it's not a Lancelot tank.
Yeah, it worked out though.
It did work out. Julian tank, I guess it makes sense given the composition here. There's just Light and Navs, so it's not that usual kind of beefy frontline as compared to, say, the equivalent of an Akai, Masha, as well as a Karina. So I kind of like that they're adapting that. You also have the burst to protect the burst coming from Aqua and Iman as well. Now the Lord is coming up, and once again, RSG, they have priority over this.
At this point now, we've definitely seen Julian with basically every build under the sun available, and it does seem to be working out. Demon Kite just mainly being used for utility with that enhanced chain. Literally not using any other enhanced ability. He's just setting up for his team.
This is why I don't like the Brody, right? Okay, man, just gets melted down once again. Iman's damage, it's just nasty at this point. Born trying to go for that back line, but it's not going to be able to. He's looking for the steal, but no one's hitting the Lord. It is going to be Demon Kite with the Retribution, and Light goes up and away the Dragon and knock Gary down. It's an all-out fight as Valence will be running for the hills onto the enemy side. He's forced to go down. He goes for the start, and the Tournament Pop Memory gets a trade, but again, 3-for-1, and the enhanced Lord over to RSG.
RSG, they're gonna look to push this now all the way down to the inhibitors, and the Lord is coming down the mid as well. Could this be the last stand that Orange Esports is trying to make? Born goes all the way in for Aqua, manages to pull off the damage, but the rest of the team peels for them. Mid pins down Demon Kite and manages to secure one kill onto him as well, forcing RSG-PH to back off a little bit, but they do get this bottom inhibitor.
That was just funny to watch. Ivan was just hitting on the turret without minions.
But now the Lord is going to be pushing in. They'll probably take that mid inhibitor as well. RSG-PH making, again, another good choice, backing it off. There are a lot of teams that, under that situation, would just try to push in and end the game with that Lord. But they recognize that Orange Esports has a lot of capacity for making these massive comebacks in the late game. They just don't want to take that chance. Looking at the damage dealt this game, Eman is confirmed 100% online, and this carry is a huge problem because it was drafted specifically for the purpose of countering this durable lineup on the side of Orange Esports.
Big yikes for Orange Esports there. If you take a look at the damage charge, Valens just isn't pumping out enough, and Born again gets caught out, overextended. The way the Dragon popped there and everything as well, they save the big abilities. They just want this pick off. Unfortunately for RSG-PH, there's not really any neutral objectives up, but again, this is just more map control. Without that frontliner, Min, Gary, they're very susceptible to, again, Iman's damage that you mentioned.
I mean, you don't even need so much damage. You just get Demon Kite to engage. And right now, Orange Esports being one man down. RSG, they're looking for an opportunity. It's going to be Min coming through them instead, though. Pops the heavy spin, tries to push Light as well as Nas to the backline, but just going to retreat for now.
Yeah, they're looking for more though here in that top side. RSG and Mon taken low. They are looking for that base turret. But again, Orange Esports playing it really well actually defensively here. And this is where usually we also see Orange Esports kind of shine. Game 1 and now Game 3. In their base, they make the right decisions. But when they overextend, sometimes the mistakes are just really, really punishable for RSG-PH. Let's take a look at the items though. In this late stage, 16 minutes in, we can already see that, again, Brody, good items. He has the items, he has the gold, but like I mentioned, the damage is not that much, to be honest, if you're up against these tanky members from RSG.
Especially when you see now, we can confirm Demon Kite with full tank on that Julian, not even a single damage item, and it is working out. He's just relying on Eman and Aqua to output all the DPS for RSG Philippines, and ordinarily this would be a very risky play to make, but it is working out here because they know that Orange doesn't actually have enough damage to deal with a more durable build.
Yeah, I mean, only coming from Valens as well as Man as well. Maybe some from Gary, unfortunately, not quite enough. And it's going to be Born again in the backline, knocked out by the enhanced chains here. Way of the Dragon also lands on him, tries to make his way out. Min pops the heavy spin just to make sure to disengage, but Born goes down still, and Nas just going down, diving for the backline. He gets knocked up, takes a lot of his damage, but still manages to back out. Torn apart memory, just not enough to close out that kill just yet.
Yeah, he still has the immortality as well, right? So again, he can just go back in here as Iman just puts his focus on zoning Orange Esports. RSG looking for the Lord here as Gary jumps in for the damage, but he's just going to be the one who gets melted down! With the pick off! Beautiful! As he finds the way of the Dragon right on point towards Balance, and now it's just RSG looking for the base. Iman just bursting gray, Gary down. Man is left, he's all alone with Born. That's the enhanced Lord as well. 17-42. It's looking over.
I think we are very well witnessing the final moments of Orange Esports' journey in the upper bracket as the Yin Yang Overturn burst takes out Man. Born, the only one surviving, but it's not going to matter to the carry. We continue the trend of 3-0 clean sweeps here at MSC 2022 as RSG Philippines will send Orange Esports down to the lower bracket.
This is why they're the tournament favorites. RSG-PH 3-0. Such a convincing victory, taking the entire series. There was, a glimmer there that Orange might have gotten back into this game, but in this last game, it was so strong from RSG.
it's the Cho, right? Like the Cho. We asked this question many times. We haven't seen that Cho much. RRQ picked it, R7, and then now Light, finally. So again, you can see that the teams are still hiding their techniques, their secret strategies here. We all know how good Light is on a Cho. We've only seen the Franco though here in this tournament, and that's why. They're saving it. They're saving it, and the question is, what else are they saving at this point?
RSG Philippines are just so flexible. It's so difficult to draft against them because no matter what you try to ban out, they always have a solution. Their players will have another option, another alternative to be able to fulfill the same role, maybe even better. Well played, the RSG Philippines. It hurts a little bit in the Kokoro, but let's see what the analysts have to say.
RSG Philippines evidently looking really happy. Demon Kite. Oh my goodness, wait. Okay, first of all, congratulations with that sweep. But let's talk about game number 2. You guys were down 10,000 gold. All your turrets were gone. They all had their turrets. Did you actually get scared? Did you think there was that possibility you were gonna lose that game?
No, we're very confident that we can come back even though we have a big lead because we know that our mentality is so strong that even if we lose the early game, we can come back in the late game.
Now, this is your first time in the international stage. During the group stage, up until to now, did you feel that your confidence and the team's confidence were boosted and you're a lot more confident now?
Yes, we're more confident now because of our win right now, we have to fight against our Hoshi, and that's what we're waiting for.
Oh, okay. So you're waiting for RRQ Hoshi. Specifically, why RRQ Hoshi?
Because in MPLA, we didn't have a chance to fight against them. We only fight against Sonic Indonesia. So now I want to fight against them because I want to know if they're really strong.
You want to know if they're really strong. RRQ Hoshi is quite strong. They swept their opponent yesterday. They're one of Indonesia's favorites. So what do you have against them? What do you think is your edge, RSG Philippines versus RRQ? What do you have that you think is better than RRQ Hoshi?
I personally think that the mechanical skills of our players is more good than the enemy. Mas marakas siguro yung bawat isang player sa amin kaysa sa kanila.
You think each of the players are better than the RRQ Hoshi. Now, Coach Panda right now is watching all the way from the Philippines. Right before you came to this game, what exactly was Coach Panda telling everybody to guide all of you?
Lagi lang sinasabi sa amin ni Coach Panda na fighting, gano'n. Tapos yung energy niya kahit sa online lang, sobrang laking tulong na binibigay sa amin.
So Coach Panda keeps telling them to just keep fighting, and his energy, even though he's coaching online, it's such a big help for them. Now, we have RSG fans outside who came all the way here to watch you. We have a lot of Filipino fans watching as well. What do you have to say to them?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga diehard fans ng RSG Philippines. Thank you din sa family ko, sa RSG Management, sa girlfriend ko, sa family ng girlfriend ko. Patuloy niyo lang kami supportan. Asahan yung mas maganda pa yung papakita namin sa mga susunod na laban.
He's thanking all the fans, the diehard fans of RSG Philippines for supporting them, your girlfriend and his girlfriend's family, and he's saying that you can count on them to do even better on the next round. Congratulations, Demon Kite. Good luck with RRQ Hoshi. And now, let's see what the analysts have to say. Leo and Gideon.
Thanks, Mara, and welcome back, everybody, to the deep dive here. Third game, another win, clean sweeps coming in from RSG-PH. It has been quite a day. My name is Guinea Q. This is Leo.
I am so happy to be Filipino right now, but that aside, there were some interesting decisions that both teams made here in the final game of this best of 5. Of course, RSG-PH, their decisions paid off but there's also some things to note when it comes down to Orange Esports draft. We are going to have the item builds as well because there's also some calls that specifically Eman made. I'd like to talk about what this carry has brought onto the table. One, this carry is deathless. Two, he's rocking that bloodlust axe. What's going on? Why is there a bloodlust axe on Eman's carry?
It's all about sustainability. That's the main key here. And you know, it's interesting. You would have expected the conditions to be, oh yeah, if you have Bloodlust Axe, you want to make sure that you want to survive longer than usual. And it's a very typical, well, I wouldn't even say typical, a previous old carry build when you're looking for Endless Battle. And if you want even more sustainability, you take the Bloodlust Axe on top of it all. But Iman understands that his auto attacks are very valuable, and he's not looking to try and build up so much damage so that he can take on Valence, but he's looking for key targets. He's looking for Born, Gary, Min. All of them are vulnerable to him.
Something else I noticed is the lineup on Orange Esports, save for maybe Min, is relatively immobile. Relatively, when they hit you or when they decide to take a fight, they stay put. And my only theory here is that's why it's Bloodlust Axe, is because when he leaves that light wheel, it stays there. It ticks, it ticks, it ticks. And that's why it's not a hash clause. As well, gotta give a highlight over to Demon Kite's tank, Julian. It seems to be the way to build it. I am so excited to try it in my own games and to see how this metagame develops with that kind of Demon Kite build where it's just so tanky and you have so much CC and you leave it to your cores to deal much more damage. Looking at it, how much damage did Demon Kite do? Not so much, so it's very utility.
Yeah, no, this is exactly what RSG-PH were designed to do. The composition, I mean, if they did decide to go for a Julian that's looking to build damage, right? Who are your main targets? Who are you looking to get on top of when people like Min, when you have people like Born, to deny you that space and time to do so, you might as well absorb and use that CC to follow up on big hitters like Nats coming in with the Esmeraldas, falling Star Moon. Follow up on that to allow people like Carry to get more auto attacks in. You can tell most damage coming out of Carry, but the one person you have to keep in mind here, Light, that early to mid game, that was all him. Those choke kicks made the difference.
Yep, I have been watching Light very, very closely. Very good relationship with this player, handled him at some point, and that show is lethal. And of course, he's the MVP, man. 1, 2, and 13. Light's show has molded this player's gameplay and his career for the better part of a year now. Being an MPL champion and now on his way making a beeline towards that MSC title, this hero is just perfect for him. Vision, CC, checking, footsies, it's everything that he wants.
Absolutely. It's high execution, and there was a lot of times where there could have been possibly a mistake when he's going for kicks onto Gary. Is he in that Shadow Dance form? Will that damage from Gary actually connect if he's in that Shadow Dance form? Absolutely not. So it's all about when Light gets the kick, not just who he's kicking.
Yep, and just watching how he moves, weaves in and out, there's a lot of ways that he can bait. Again, just like in game number 2, on that Ruby, I'm gonna get it right this time, he really is able to just bait out and trick the opponent into engaging into awkward positions, and that's why he's our MVP here. He sets up so much for RSG Philippines, helping them, leading them into the sweep.
Yeah, all of that, again, early, mid-game, that was all Light. He was making so much difference in the game to buy enough time for the rest to go. But it's time for the highlights and recap this game one more time here, because this clean sweep would not have been possible with the collective group.
Homie drew first blood, so that's how comfortable he was, and that's how well he set up all of these. Even got a kill on Man, who I'm not sure was sitting on an ult or not, but there was just too much. I think the fact that it was Light and Demon Kite leading the way for RSG this time around overloaded the mobility, or what's left of the mobility on Orange Esports.
Well, I would say that Orange Esports did definitely, again, one of the more sloppier games we've seen in the early. Mid-game was looking a bit better, but the transition from mid to late is when you see the real spike that came out of RSG-PH. They took a lead, they really started to run with it, and then Min just became less effective with that, with his ult. It's just really brutal to see how RSG dismantled Orange Esports in that last game.
Just sitting into the draft, like just watching as it developed, I was thinking, what's this Akai gonna do? Because as the rest of the pieces for Orange Esports draft came into play and how RSG-PH was responding, I was thinking, yeah, no, it's half counterproductive, because the way that Min was drafted, or the way that Min is playing is, does he want to displace or does he want to trap? If you can't trap, then that's best case scenario. But if you're displacing, How will Valens and the rest of the cores from Orange deal with this? How can they help towards your winning image?
Yeah, I mean, it's about options, right? Having a lot of options, being a jack of all trades, and especially when you have Akai, who's one of the most OP heroes currently in the meta, you get a lot of ideas from it. And I think the direction was correct. Execution could have been a little bit better, but you could definitely see that the mentality of Orange Esports was definitely shaken throughout that game, and a lot of sloppy plays led up to RSG being even more aggressive during the mid, and honestly, I think it was impossible once it got into the later stages of the game.
Yep, you have a hero like Carry, you have just Light being possibly in every single bush. And of course, Aqua. I think Aqua had a great game here.
Oh, yeah.
Throw that umbrella. I could have sworn Born was going to live, but I think Aqua stayed for like 2 seconds more just to make sure that you got the kill on the Masha. This is all RSG from that point on, I think, from that team fight in mid. Now, talking about how Orange Esports can bounce back, because it's not over. It's not over. They are going to drop into the lower bracket. I think in this game specifically, the draft, we're talking about how it was all about options. Gideon, I got a question for you because it's going on in my mind. I don't know if I have an exact answer quite yet. Is this a case of too many cooks in the kitchen? Were they thinking of too many options? Were they trying to set up for too much that maybe plan A, B, and C were all there and they just could not make a decision?
No, I think it wasn't a situation where they're trying to be a jack of all trades or looking for anything else. I think it's just sloppy gameplay, broken mentality, but they will bounce back. With that being said, let's have a look at the current brackets after the results of today. It's been a long day and clean sweeps all about. Unfortunately for Malaysia, it is not going to be today. RSG-PH will be moving up in the upper brackets, and they have a clear shot to get to the grand finals if only they can take down RRQ. But if you look down, Torak will be facing Falcon. Orange Esports will be facing Omega.
Oh no, we're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams left in MSC 2022, and both the upper bracket and the lower bracket are looking stacked. 2 Malaysian teams in the lower bracket fighting for tournament life, and they're facing off against 2 of the darkest horses we've ever seen in MLBB esports history.
It's brutal. It's brutal. I'm not gonna lie, you guys are doing us a little dirty here, but hey, here is the schedule for tomorrow. It's Torak up against Falcon Esports, Orange Esports up against Omega. Right now, Malaysia's hopes are playing, and we're praying.
Oh, I can hear Bole all over my tech already. It's gonna happen tomorrow. It's gonna happen.
Well, hopefully it's going to be more than enough. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show as much as we have throughout the day, all the games, and our hearts and minds goes out to all Singaporean fans and for your teams. They played well, but there can only be one winner at the end of this competition.
Yep, and again, it's one of these 6 remaining teams. Question is, can the Filipino double-edged sword, as one of our local casters put it? I was talking to Sunfrost earlier, and he's like, Leo, the Philippines, you're pulling a double edge.
Don't do it.
Did the M3, man. Did the M3. I'm wondering if that's what it is. I don't wanna jinx it.
Oh, trigger words. A lot of trigger words going on here. Oh boy. Hopefully we'll see what this show is going to be. Maybe RRQ might pull it off. Maybe Malaysia might make it on through. It's hard to say, but so far, that seems to be the story so far, as Philippines are looking great today.
I am so impressed with how even today, all right, even today, the meta is evolving. There are so many picks that you would assume is just like, this is definitely first pickable, and this is definitely a must ban, but some of them went through. So tomorrow, I'm expecting, maybe, just maybe, someone lets go of Gary's Fanny, and then, you know, something happens.
Who knows? I mean, today in itself, we already saw Xavier just not being touched in that final game. I mean, an adaptation upon adaptation, the tournament meta continues to evolve, and maybe we'll finally come down to what exactly the meta should look like once we reach the grand finals.
And we haven't really even mentioned the thirst, the hunger, the anger that, you know, all of Indonesia is feeling. So now they're on top. They have just one more team right in front of them, and that's RSG-PH. And then they can make a beeline to the grand final. So that's a big story in itself as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a close one because, again, Indonesia hasn't gotten an international title in quite some time, and they are angry and they are hungry for it. But the same can be said about every region looking out for it. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying the show as much as we have. Leo, It's been great. This is the analyst. That's me, Getting Q, and as well as Leo. We're going to be ending the show today, and hopefully you guys will stick around for tomorrow to check out these matches.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it does the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Supremacy. We are supremacy. We are supremacy. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright and cleanse their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. face the battle.